There's contact on the way down to the first corner. On the inside, takes third position. What's going to happen if then he gets through into second place?
Well, welcome to Northern Italy, ladies and gentlemen, a captivating region of rich history, stunning landscapes and diverse culture. We are at Franciacorta in the north of Italy, and what a circuit. We are at 1,300 meters and 15 corners. This is, well, a fantastic circuit nonetheless. An arena of speed, featuring challenging layout and provides an exhilarating experience for drivers. The configuration, it configures of fast straights, flowing corners. It's designed to test the skill and determination of these drivers, and well, us being now at the halfway point of the championship as well, there is plenty to go about. Lots happening this weekend. What happened yesterday though, Guillaume?
The first day of action at Franciacorta was eventful, to say the least, when rain started pouring on the circuit minutes before the start of qualifying. Drivers went out against the elements yesterday, fighting their wheel to find some grip in and out of the racing line, if any left. In the senior class, what happened? The Frenchman Evan Gilter from PB car stormed an impressive lap in group number 2, 7/10 of a second faster than his closest rival, more than enough to take overall pole position in the class. The Dutchman Henki Kalteren for Team RSD and another Frenchman, Clément Outran, running with VDK Racing, also showed great pace in 2 other groups. The junior category saw a close fight for pole between the Swiss driver Tiziano Coslini with Team Driver Racing Kart and the Dutchman Corocco Coronel. In the last seconds of the running, the victory lane driver could find a bit of extra speed to snatch the leading time. Finally, the mini class was equally hard fought between British driver GC Phillips for Fusion Motorsport and Portuguese Gustavo Marques da Silva for Team Eco. The latter still had the upper hand to start all of his qualifying heat in the lead. Talking about racing, we have a big schedule ahead of us with 24 races, but the seniors threw first blood on Friday with 3 races disputed under heavy rain. The Spaniard Ruben Moya stormed in the lead on lap 1 to take his first win, imitated by the Belgian Ian Ekmans after a close fight with Clément Outran and Evan Gilter, who dominated the field from pole. That's what happened on Friday, day 2 of round 3 of the IAME X30 Euro Series. Welcome along, everybody. My name, as you said, as you've seen on track, is Guillaume Alvarez. By my side, Anthony Jordan. And we have Henki Kalteren, who's going to be starting on pole position, the Dutchman, one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying. We got a chance to talk to the RSD driver yesterday. Let's hear from Henki Kalteren. Henki Kalteren, tricky conditions in Franciacorta for the first group of the senior qualifying here at the IAME X30 Euro Series. But in the end, despite those conditions, you put it on top for what could be pole position. Congratulations.
Yes, I was very confident before, like the last race in Marienburg. I finished P2 in the rain, so I had a confidence when it started to rain, because in the dry there was mixed feelings. But yeah, it ended well now in the rain.
Those conditions, a new layout as well in the championship. What can you tell us about what you've learned so far when it comes to the layout?
Yeah, it's a grippy track. It's different as Belgium. Normally I drive much in Belgium. Maybe two times in a year I've been here in Italy, and it's just setting the kart good and make a good setup. Less grip and try to get a good lap, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Great to chat there to Henki Kalteren, who starts this one on that front row. He has got, well, a lot of interesting drivers behind him, a very packed front grid indeed. Clément Outran, who will be starting alongside him on that front row. There he is on your screen for the VDK Racing team. In terms of championship, like we say, very important part of the year. We're at the halfway point of the championship now. Points are vital as we go into this one. So drivers do not want to have bad results at all throughout this one. In terms of championship points. Heikki Kaltonen starts this one on pole position, is currently quite far down in the championship. He's only scored 20 championship points. He's 9th in the point standings at the moment, so he's got a lot of work ahead of him. Next race, though, it's coming up. It's Senior X30 qualifying heat B and C. Let's take you through the starting grid, the first race of the day. Heikki Kaltonen and Clément Outron start on that front row. It was a 5th and a 2nd place for them yesterday. Louis Johnson-Cool and Ian Ekmans, who start on row 2, they started 3rd, or finished 3rd, and also took a race win yesterday. Can he do that today? Andy Rattel and Andrea Pirovano finishing 4th and 26th yesterday. Not the result Pirovano wanted. Atkins and Besson then go from row 4. Fernando Martinez and Fred Green. Mika Voss and Christian Vagani go from row 6. Aaron Ferrazzano and Luca Benettoni go from row 7. With Mateus Michalt and Leotardo Lagoni on row 8. Hugo Braun and Chester Kiefer on row 9. Wesley Tagoy and Gilles Renmans round out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, we'll see Hugo Erwin and François Delati. Row number 12, Marc Granada and Hugo Trichard. Then we have Emmanuel Liudakis and Matteo Iacono. Row number 14, Loris Sace and Yannis Dimos, followed by Colin Wuttenberger and Josh Aravanis. Row number 16 is as well Sonak Knoll and Alessandro Cocci. Then we have Charles Lambert and Emilio Ortolani, Eduardo Villa and Juan Aloha Olesti on row number 18. 36 drivers onto the grid, and you might be surprised to see a big name at the back end. Martin Bean, our race director, with Chris Lambert, the head of stewards, ready for the first race of the day to go. 24 in total, the qualifying heats ahead of us with a busy schedule on Saturday at Franciacorta. And as you can see with the rudder report, we still have a bit of wind flying over the region, flying over our heads. No rain whatsoever planned for today. It's going to be partially cloudy, and it rained through the night. As you might see, there's still some patches of wet tarmac here and there on the track, but still, this is we do have all the drivers on slick tires. The racing line is very much dry. Yeah, there was a lot of scrambling at the start of the day with drivers deciding whether or not do we go with the wet tyres, do we go with the slick tyres, as the track was just evolving as the morning went on through morning warm-up. Now that you can see, like Ian just said there, the track is dry, and we can sort that out now with drivers getting it all on the slick tyres. Here we go then, round turn 14. A championship was decided at this turn last year, but it won't happen this year though, because it's not the final round. That'll be coming up later on this season. Here we go though, the first race of the day, the 4th race of the weekend. It's seniors once more. It's Group B and C into the tram lines. Green flag goes out, and here we go down in towards turn number 1. Great start then from the front of the field. Everyone gets away. You don't want to be on the outside line as you go through here, because it's so easy to get swamped off and pushed onto the grass. Just as we saw her tyre squeals in the background there, I think we've lost a couple of karts from the back of the grid, but I think everyone has managed to get away okay at the back, and I think it was Eichmann who got squeezed onto the grass at the exit of turn number 3. So again, the Belgian who had a brilliant day yesterday, winning his first race, now struggling at the start of this one. But for the time being, everyone seems to have gotten away okay, and Heikki Kaltonen still leads the way by Louis Johnson-Cool. Yeah, pretty good start for everybody into this lap in 11 rounds in total. Round the inside goes beautifully. One of the KBK drivers, this is Andy Rattel, making his move for P4. He just went ahead of the driver just in front of him, just behind him now. Kalle Atkins in 2nd overall in the championship. Heikki Kaltonen trying to keep Johnson just behind. Clément Outron down in 3rd. Rattel, Atkins, Pirovano, and Ekmans, who dropped a couple of positions in the process, is in the 2nd wagon in lap number 2. Then we have Ergani, Longoni, Mustienes for your top 10. Hugo Besson climbing through, P11 for the Frenchman. And the driver is still trying to find a bit of grip, sometimes a little bit tricky here and there. On the inside goes Andy Rattel on Clément Outron. Beautifully made by Andy Rattel up into P3. Yeah, nice little move there through turns 11 and 12, taking full advantage of the tight hairpin there just to send it down the inside. And he holds on to it. Atkins there now under pressure from Eichmann, who's closed in. Pirovano also in that fray. So nice little breakaway then for our top 2 as change to the lead. Johnson-Cool down the inside. Rattel tries to follow. Kaltonen's got to be careful here, and he holds on to 2nd place.
beautifully positioning that car just to stop Rittel going for that switchback move. So, as you can see here, Calterin looking like he's somewhat struggling here in the dry conditions as Louis Johnson-Cool has broken free already. And Calterin has got Rittel and Calais Atkins all over his rear bumper, and you can see now they're just piling onto the back. Utron is there, Pirovano, Eichmanns, Vigani's closing in, Logani is closing in as well. Hugo Besson, the top 10, they're so close in these early stages as Rittel looks once again down the inside, and Heikki Calterin is just slowly falling down the order here. He's lost 2 there, Rittel and Atkins both through now up into second and third. On the charge now to see if they can close that gap up to Louis Johnson-Cool, and they have closed that gap up already, so Johnson-Cool's not out of danger here yet.
Yeah, and this is a strong performance for the British driver for his first appearance here this season on the track, leading the pack. Andy Rattel is the first chaser. Hugo Besson from VDK is putting out the fastest lap. He lost 2 places though, P10 at the moment for Hugo Besson, who was one of the fastest this morning in the warm-up session. But watch out, because Rattel is under pressure from Calais Atkins, a name that popped out at the forefront in Mariembourg in those treacherous conditions that we had, taking his first victory of the season. And Calais Atkins is looking where to put his wheels to try to get advantage on Andy Rattel. And it's about observing each other at this point. We have a switch as well. Ian Eichmanns getting ahead of Pirovano. So you can see confirmation, and Andy Rattel is going for the move, for the lead. Run the inside, the door is wide open, and Johnson-Cool is the big loser in that one, because Rattel, Atkins and Calterin all actually got past. So the leader just went in the space of a corner from P1 to P4, and it's getting worse actually, because Ian Eichmanns was very close to make his move. The Belgian's gonna have to wait maybe 1 extra corner, and he's under the pressure himself of Clément Outron. You might have seen that happening, but Clément Outron still stays behind Ian Eichmanns, the Frenchman against the Belgian. Now the battle is for the lead. Rattel, your new leader, you can see him with the Alan Sokart colors. Kings on the inside of the number 14 to the hairpin. A little push from Heikki Calterin, who makes his way through. Wow, into the penultimate corner of that track. A bit of a touch. I do wonder what the marshals and the officials will have to say about that, but as a result, Atkins is taking the lead back on the way to the start-finish straight. Yeah,
we didn't see it on camera, but Calterin, I think, may have given that back. I'm not too sure. It was very robust into the turn 14 hairpin, but Atkins leads, and he'll like this because, of course, he's fighting for the championship this year. Second in the point standings. He's got 36 championship points from Ruben Moyer. Also, as Eichmanns again down the inside, gets past Rittel. Johnson-Cool back down the inside as well. Clément Outron also trying to get involved in that scrap. Certainly a nice little fight that they've got here. But Atkins leads now, and he's got a nice, comfortable gap between himself and the rest of them, and they're still squabbling further. Everyone's closed in now. Mateusz Mucha, Mika Voss has closed in, Andrea Martinez also has closed in, as again, look at this little move here. Nice change. Calterin back down the inside. That little switch over that you can do through turn 1, the different racing lines. You know, there are so many different angles you can take into some of these corners that, yes, you can take that wider line, sweep down the inside, and send one down the inside of turn 2. I'm liking this track. It's my first time here, and it's certainly a good one for me.
That has been providing some interesting racing, even though yesterday was raining, pouring rain for all 3 races. So now this is the proper first time that we get to see drivers in action at full speed with no circumstances whatsoever with the rain. So Eichmanns is taking around the inside line into turn number 13. This is the hairpin just behind the new hotel of the track, making their way back onto the start-finish straight. And this is one move down, another one for Ian Eichmanns, who had lost a bit of momentum in the opening stages. And once again, different racing line on the way to turn number 2. And Eichmanns is protecting his position, but is willing to take the lead to Heikki Calterin. He's gesturing to the Dutchman, telling Heikki Calterin not to block him whatsoever. Keep on pushing, because Atkins is just behind. And that's going to be a close, very close fight up until the end, that's for sure. Watch out not to bang wheels just too much. That's why we've seen that happening quite a bit in yesterday's difficult conditions. But now everybody is back on slick. Eichmanns, Calterin, Atkins, your leading trio. Then we have Clément Outron on the side of the picture on the hairpin of turn number 14, and this is beautifully done. Calais Atkins saw the move coming up, and he took advantage of that to open that door, kick it open, shall I say. So Kali Atkins is back in second place ahead of Calderon, and he wants more. Kali Atkins on the curve on the touch. That's what we feared could happen. Calderon could be the big winner of that one, but Ekmans shuts the door, and Clément Outron makes his way through contact as well. Outron was very, very close to lose it all over on the way to the hairpin over there, but he kept control of his kart, and that's P3 as a result.
Guys, this is the first heat of the day. Calm it down. You know, there's a long way to go here. And Atkins, who leads it now, is still just under pressure. And, well, Eitmans goes through. Eitmans, who took a race win yesterday in his first qualifying heat, certainly wants to replicate that today. Atkins isn't going to allow it, though, as Atkins, who only finished, his best result yesterday was second, so he's going to want to change that. So with 3 wide in the background there in the pit lane. There's a mechanical flag that I saw that came out earlier on. That's Christian Vagani, who's coming to the pit lane, the TP Kart racing driver. Unfortunately, his race over the rear bumper looking like it's failed on the kart. Action back here, though, as we're going on to the last lap at the end of this one. Look at the train we've got here. Here we go, 3 wide once again, and my goodness me, how on earth they all got through there, I'll never know. But now look who leads. It's Clément Outron who leads this race. Out of nowhere, he's come through, and he's got to move there. Rattel's got his hand up. He's going into the back of Calderon. Oh, my goodness me. Who can you call it? Atkins, Besson, Calderon, Johnson, Cool, Rattel, Voss, Machard, they're all in this group. Who's going to win this race?
And Andy Rattel was furious about what just happened. It was just a ring in... to the other drivers, there was a move over there, and the KBK driver was the biggest victim because he lost a couple of places and a big momentum as he was fighting for the podium. We just entered the final lap of this race. Clément Outron, he was leading most of his qualifying heat yesterday in the rain. Ian Ekmans was the one who beat him on the first attempt. Will we see round 2 between those 2 drivers? Ekmans in second place as the chaser, but we're getting near the conclusion of this race. Clément Outron possibly on his way to his first win of the weekend. Merskode down in P3, out of nowhere actually. Mathis Merskode was able to put himself over there in the top 3. Atkins, Besson, but I think that unlike yesterday, Ekmans won't have enough time to get himself in the lead.
Well, look at that. What a drive there from Clément Outron. Read the road perfectly and sussed everything he needed to do. Out of the final corner, then he'll take the first race win of the day. Across the line, Clément Outron will be very, very happy with that one from Ian Eitmans. Matthias Michaud also gaining 12 places. Matthias Michaud there going up into 3rd place. What a drive from the Belgian for the BRS racing team. Atkins finishes in 4th. He still gains 3 positions from Hugo Besson. Eki Calderon once again dropping down the order, finishing in P6, but still a top 10 result from Louis Johnson-Cool, Andy Rattel, Mika Voss and Andrea Mostines, who rounds out the top 10. But after the first race of the day, 11 laps completed for VDK, Clément Outron will take the win, and he'll make his way back to Parc Fermé. And Guillaume Alvarez, who will be down there to chat to our race winner. We'll have some live interviews over the course of the day. And of course, the interviews with our pole sitters throughout as the drivers make their way back into Parc Fermé. Now, what a race that was, and certainly an exciting way to start the day. I think most of the drivers and even spectators here at the circuit didn't expect to see that then. Clément Outron from Ian Eitmans, Matthias Michaud, Kai Atkins from Hugo Besson, Heikki Calderon, Louis Johnson-Cool, Andy Rattel, Mika Voss and Andrea Mostines rounded out the top 10. Further behind, Andrea Pirovano finishes in P11, unfortunately after dropping 5 positions. Leonardo Lagoni finishing in P12 after gaining 4. Hugo Heron from Gilles Redmond, Emmanuel Liodakis finishing in P15, gaining 10 positions from Charles Lambert, gaining 17. Ines Dimos finishing in 17th place from Eduardo Villa, gaining 17 places. Remember, Eduardo Villa, who did really well in qualifying, unfortunately, with a disaster. He was then put to the back of the grid. He's going to have to fight his way all the way throughout this weekend. He finishes in P18. Luca Pittoni finishing in P19 from Aaron Ferrazzano. Francois Delati finishes in 21st place from Colin Wertenberger, who gained 7 positions. Mac Granada and Hugo Brun Richard and Pinocchi finishing in 26th place. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Initially, great start then from Heikki Kaltonen, who gets away well at the front and leads for the first couple of laps. It kicked off in the back of the shot, as there you can see there was a spin. Several karts getting involved in that one. That was sort of mid to backpack at the start of that one, potentially. Leonardo Lagoni being involved in that one. Then we saw that moment there where Eichmann's was just squeezed onto the exit curb, and we say you don't want to get involved in that one. The 357 and the 325 involved in that one, actually, in the spin just behind. Then it was side by side with Kaltonen as Louis Johnson-Cool got a chance to lead the race. Rattel getting into second place, Atkins getting through as well, Clement Autran trying to fight through, and it was basically a battle of the ages all the way throughout. A little bit of contact there between Kaltonen and Atkins, who came together. Eichmann's would then try to fight his way through. He got up into second place, finished in second place, not able to replicate his race win from yesterday, despite the fact that he did briefly lead the race for a moment. Atkins then would dive down the inside, but keep an eye on the driver there in fourth place, Clement Autran, for the VDK Racing Team, who would then side his way through. He saw this moment happen in front of him and just thought, right, now I've got to take an opportunity to try and find a way through. But it certainly wasn't easy as he made contact with Kaltonen here, and it was nearly a race over for Clement Autran, but he got up into third place in the latter stages, then would have to deal with these two who also came together. He went round the outside, did Autran, to then take the checkered flag at the end of the first race of the day. A solid result, and Clement Autran, whose best result yesterday was a P2, will be happy to take a race win at the end of that one. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez is down there. Guillaume, who have you got?
Have Clement Autran with us. Welcome, guys. For the first time in the Parc Fermé, we're going to give you a lot of interviews today and tomorrow as well, talking with the protagonists and the winners, as many as possible. Clement Autran is going to answer to us in French. Clement, congratulations, bravo. Second place yesterday in the wet. On the dry today, you managed a beautiful race and victory for you. How do you feel?
C'était une très belle manche. J'ai été 4 au début de la manche et j'ai su revenir. Ça s'est joué aux 2 derniers tours et j'ai su prendre la tête.
So it was a hard fight, a lot of maneuvers. What can you tell us about the conditions? It's dry all over, so ideal for the day, ideal for maybe more wins, more victories for you, because the machine at VDK seems to be on top.
Oui, le kart est au top et on essaye d'aller encore plus vite pour gagner le plus de manches.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Clement Autran was kind enough to give us some words. It was a hard-fought superheat, as we've seen on track, but a hard-fought victory. Well-deserved for Clement Autran from P4 to P1 in those latest stages of the race. Conditions are ideal now. We're very much dry, and this will provide certainly VDK and Clement Autran ideal conditions for the remaining of the day, and maybe more victories for him. Let's see what's going to happen. Back to you, Anthony. Thank you.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Like I say, it's a nice, interesting weather conditions we've got here. Air temperature's around 20 degrees. It's cloudy, but the humidity is very, very high. Certainly makes it nice and interesting for the drivers. Next race coming up then, Senior X30 qualifying heat D and E, about to take to the circuit. Ruben Moyer starting this one on pole position. Had a very good qualifying yesterday. Also, a very good race yesterday in the wet conditions. He took a race win quite convincingly, actually, by quite a few seconds. That race was with Atkins, who we just saw in the previous race. Malo Bollier starting alongside. His best result yesterday was 6th place, so he's got a bit of work to do today, see if he can try and get a P2 in this one. He starts on that front row. There's an overview of the circuit itself and a look at what's going to be coming up later on today. It will be, of course, a kind of run through between the classes. We've got 2 more senior races to go, the one that's about to go out and track, one after that one. Then we head into the junior races, groups A and B, then C and D, and then, of course, into the minis. And they'll just be keep repeating as the day goes on all the way throughout the heats. Remember, they've got a lot of heats to get through today, 24 in total today. And, of course, it will just be an accumulation of the seniors, juniors, and minis. After race 15 is the lunch break. So the last race before the lunch break will be the junior qualifying heat 4. which will be Group A and D, which will be after this one. So again, a packed day, lots to come through, so make sure that you are sitting down at home, you're relaxed, you've got what you need, and we'll take you through all the proceedings. The racing about to get going for the next race, the Senior X30 qualifying Heat D and E, as they start to make their way out into the circuit in the next few seconds. But certainly an action-packed day that we've got here at Franciacorta. Again, my first time here and the first time the IAME Euro Series coming to the Italian circuit in the north of Italy. Certainly a fabulous track to go racing on, and the first race today, I think, has just proved that one. Here we go then, next race, Senior X30 qualifying Heat D and E makes its way out onto the circuit. Ruben Moya and Malabolier then started on the front row from Danny Caronini and Julian Kamen on row 2. They had a 9th to the 3rd place finish yesterday. Mike Piccolo, who finished 12th in his first race, he's got Sam Bellotto, who finished 4th alongside. Nando Wechselbaumer, who finished 18th place. He didn't have a good run yesterday. He starts on the 4th row with Andrea Moretti alongside. Rafael Penard and Dylan Baker starts from row 5. Kimi Turson and Dante Vinci go from row 6. Dimitri Mativ and Peter Stiller from Alex Girato and Luca de Grand going from row 8. Eduardo Dominguez and Finn McLaughlin go from row 9 from Ana Malaysia and Flores Costa running out the top 20.
On row 11, we do have Domenico Congiu and Alexander Zancanaro, as well as Canu Sini and Alex de Schepper on row number 12. Row number 13, we'll see Matthias van der Kerkhove and Ajin Jatic. Row number 14, Alessandro Cocozza and Benjamin Jones, followed by Miguel Silva and Christian Cano Nica, Armando Quintieri, Eduardo Ducor from row 16. Row 17, Fabian Studeson and Abdullah Kamel, followed by Youssef Bahawi, as well as Pio Coppola. 18 rows of this grid, 36 drivers making their way onto the track, as we have 2 laps to get the tires at temperatures. You can see the drivers waving. Watch out not to wave too much. We've seen in the past it could be tricky if the conditions are not actually met. You don't want to set yourself into a spin even before crossing the start-finish line. 11 laps for the seniors once again. We have 3 races in a row for the same class. Then we'll switch our attention to the juniors, the mini, and then back to the seniors. And we have 24 races to pack in this busy Saturday of kart racing. 37 in total. We had 3 yesterday and a couple of more super heat consolation race and final on Sunday. So all those information available to you as always on IAMEEuroseries.com, and make sure to tune in as always on YouTube, Facebook and Motorsport TV. Don't forget as well all results and data on ucar.io. We got you covered as always with RGMMC to follow round 3 of the IAME X30 Euro Series, getting into second half of the season. And on this new track, this is now or never for some of the protagonists. We'll go to Home of the Champions in Genk by the end of August for the big finale. But in the meantime, points will be precious.
Yes, they will. Here we go then. This is not a clean start at all. I think they're going to go round again. Yes, now that looked to me like Danny Caronini was kind of squeezed out of the tram lines there. Ruben Moya didn't initially go in the tram lines, and then as soon as he did, he kind of squeezed Danny Caronini out of it. So, yeah, not the start that we want, and they'll go round once more. Probably good for them. Remember, this will be the first time that they have used these racing slicks so far this weekend. Yesterday in qualifying, it was wet, and yesterday in the first race heat, also wet and off the track and not working there. The 340 already coming to a stop. That is a disaster. Alexandri Zancanaro off the track. And Zancanaro there, his race over before it even starts. That's not ideal. But yeah, like we were saying, it was wet yesterday in qualifying. It was wet in their first race heat, so they'll have used one set of their racing wet tyres already this weekend. They will have not even touched these slick tyres, so they'll have had to scrub them in, get them up to temperature, everything that they've needed. Last little final check there for Ruben Moya as he tucks down into the footwell of the kart, just to make sure all is well. Yeah, hopefully this time around the start could be a little bit cleaner. Interesting development there.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Ruben Moya on the left side is the one having to pace everybody down. Behind, he has the experience, the Spaniard, third overall in the championship on equal points with Kali Actins. These are the 2 winners, Actins and Moya, of the first 2 rounds. We will have a third different winner that starts now with the first qualifying heat of the day for those 2 groups.
Nice and slow then, green flag goes out and down they go in towards turn number 1. Great start from Moya, crucially great start from Bollier, who dips it into the inside and takes and holds on to second place. There you can see Danny Caronini has dropped down into P4 now, as I believe Julian Kamen also in that fray. But yes, good start then off the track, 261, not what he will have wanted. That's Alex De Schepper off the track for the Euro karting team. So he's going to have to now fight back from the back of the grid. Let's see what he can do. Rest of the field, though, looking pretty clean. One of the Pantano karts there getting a little bit on the curb, running a little bit wide. Who is that? It's the 213 that's
that was
getting
the back end. There was
trouble.
Miguel Silva from Pantano, indeed, at the back end of the grid, but a bit of a trouble for one of his teammates, or maybe it was them actually at the proceedings of the start at the back end of the field. As around the inside goes one of the drivers from KBK. Well done to, I think it was Dylan Baker and Rafael Parra. We're going to need to see that once again as Parra makes his way up to P10. No, he was indeed overtaken by Dylan Baker for P9. Well done to him as Mario Boyer is closing that first lap in the lead. Moya taking back second place that he lost to Boyer, the Frenchman. As Danny Caronini, oh, look at that once again already. As soon as lap number 2, it's fighting all over the first part of the field like we had in the later stages of the race before. So there's really actually no space left whatsoever between the drivers. This is gloves off as soon as heat number 2 of the day.
Moya, who was a master in the wet conditions yesterday, really got to the front of the grid, drove off and said ciao to everyone else. This time around, he's still there in second place in these early stages of the race. Bollier leading the way. Caronini there in second, not for much longer though, as Moya slips it down the inside through turn number 1 into 2 and 3 now. And well, the crucial question is that can Moya replicate what he did yesterday in the dry conditions today? That will be the challenge. Of course, the track dynamics are completely different in the wet from the dry, so it'll be crucial to see whether or not he's got this circuit dialed in and sussed, and the Pantano team have got that setup sorted.
And you can see with some of the fighting that this is a technical and fast track, but with long flowing corners, and some of the spots already have proved to be quite efficient for overtaking maneuvers. This one we're coming to lap number corner number 14, running inside, and Caronini is gonna go on the curb, pretty much avoiding the spot, avoiding the jump, but it was enough for the move to be made on Mario Bollier for second place. And it's about time for Danny Caronini, because in the meantime Ruben Moya in the lead is in ideal position to keep on building that gap. And Danny Caronini, if he wants to have the shot, the Italian, at the victory, he needed really to get Boyer behind him as soon as possible. Moya the fastest lap, that's very much logical, is in the lead, but as I was saying, you could see some spots for overtaking already on the way to turn number 1, preparing the braking point in turn number 2 and 3. Turn number 14, the hairpin on the conclusion of the lap. We might see as well some overtaking maneuvers in turn number 5, for instance, in the middle of the track. But apart from that, as unfortunately this is all over for Zancanaro that we saw previously, the Pantano racing driver, Alexander Zancanaro from Switzerland, unfortunately. But apart from that, there's a couple of overtaking spots, quite not as always easy to launch a maneuver. But let's see what happened. This is the replay of the starting procedure. On the left side, Pantano shutting the door on the way to turn number 1. Boyer, good start on the outside of Danny Caronini, as Julian Kamen was able to follow him through in P3. Kamen, who sits in the P5 because he's lost a place to Marco Piccolo in the meantime.
Alex De Schepper, who went off the track at the early stages. And again, you don't want to take that outside line. If you can not try and do it, you've got to stay on the inside, and that's gone wrong. The 370, who has come to a stop on the track.
Domenico Congiu.
Yeah, Congiu off the circuit. And unfortunately, his race is over. And by the looks of it, I heard it on the broadcast, and by the looks of that picture, his exhaust has come off.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. We had some rear bumper coming off as well. This is the rear exhaust this time around. Already a couple of DNF in this race, at least drivers going off. But this is the second DNF after Alexander Zancanaro or Domenico Congiui, unfortunately. In the meantime, halfway through this race, as Ruben Moya is trying to hold on to Danny Caronini, but the Italian is very much on his tail. And Mario Boyer, by the look of it, doesn't seem to be able to follow that trend, even though he's still in the same picture. 4th place for Loco Piccolo. Then we have Rafael, Baker, Julian Kamen, Ballotta, Wexelbaumer and Phil McLaughlin didn't have the best of qualifying yesterday. The VDK driver making his best to climb through the field. 8 places gained already for the driver from VDK from Ireland, Phil McLaughlin. 18 on the grid, 10th already. That's going to be a long and hard weekend, unfortunately for him, as qualifying was very hard, and he just needs to make up for the ground that he lost.
Well, Carinini slightly missed the braking zone there going in towards turn 2 and 3. Nearly clipped into the back there of Ruben Moya. And crucially, these drivers are answering the question for us. Can Moya break away? No, he cannot. So it's certainly going to be a tricky day for Ruben Moya. Further down the field, like you're saying, some big movers. Fabian Stutterson has gained 10 positions. He's up to be 23 now. He's one of the biggest movers out on circuit. So there are some changes. Everyone around is just gaining 3, 4, 5 positions. Alex Gerauto has jumped up into P12. Arno Malaysia has jumped up into 15th place. Here is a replay of what happened earlier on.
That's the opening lap, sorry.
Oh, yes, indeed. How close you want to get there between drivers. So lucky that those tyres didn't make full contact there, and just showing how much these drivers are saying, no, this is my part of the track, I'm staying here. And it really does show some proper dedication there. While we were watching that, though, there has been a change. Carinini now leads the race. Ruben Moya now down into 2nd place. So Carinini for the Energy Course team, pushing that kart to its limits, now leads the way in this race. Carinini yesterday, his best result was P9. So a race win today would certainly cheer him up going into today.
And that's very much so, as Carinini, Moya, Boyer, your top 3, just outside of the last corner. This is, it doesn't seem that difficult by the look of it, but you just need to nail that last curb to make sure to have enough momentum on the start-finish straight and launch in an attack on the first section of corners. And Ruben Moya is certainly thinking about doing that in the next few laps. He doesn't have much time on his hands to switch positions. He has already 1 win under his name. Carinini holding off to his position. And watch out for Mario Boyer, because we haven't seen much of the Frenchman. He stayed where he was for most of the race, but he's doing a good job at thinking over, at really asserting his options, trying to see where maybe he could make a difference, where he could dive unexpectedly, maybe from outside to inside. Is a replay of the move for the lead. Danny Carinini between the curb and Ruben Moya. No resistance from the Spaniard, as he tried though to cross the line, but the door was shut on the next. But look at that, Boyer and Moya very much on the tail, on the rear bumper of Danny Carinini, who is going to have a lot of work for the next less than 2 laps to shut all the doors if he wants to make sure to seal the deal and take that win. But Moya might have something to say in the last couple of meters of this race, as Phil McLaughlin keeps on climbing, I was going to say, but he has Nando Wexelbaumer just in front of him. This is a battle for 9th, as we'll get back to that in a minute, but McLaughlin very much on the rear bumper of his opponent. Might want to try something in the last lap.
Yes, indeed. Keep a close eye on that one. Down the inside, though, Bollier just moving it to 2nd place. Taking advantage there of a move down the inside at turn 14. Final lap time then, and Carinini leads, but will Moya fight back for that 2nd place spot? Out of turns number 2 and 3 they go, through the kink of turn 4, into the heavy braking zone of 5, and Moya down the inside. Nice little run there as Aiden Jatish gets a warning flag at the end of the race. He will not like that one. Moya tried the move, he did go down the inside, but it looks like Bollier got the switch over and retook 2nd place. So Carinini's been released here. He'll be comfortable in the lead. It's all really down to what happens in 2nd place. Rafael is there in 4th place from Muckler Piccolo, also in P5. They could pick up the pieces here. Very defensive line there, and contact between the 2 of them. And Moya, did he spin? Did he go round? No, he didn't, but he holds on to 3rd. He tried to go the long way round through turn 14, and it didn't work out well. Bollier went super defensive going into the hairpin. It was rightly so that Moya would take the outside line, but he tried to commit going all the way round the outside line. And wow, that nearly ended in tears for Ruben Moya.
Yeah, absolutely. And another brilliant save We had Clément Houtron actually, who did a similar brilliant save of his kart on the race before. This time this was Ruben Moya who managed to stay on the tarmac. But good battle out there. Boyer, who wasn't as fast as his two rivals through the course of the race, but went for the move on the last penultimate couple of laps of this race, and going defensive indeed in the last sector of the track. But Danny Carinini in the end taking the win, his first of the weekend for the Energy Corset driver. On home soil, one of the local heroes, certainly with the most chances to play at the front. Malo Boyer in second place. Here's your classification in full. Pantano Racing and Ruben Moya on P3. Then we have Rafael Perard, followed by Marc Lopiccolo, Sam Balota in P6 from Dylan Baker, Fionn McLaughlin, who managed to get ahead of Julian Kamen and Nandan Wexelbaumer to make it to P8. Kamen P9, Wexelbaumer P10. Then we have Andrea Moretti, Dante Vinci, Dimitri Matveev, Alex Keralto, Arno Malizia, and in P16, Matthias van der Kerkhoff.
Indeed, a little further down the order as well. Eduardo Dominguez finishing in P17, not gaining or losing any positions, but I'm sure he'll be happy with that one. Aiden Jettish finishing in 18th place, did have a warning flag to his name as well, but he did gain 8 places. Floris Costa and Kimi Dorasson running out the top 20. Christian Konica finishing in 21st place after finishing, gaining 9 positions from Peter Stiller. Benjamin Johns gaining 5, finishing in 23rd place from Fabian Sturlason. Abdullah Kamal, good race for him, finishing in P25 after gaining 9. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. The getaway, relatively slow, but good start from the grid. It got a little bit bumpy in the back of the field, though, when we went through the first couple of corners. But again, understandably, it's the pinch point of the circuit. One driver, of course, who went off the track there, the Shepper, who tried to find his way back onto the track. He did. Unfortunately, he finished that race all the way down in P34. Moya then going for the move into second place. He would take the lead later on in the race. Then it all kind of kicked off further back, didn't it?
Balota, in the middle over there with the VDK colors, the blue ones. And Gian Kamen making his way through. Balota would finish in P6 as we see the move, the first one for the lead by Ruben Moya.
Yeah, indeed. It was chopping and changing all the way throughout. But eyes were on these top 3 throughout it, as they were doing a relatively good job. Moya wasn't able to break away like he did yesterday in the wet conditions, which certainly makes it a little bit interesting going into today. There again, a little bit more contact in the back of the field. Carinini then taking the lead of the race in the latter stages around lap 7. And again, Moya would try to fight back, unable to. This was the moment through turn 14 where we thought it was nearly race over. And in fact, even one of the marshals there even thought the race was over for Moya as he nearly ran to the scene and then realized that he was able to get away. But Bollier would take second from Moya. Certainly a very interesting one there. 3 minutes to go before the next race. But, well, I mean, what can we say about that? Seniors certainly have been delivering in the early stages of the day.
Absolutely. There's been already some acting racing, some brilliant driving skills. And talking about driving skills, this young man on camera, Evan Gilter, presenting the PB kart for the first time, the team competing in this part of the world yesterday in the rain. He put it on pole, but not just a brilliant lap, not just pole position, but with 0.7 of a second from his closest rival. A brilliant exercise in qualifying, a win already in similar treacherous conditions. We heard from Evan Gilter just before the start of his race. Evan Gilter, live from Franciacorta. Second group of the qualifying session for the seniors, still raining, and yet you put it on pole for 0.7 of a second from the rest. How did you do it?
I'm really happy. The kart was perfect on the rain. We struggled a bit during the whole weekend of testing, and with the changing weather, we managed to get the kart ready and perfect with the condition and the setup, everything. So I'm really happy of that. And the kart was perfect, so thanks to PB Kart, because we did an awesome work the whole weekend, and to finally pay with that in the qualifying is just perfect.
Whether it's dry or wet, like today, it seems like there's no stopping you. What do you think you can achieve on this track? Because this is a new destination for the series, new challenges, and a good level of the field.
I already know the track since last year in Hockey Senior, but it's a new track for the team because they never come there before. And yeah, it's a challenging track with both condition, like a track with a lot of sun, and then the weather changing, like for the wet. So it's a challenging race, and we will see what happens here.
Fantastic, merci, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to our pole sitter, Evan Gilter. This driver starting alongside Eli Goldstein, champion from last year. So far this season not been the season he wanted, and even this weekend has not been the weekend he wanted. 13th place he finished yesterday in his first race. He certainly wants to not replicate that. He starts on the front row on the outside line, so hopefully he can have a better run going into this one. Sam Shaw starting behind. He finished second yesterday, and Manuel Samiglio starting in P4 also didn't have a good getaway. He finished P17 in his race. So certainly a very interesting one, but the next race is upon us. It is qualifying heat A and F. The whistle blows, and here's the grid. Evan Gilter and Eli Goldstein then go from row 1. Sam Shaw and Manuel Samiglio go from row 2. Luca Griggs and Marcus Luzio, who finished third yesterday after a penalty, tramline infringement, he starts on the third row. Daniela Wellens finishing in P10 yesterday, starts on the fourth row with Hakan Weisenberger alongside. Stelionas Patris and Riccardo Sorelli going from row 5. Arthur Fasort and Elo Gonzalez go from row 6. Yuta Suzuki and Jules Caranta going from row 7. Keanu Wellens and Enna Frey going from row 8. Aaron Garcia and Kevin Atinga on row 9. Antonio Apicella and Federica Albanese rounding out the top 20 on row number 10.
The following row will see John Tafos and Luca Frederic Rodriguez. Then we have row number 12, Otto Pikonen and Ziming Wang. Row number 13, Natalia Granada and Alexander Ruta, followed by Rima Blanc and Hugh Lee on row number 14. Row number 15, we'll see Eton Faramon and Nolan Dubois. Then we have Thomas Mota and GC Garcia. Row number 17, Andrea Giudice and Matteo Giacciardi, as well as Victor Kulmala on the last row of the grid. 35 drivers that we have with us for this qualifying heat, still in the senior class, of course, opposing Group A versus F. Gilter Goldstein. This is really the golden first row of the grid, the kind of battle that you know is likely to take place onto the track in the next few laps, because those two know each other quite well for the past few seasons. We've seen them battling in the IAME Euro Series on Belgian ground as well in the National Belgian Championship. So they used to be part of the same team, VDK Racing. Now we have Goldstein representing the Italian factory of TB Kart, Evan Gilter with the French team of PB Kart, not to get confused there. But Gilter Goldstein, this is a battle royale as early as qualifying heat number 3 on Saturday. And we're likely to find them suddenly again on the top positions coming to the final, even though these are two drivers that didn't have the best of outcome in the first 2 rounds of the competition. Gilter stepped on the podium on the IAME Winter Cup back in Valencia in February, but ever since struggled a little bit to get the results he wanted. Will we have a start on the first attempt? Doesn't look like it. No, we go around one more time. You could see the drivers raising their hands in the air, and some of them were not in positions. Watch out, and remember that Marcus Luzio, as you said, got a penalty yesterday for putting 2 wheels outside of the corridors. 2 wheels, that's 3 seconds. All 4 wheels, that's 5-second penalty. So you don't want to miss your spot, and you want to get in line at the pace of the pole sitter. By the look of it, I thought that the first part of the grid was quite decent. It was maybe at the back end that some of the drivers were not ideally positioned.
Yeah, indeed, so they will go round again. One more attempt, hopefully get that and sorted out. Of course, all the drivers here will be under the direction of race director Martin Bean, who's on the very large gantry that goes over the entire start-finish straight here at Franciacorta. It is a beautiful circuit, fantastic facilities. First time here, and I've got to say, I am enjoying it quite a lot. So the track team here done a brilliant job to make sure the circuit does look absolutely beautiful there. And that shot there really shows the incline they've got actually going into turn number 14. It looks completely flat, but it is a bit of a raise there. No, not so much indeed. So out of the final corner, once again, this looks a little bit nicer. Gilter just needs to hit it on the loud pedal here to get it going, and it does get going. Green flag goes out. Good start from Gilter there. Gets into the lead, and Sam Shaw slots into second place. Goldstein drops into third. Watch that outside line again. Anyone going to be a victim of the same thing? No, everyone gets away and through turns 2 and 3 nice and clean. Down in towards turn 5 and 6. The double apex corner here, a little bit of squabbling in the mid-pack there. One kart going wide, looks like an EGP kart that's gone off the track. Gets back on but goes to the back of the grid. The rest of the field though looks relatively nice there. You can see Jules Caranta just at the midfield in that section there. You can see him with this yellow lid, orange liveried kart and suit as the rest of the field makes their way round. It's a good start from Gilter. Gigi, who breaks away now with a nice little lead.
Gigi Gilter managed that opening lap on the way to the last pin. So the driver is trying to lag themselves up to gain a position. And look at Gilter already building a bit of a gap, half a second. As Luca Griggs and Shaw battling along. This is Eli Goldstein and Shaw, sorry, for P2. Luca Griggs just behind. Then we have in P5, Manuel Scogarmiglio trying to make his bid as well. Oh, and it's going off. 3 drivers off. What just happened? With the 266, this is Marcus Luzio as well, who went together with Manuel Scogarmiglio. Jesus, we caught that live actually, and God knows what happened because Scogarmiglio was the first in line, and there was one driver between the two that managed to get away from the crash and get going again. Both actually, all drivers who managed to stay and get back onto the track, but with pretty much all the positions lost, unfortunately, at the back end of the grid. And that's another disappointment for Luca Griggs, unfortunately. And Marcus Luzio, Luca Griggs is still very much in the lead, sorry, but Marcus Luzio dropping all the way back, as in the meantime, Eli Goldstein gets ahead of Evan Gilter. First switch of positions in the lead. The battle is on. Goldstein, P1, Gilter, P2, and watch out for Sam Shaw in P3.
I think Luca Griggs was also involved in that fray because he's dropped all the way down to 22nd. Yeah, so he's also involved in that one. Like you're saying, though, Goldstein leading the way. Much better performance today. Was not enjoying those wet conditions yesterday as Sam Shaw dives it down the inside of Gilter and moves up into second place now, back down the straight in towards turn 14. Again, this hairpin certainly a favourite for a lot of the drivers to send it down the inside. There's the second chasing pack, and Paretis is there for Sort, Suzuki and Caranta also in that battle. So large train starting to form here as Goldstein holds on to the lead. Sam Shaw, though, looking very, very quick. We might see a move from him on this lap. He has latched onto the back of Goldstein already and potentially could be going for a move. They're currently going through turns 9 and 10. They sweep back now through 11 and 12. Now, it looks like one corner, but it's actually 2 apexes going into it, so they class it as 2 corners through turn 13. Here is a replay of what happened then, or in the background. Yes.
I think that's Luca Griggs that might have something to do with this.
Was it the cause of it?
Yeah, but because by the look of it, you could see actually the first driver, Manuel Scogarmiglio, the Italian, actually was leading that group of 3 drivers, and Luca Griggs was actually trying to make his bid around the inside with Marcus Luzio following in third in that group. And by the look of it, it seems that Luca Griggs missed a little bit the braking point and the racing line and pushed. We might need to see that again, but he pushed the Italian driver that went off and taking Marcus Luzio as well with them. So that's a strange incident, actually, but luckily all managed to get back on track. But Manuel Scogarmiglio had to actually retire as well as Marcus Luzio. So both got back onto the tarmac, but decided that it's not anymore worth it, unfortunately. So this is DNF for both those 2 drivers, and Luca Griggs is in P21 as it stands. So pretty much race done and dusted for him.
Yeah, so Scogarmiglio, it's not been a good weekend for him. 17th place yesterday, now retirement in this race. It's not looking like it's going to be a good weekend for the Italian driver. Still top three, rages on as Goldstein sets the fastest lap of the race, 51.104. Further behind, though, Jules Caranta has now put himself up into P4. He's gained 10 positions, so he's having a good run. Yuta Suzuki, with a fantastic run, is up into P5 after gaining 8 positions. He just lost out to Caranta on that last lap, but still in a very good spot. Eloy Gonzalez up into P6 after gaining 6 positions as well. So he's also having a good run. Riccardo Sorelli, John Tafos as well, the Greek driver for Victory Lane. He's up 13 positions. There are some big movers out in this one.
And talking about moves, we just saw in the corner of the picture in the last hairpin, Enea Frey taking Kevin Lantinga with him on P10 and 11. And Steganos Petrisis, the Greek driver, was the big loser in that one because he lost 2 places down to P12. So we have moves all through the field. And we're waiting for any launch of an attack between these three. Eli Goldstein, 2/10 in front of Sam Shaw. Schilter coming very close outside of the corner on the way into the middle part of the track. Let's see what the PB car driver will be able to do as he makes his way out of time number 9. This is time number 13, sorry, on the way to the hairpin. The last section of that Franciacorta karting track, and Schilter was very much on the charge. Watch out as well, because further back we saw Enea Frey still battling along with Kevin Lantinga, with Arthur Vonzor in the pack, so 2 VDK drivers together. Jonathan Tafos picking up a warning flag as Schilter is waiting patiently to see where he could maybe crack that move open.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. The top 3 absolutely line astern here. Aramon with the fastest lap of the race, though. He's down in P12 at the moment, so again, shows that the pace is all the way throughout the field. Bit of contact there, though. Shaw and Schilter. Goldstein might have an opportunity here to break away in this latter stage of the race. Shaw under pressure here as Schilter did set the fastest lap of the race earlier on. Check over the shoulder as well. There goes Shaw. I didn't expect that one there. That was quite a lunge, but it was clean from Sam Shaw, who now takes the lead of this race. Over the line he goes. Schilter also trying to follow through as well, but he couldn't quite make the move done as well. So Goldstein now down into 2nd place here, in towards turn number 5 once again, and just not able to get that cut down the inside. Goldstein will have to come up with another plan here. So Shaw looking quick, and he's matched the pace here, but will he break away? We see the premium karting team do a fabulous job over here in Europe and as well as in the UK. Very popular team in the UK, and here in Europe they certainly know what they are doing. Out of turn 13, down the hill, Goldstein's going to return the favour, and Sam Shaw's going to fight back instantly and immediately go for that move, but Goldstein will have the line, and Shaw gets squeezed out wide, and he's demoted to 3rd place and has dropped well off these 2. And crucially now, tyres will be wet. He's got to get the temperature back into them. He will not catch up to these 2 again. So now it's Goldstein and Schilter. Will Sam Shaw think against that one, though? Will he think, that wasn't fair?
That was a bit of a scary moment, wasn't it? But thankfully for Sam Shaw, he was able to retain that 3rd position. But that might actually lead to a bit of talking back in the paddock. But let's not forget that Sam Shaw, the British driver, is one of the contenders for the title this season, unlike Schilter and Goldstein. Schilter is gesturing to Goldstein. You can see maybe is after what just happened with Sam Shaw, maybe Schilter will think it twice before making his move on the lead. And you can see the gesture from Schilter. Is not happy about what just happened between Goldstein and Sam Shaw. And the Belgian is protecting his line, protecting his position for what could be his first win. Schilter very much on his tail, and he's furious, actually, Evan Schilter. And you could see him gesturing to Goldstein around the inside, taking the lead potentially, but Goldstein keeps up the racing line on the inside.
Yeah, Schilter gesticulating wildly there at Goldstein just to say, what are you doing? Why are you defending? We don't need to, because now, look, Sam Shaw has actually started to close back up again. We're on the final lap. It's not going to be enough here, and I suspect with how frustrated Schilter is here, he might go for a move here into the final corner as Goldstein goes fully defensive. Schilter will get the switch back, but remember what happened to Sam Shaw 1 lap ago. Will it happen again this time around? Schilter saw it and thought against it. They'll go side by side across the line. Goldstein will take it. Schilter not happy with the defensive manner of Goldstein at the end of that one. Shaw will finish in third place. Goldstein there just chatting with Shaw, and well, that race might not be over just yet. There might be some talking points in that one. But at the end of 11 laps, Ellie Goldstein for Belgium for the DB Kart Racing Team will take the race win from Evan Gilter, Sam Shaw, Jules Caranta and Riccardo Sorelli, who pushed themselves up into P4 and P5. They were slowly closing in on this three-way battle, unable to do so in the time frame that they had. Eloy Gonzalez finishes in P5 from John Staffos, who did get a warning flag. He gained 14 positions. He finishes in P7. From Yuta Suzuki, who finishes in P8 after gaining 5 positions. Ethan Faramond after gaining 20 finishes in P9, with Enna Frey rounding out the top 10 in after gaining 6 positions. Kevin Latinga, Arthur Fassort, Remo Blanc and Aaron Garcia round out the top 14, with Natalia Granada gaining 10 positions, rounding out the top 15.
Here's your classification in full. Just outside of that top 16, we have Luca Griggs, P16, Stylianos Petrices down in P17, then we have Rodrigo Rodriguez, P18, followed by Antonio Piccella, Federico Albanese, Otto Picconen, 21st, then Matteo Giacciardi, who climbed 12 places up to P22, followed by Keanu Lee, Channing Wang, Andrea Giudice, then we have as well Thomas Motas in P26, followed by Delano Wellens, Nolan Dubois, Keanu Wellens, Pacom Weisenberger. Disastrous race, unfortunately, for Pacom, the Frenchman, who was 8th on the grid, lost all the way to the back end of the grid, 22 positions lost, and P30 at the line. Then we have Alexander Ruta, Victor Kulmala, as well as GC Garcia, and 2 drivers who didn't see the checkered flag, Marcus Luzio and Manuel Scogna Miglio, in that strange incident in the opening stages that we certainly will see again into the highlights. You can see Heinrich Mans in the middle with his family and close ones watching, of course, everything that's happening in the class. Here's a replay of the start and this qualifying heat with a good getaway from Evan Gilter. Sam Shaw was very close, very keen on his rear bumper in P2. Then Goldstein made his move, but this is further back. That's interesting. You could see the move, at least the missed attempt from and by the look of it, actually, I need to correct myself on that one, but I think that it might have been Marcus Luzio. He was the one in the middle, actually, as a result of that incident. We'll get back to that. In the meantime, Gilter lost P2 to Sam Shaw, chasing Ellie Goldstein, making his bit on the inside of the hairpin, turn number 14. Gilter was close to do that as well, but here's a response from the Belgian, who took back the lead in the same corner. Gilter was very close, and this is the incident that just follows. Gilles with Sam Shaw on the outside, a slight touch with Goldstein apologizing for what just happened. Gilter taking back P2, and then an interesting development with the Frenchman furious at his Belgian opponent and gesticulating up until the checkered flags. Actually, it was even busier gesturing to Goldstein than focusing on his driving, but really showing the DB driver that he wasn't happy at all about what just happened.
Well, you can understand at this point as well that Gilter might be talking about, why are you doing this? Because we're using our tyres and we don't need to. We want to. It's a qualifying heat. It's the start of the day. You know, there's no stress here. 1-2, they'll be happy with that. It's good points, intermediate classification points, I should say, you know, as they go into it. But yeah, certainly very interesting. At the end then of the top 3 senior grids, Gilter leads the qualifying classifications with 2 points, joint with Clement Autran, Ian Aikmans and Ruben Moya, 3rd and 4th, also 2 and 3 points. That will change. We turn our attention now onto the junior category. First time we're going to see them racing, but yesterday in qualifying, Rocco Coronel, what a qualifying session he had. He starts this one on pole position. You caught up with him yesterday, Guillaume. Here is what he had to say.
Rocco Coronel, Arthur Proficiat, congratulations. That's pole position for you in the junior class in Franciacorta. Tell us how you feel after that beautiful lap. Just 1 tiny thousandth of a second advantage on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I made a big mistake in S2. I hadn't quite seen that me and Paul on the rain, because I'm not very good in the rain. But for the rest, was just quite of being in control and driving.
You're being modest because you see you're not very good in the rain, but still pole position. That puts you right in front for the qualifying heats. On this track, Will pole position be an advantage with the first section of corners? What do you think?
Last week, yeah, because every time I started pole, I just had the gap already like 5-6 tenths in the start. So yeah, I think it's an advantage.
Fantastic. Good luck and thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go, great chat there to Rocco Coronel, who starts this one on pole position. Starting alongside him, though, is Tiziano Cugnini. And now he had also an excellent qualifying. He starts this one on that front row. We're yet to see these drivers race, though. That's the question. Luckily, they're going to be going out. They do have also a fresh set of slick tyres. You can see them down there. They're looking absolutely marvellous. And I'm sure they'll have a lot of time scrubbing those in. Starting just behind them, though, Fusion Motorsports' Jensen Graham starting on that second row. You can see him there lined up, ready to go. And again, the British driver certainly wanting to capitalise on this weekend, because in the championship, he is, well, he's quite far down in the championship.
He's a P18 at the moment. Jensen Graham, he picked 5 little points back in the Mariembourg, so not a lot, and lots of room for improvement for the Fusion Motorsport driver.
Exactly. It's going to be a tough second half of the season. Not long now until the race gets underway. There you can see Ross Upton, the judge of fact, in the middle of the dummy grid, ready to get going. Whistle will blow. And the next race, Junior X30 qualifying Heat A and B, will make its way out onto the circuit. Like we say, Rocco Coronel and Tiziano Cugnini then start on the front row. Jensen Graham and Thomas Kinsey go from row 2. Clovis Nogueira and Thibaut Ramicas go from row 3. Daniel Kelleher and Romeo Rossell going from row number 4. Riccardo Ferrari and Angelo Doresteno go from row 5. Sasha Van Bad Boff and Sandro Perez go from row 6. Sam Woolley and Sasha Bertrand go from row 7. And Farion Papafilippou go from row 8 with Matteo Duvon alongside him.
Row number 9, we have Arthur Wang and Matteo Melis. Row number 10, Kais Aziza and Angelina Purenka. Then we have Elia Weiss and Austin Gale. Row number 12, Andrew Carter and Daniel Dalakian, followed by Mathis Riba, Filippo Donazan, as well as Usamaya Della Pietra, Paul Andriotis by her side. On row number 14. Then we have Yanis Dubois and Pistioli Atina. 30 drivers on this grid representing Group A and B. For the entry list, we had more than 200 drivers, 209 to be specific, starting this round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. And we had a good bunch, of course, in the junior class with a total of 58 competitors, 44 in the minis that will come later, and 107 in the seniors. So fantastic showing for the first time of the IAME Euro Series in Franciacorta. The drivers on to the track to make the tires up to temperature. The drivers as well, certainly, because there's a lot of heat beneath the racing helmets. Let's see if Rocco Coronel will be able to pace everybody down on the first attempt of the start. Rocco Coronel wearing the colors of the Netherlands on his racing helmets, in tribute as well to his father, Tom Coronel, that needs no introduction in the world of motorsport, following closely all the performances of his son. He was actually commentating on yesterday's qualifying on social media about how proud he is about the pole position from Rocco Coronel. So good to see, good to witness Tom Coronel's following of the IAME Euro Series, as well as other karting competition on the international scene.
Here we go then, green flag goes out and the race is underway for qualifying Heat A and B. Good start then from Coronel, who holds on to the lead then. And good start actually from Jensen Graham, who slots into second place. Looks like Thomas Kinsey, who's dropped into, no, it's not Thomas Kinsey, that is Rocco Coronel, who's under pressure. Actually, it's another teammate. I think it's Clovis Nogueira who's up into third place now. So he's had an excellent start. There we go. I was getting a bit confused. How is there another victory lane cut already there in P3? Great start.
And already scrubbling a little bit for P2. Watch out not to bang wheels way too soon in that 8-lap race. A little bit shorter than for the seniors. As down in P4, we have the 36 by the look of it. This is Tiziano Cugnini who's going to make his move, but not so much as the victory lane driver, Clovis Nogueira, up into P2, taking Tiziano Cugnini with him, up into P3 as well. P4, doubling down the order, Jensen Graham. Watch out for the move of the number 60 behind as well, Nogueira. who's dropping a couple of places in the process. Unfortunately, Nugareid had made such a nice move up into P2, and now he's going to have to do it all over again because everybody went through in the process. In the meantime, in turn number 2 and 3. So he went from potentially P2 all the way down to, where is he actually? Our driver, Nugareid, yeah, all the way down to P12. Incredible loss of momentum and places there for the victory lane driver. Quite unfortunate, as in the meantime, the 41 of Thomas Kinsey is making his move of Daniel Kelleher for P4.
Yeah, again, chopping and changing. First time we've seen the juniors here. Kelleher back down the inside and a little bit late on the brakes. Nearly collides into the side there of Jensen Graham, who avoids the contact, but drops down several positions into P6 now. Riccardo Ferrari also there now looks to the inside, and he gets that move done. You can see him going through on the number 93, the pink liveried cart, just going through. He's now tucked in behind Daniel Kelleher. Thomas Kinsey, well, actually he's tucked in behind Thomas Kinsey. Bit of contact there between the two of them. Nini getting squeezed here, side by side, and Riccardo Ferrari goes through the inside and actually moves up, I think, now into third place now. Kinsey dropping down. This is certainly getting very interesting, and Rocco Coronel will be liking this because he has just driven away. There he goes with his orange helmet. This is the battle for second place downwards.
Yeah, this is a little bit silly, isn't it, between those young drivers, because they know that Rocco Coronel is getting away. This is only lap number 3 out of 8. There's not a lot of time. As run inside, there goes Jensen Graham on Ferrari for P3, but a lot of wheel banging and lost time in those first few laps of the race is not the way to do, certainly, if you want to collect points. On the inside, there goes back Jensen Graham, beautifully made as he takes Ferrari with him, and that's 2 places lost for Tiziano Cosnini with the number 56. Not quite able to switch positions again, and Thomas Kinsey behind with the Jana Racing colors will certainly try to get ahead of the Swiss driver. But a lot of fighting for the start of this race that allows Coronel to give himself a bit of fresh air with 1.2 seconds now in the lead for the Dutchman. On the inside goes Kinsey on the Ferrari as Tiziano Cosnini and Jensen Graham are able to get away themselves for P2 and P3, so they will be left alone, so to speak, to fight up in the lead. Not so much in the lead, but for P2 and P3 behind Rocco Coronel. But watch out for the second chasing wagon. As you can see, Thomas Kinsey, the number 41, is a bit on his own on the way to turn number 2. But right now, it all goes the way of Rocco Coronel.
I'm looking there and I'm seeing an MDC Birolak kart coming through. It's the 57. It's Sandro Perez, who has gained 7 positions in this race so far and has put himself up into the top 5. He's running there in P5 at the moment. He's had an absolutely lightning start as he leads the rest of the drivers behind. He's got Keller behind, he's got Ferrari, he's got Roussel, Sacha van Bad Bosch, Thibaut Ramekers there running out the top 10. Eyes on the driver in third place, Cosnini, who is now going to be under pressure from Sandro Perez in just a moment, because look at the closing distance there for Perez under braking. It was a little bit close behind as well as Kelly tried to go down the inside of Ferrari, and he has dropped down a couple of positions there as Sacha van Bad Bosch has moved up into P5. Look at, well, Sandro Perez is on a charge here. He's up into P4 now.
That's fantastic driving skills and pace by Sandro Perez. Let's not forget that he won the opening round of the championship back in Zuera. He was one of the protagonists as well at the Winter Cup in Spain, so very much performant on home soil. Didn't have as much successful results and outcome in Mariembourg, unfortunately, for Sandro Perez, but he's back very much into the leading group, and let's see what he's going to be able to do as we're here on board, so to speak, with the 63. This is Carter Aziza with the 94 VDK. Daniel Kelleher, who's going to lose maybe a position to Carter with Aziza around the inside, taking 2 in one go. Beautifully made by the driver number 95. This is Kais Aziza from Switzerland, battling for P9, and he got that positions in the bag, climbing 10 places up. The number 57 now we're on board with Sandro Perez. This is a battle for P3 with Tiziano Cosnini just behind. Cosnini, who might not be quite happy under his helmet to have lost the leading places. He was second on the grid, now battling for P3. But in the meantime, Jensen Graham and Rocco Coronel were able to get away, as by the look of it, Graham is pushing certainly very hard to try to decrease that gap, but 0.8 of a second, that should be enough for Rocco Coronel.
Van Bad Bosch making the move there as well on Cosnini, moving up into P4 now. And like you were saying, yeah, because Nini here will be not the happiest as he goes through. And well, there's a bit more emotion going on just behind as we go on to the final lap. You can see Romeo Rossell and Riccardo Ferrari there scrapping away, and Riccardo there was just saying, come on, let's go, stop defending once again as we go on to the final lap. Rocco Coronel here, who has, well, we've not spoken about him much. Well, he's leading the way, and he's had a comfortable race. He's not really had to battle too hard. He's just driven his laps. He's done exactly what he needed to do, and, well, the gap's not closed in. And, yeah, he's had a solid little run on this one. I'm suspect he'll be quite happy with taking a first win of the weekend for juniors.
A solid run indeed. Rocco Coronel is always good when we then don't mention too much the leader and we don't give him too much TV time. That means that he's on his own planet, way up in the lead, and that's going to be a successful result. And watch out for the move for the P2 with Jenson Graham holding on to Perez, Sandro Perez for P2 for just 400 of a second on the line. Whoa! So Rocco Coronel, first win of the weekend for the young Dutchman, but behind Jenson Graham, Sandro Perez fighting along up until the checkered flag. The race is never over before crossing that line, and Sandro Perez wanted to go for that very late move, but just missed that out for a couple of meters and 40,000 of a second. So Graham P2 and Sandro Perez in P3.
Yes, indeed. What a drive then from Rocco Coronel. Very close between Jenson Graham and Sandro Perez. In fact, I'm going to write a little note down here. Is keep an eye on Sandro Perez because he's very quick this weekend. So, yes, that's certainly a very interesting race from Sacha Van Pape. Because Nini then finishes in P5 from Riccardo Ferrari. Romeo Rossell finishes in P7 from Thibaut Ramekers. The rest of the field, Aziza finishes in P9. Daniel Kelleher and Henry Carter then finishing in P10 and 11 after gaining 12 positions in that race for Henry Carter. Matteo Duvant finishes in P12. There is a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that race. Sam Woolley, Thomas Kinsey and Matthias Reiber then rounding out the top 15. Matthias gaining 10 positions in that race. Thomas Kinsey losing 10 positions. They finish P14 and 15. Bertrand Sash finishes in P16 after losing 2 positions. He rounds out the top 16 from Arthur Huang, who doesn't gain or lose any positions. He finishes in P17. Austin Gale, after gaining 4 finishes in the top 20, finishing in P18 from Daniel Dalakian, and Paul Andreas there finishing in the top 20, who did set the fastest lap of the race earlier on. Sacha Van Pape would take that after taking it 51.631 fastest lap out there. Matteo Meles finishing in 21st place from Angelo Dorestino finishing in 22nd. Angelina Poenka, Boris Nugarade and Farian Papafilippou finishing in the top 25. There you can see the next race is getting ready to go out. We will be heading down to Parc Fermé in just a moment, though, to chat to, I believe, our race winner, Rocco Coronel, in that one, who had a very eventless race. He did exactly what he needed to do. There you can see our race director, Martin Lee, just having a quick chat there with our drivers, I believe, starting at the front of this one. Cathal Clark and Harry Bartle, they start on the front row for qualifying heat C and D. In just a moment's time, we will head down to Parc Fermé to chat to one of our drivers. Guillaume Alvarez will be down there, but certainly after 8 laps of racing, Rocco Coronel, who took the win by over a second out there from Jenson Graham and Sandro Perez. Perez gaining 9 positions in that one. Again, you can say the same for Victory Lane's driver, Sacha Van Pape, who gained 7 positions, also finishing in 4th place. Certainly 2 drivers to keep a very close eye on throughout the proceedings of this one. Then qualifying heats then will mean that Rocco Coronel leads that with 0 points. But the question is, will he be able to maintain that as the day goes on? Group A and B will be out later on today in juniors before the lunch break. There'll be race 14 and 15 between now and then. We've still got 1 more junior race, 2 minis and 3 senior races to go. And yes, Indeed, as the information is about to get going. Here we go then, we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
This qualifying heat, what a finish that was, because a couple of meters more and then you would have lost maybe that P2.
Yeah, it was a close race, really hard racing the whole way through. Just managed to get away halfway through and then kind of kept it from there.
So a strong result for you to start the day. That puts you in high confidence, I guess, when it comes to the opposition, because there's a lot of fighting in your group.
Yeah, we definitely could have done better, but our P2 is a great result and we'll see what we can do next time.
How confident do you feel with the machine around this track? Because this is a new sort of layout for the championship with a couple of challenges here and there.
Yeah, I think the track's very good. It's a very nice track, very flowy, like everything flows into each other. The kart feels pretty good round it too. It's just the track's a bit worse because of the rain.
Because of the rain, but now it should be dry for today. Thank you very much, Jensen Graham, for coming to talk with us. You can go, of course, to debrief the race that we had. Let's see if we have a bit more time on our hands and try to find a couple of more people to talk to. Let me see if I can grab one or two in the Parc Ferme, as the drivers, as always, go through the scale and debrief the race that just happened with the mechanic. But most of them have already left the area. Let's see if I can maybe grab a couple of them fighting through the field, but seems unlikely for the time being. We'll get back to you if we have, of course, someone else to talk to that could give us some insight about the race that just happened. But the next one still with the Genie in just a few moments, as drivers are now getting themselves ready to go on the pre-grid. So we'll get back to you later with some more live interviews, guys. Back to you, Anthony. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yeah, down there in Parc Ferme. Nice to chat to Jensen Graham. Like you're saying, we could have done better. There we go, out on circuit. So lots of Jurassic racing. Hopefully the second group will not have the same troubles with how busy it was in terms of battles. Harry Bartle then and Cathal Clark on this one, starting on the front row. There you can see the drivers not even suited and booted yet, ready to go. So we've got a bit of time before this race is due to start. This race is due to start, the junior race Group C and D, on track at 11:10, which is in around 4 minutes time. So there's a bit of time to get them going. Starting on the third row, there is Harrison Mackie, and you can see his brother there, his older brother, Lewis Mackie, on the spanners for him this weekend, having the last few words of encouragement for getting this going. Freddie Lloyd starting on the second row alongside, so it's a British 1, 2, 3, 4. Arjen Kraling for Germany starts on the third row with Filippo Pancotti starting alongside the Italian driver, starting in P6 on the Tony Kart chassis. There, though, close-up of Bartle getting himself ready in the Crop Promotions kart. He's down there just getting himself ready. So, again, first race of the weekend for these drivers. They are yet to determine who is going to be quickest out there, because yesterday, of course, in qualifying for them, it was all wet conditions. They did have their practice sessions, their practice qualifyings and their warm-ups, where they could get an idea of how they are in pace. But as you can imagine, in practice or anything like that, you don't really want to show all of your cards. So you can't really take a full understanding of what the grid pace is like. So this will be the first real time we see the true pace of these drivers. And of course, fully fresh tyres. There, you can see Cathal Clark just at the front of the grid having a quick chat, and nice little photos being taken there. And possibly even a selfie. There you go, selfie with the driver with a headset on. There you go, you can get those selfies. I don't know where you can find those selfies, there you go, but there you go, we'll do our best to try and locate them. But yeah, the Victory Lane team, they've certainly done a good job on the Red Speed chassis. The Red Speed chassis certainly coming through, another OTK product, again, that's on the market. And, you know, certainly they have shown that the kart's got speed, haven't they?
And Cathal Clark has been one of the stars for this season. P5 at the moment in the classification, as he stepped on the podium in Zuera and picked up a couple of points, but not as many as he would have liked in Marienbourg. So there's revenge in the air for Cathal Clark, who is going to be starting on the front row of the grid alongside Harry Bartle from Croc Promotion. And as it stands in the classification of the junior class, this is Freddie Lloyd that we're going to have from second row of the grid, number 51, that is leading the way with 53 points. And you can see this is Harrison Mackie, or the driver that is going to be alongside Freddie Lloyd from Fusion Motorsport. Freddie Lloyd driving his Birelard by his side. 53 points for Lloyd. Alexis Constant rose to P2 in the classification after his win in Marienbourg in front of Thomas Kinsey and Salvador Perez. That's still very much provisional. There will be, at the end of those qualifying heats, by the end of the day, points awarded for the drivers in each of the classes. More points after the super heats on Sunday morning, and of course the finals on Saturday afternoon. Here's your leader of the junior class overall, Freddie Lloyd. Last talk with his mechanic for Freddie Lloyd right there, who is having a different, you can see, don't get confused with the name that he has on his racing suit, which is not the same. It was Greenhall, I think, that he had on his right leg over there, but this is indeed Freddie Lloyd. Sometimes it happens in the teams, you know, if you have the same size as one of your teammates and you don't have maybe your name put on the racing suit just yet. So yeah, maybe take it for just the one weekend, but so you know that this is indeed the British driver from Fusion Motorsport leading the overall championship.
Yes, indeed. There we go. We spoke about the third row of the grid, row number 4, Isaac Phelps and Joseph Smith. Isaac Phelps, you can see there in the background. No livery on his car, but here we go. Next race, Junior X30, qualifying heat C and D. Let's take you through the grid. Bartle and Clark then on the front row. Harrison Mackie and Freddie Lloyd take row 2. Arden Kraling and Filippo Pancotti go from row 3. Isaac Phelps and Joseph Smith round out row 4. Louis Kaman and Toby Gale take row 5. Ilma Svan and Christopher El Ghaffari take row 6. Alexis Constant and Matt Corby then will round out row 7 with Ethan Lennon and George Nassar, who will round out the top 8 rows.
Row number 9, we'll see Eden Spanswick and Ty Fisher. Then we have Philippe Carras and Arthur de Donker, Connor Clancy and Wouter Berganu. Row number 11. Row number 12, we'll see Florentin Attemer and Sébastien Mins, followed by Tyrone Kinar and Fares Jalil, Jean-Paul Carras and Miguel Blasquez Amengol. On row number 14, 28 drivers in this one, opposing group C and D, still in the junior class. After this one, we'll be switching our attention to the minis, the youngest of all drivers competing this weekend, of course. And then it will be about the seniors. Once again, we switch from classes to the other all throughout the weekend. So don't forget, of course, that you can find all the classification and results on IAME-Euroseries.com, on ucar.eo as well. And don't forget to check out our different content on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We got you covered as always. Here we go with the 2 laps to get the tires up to temperature. Harry Battle, Cathal Clark, this is your front row of the grid. And first race of the weekend for those 2 groups of the junior class. In the juniors, we have one first winner already in Rocco Coronel. It's been dominating his topic in the race before. So my driver is waving quite a bit on the way to turn number 14. This is where you might see a lot of maneuvers through the race. And watch out for that last little bend to the left. And don't ask, of course, Sam Shaw about what just happened in his previous race. He knows quite a bit about that little incident that might be worth talking about.
The dreaded turn 15. Here we go through the lights, and they go green, and it's a great start then from the front row. Bartle holds on to the lead. Bit of contact and jostling in the background, I think 1 or 2 with a rotation. They get going again. Who is that? And I think a bit of damage. It's the 16 who's gone off. That is George Nassar for the GGM Motorsport team. And that's a bit of a shame for him. He drops back several positions now to the back of the grid. Mackie looks like he's gone up into second place there. And it looks like the VDK of Arjun Krailing's put himself up into now second place as he dives down the inside. And what a start from Isaac Phelps. He's there in P4. So great start then from the front runners.
And great battle as well for P2 over there on the way to turn number 13. On the inside, it's going to go to 29. Watch out for Isaac Phelps, as with his interesting no sort of livery all black, like the Mercedes Formula 1 team used to be back in the day. But watch out for this battle up into P4 for Phelps. Freddie Lloyd just all the way down to P5, but maybe he's going to try to go around the outside. This is Harrison Mackie on Crowling in P2. Crowling, the VDK driver, protecting his position on the inside line. Is going to be taken into sandwich. Oh, watch out! A clip on the curb for the 51 of Freddie Lloyd, who takes positions up and keeps on going up into P2. Brilliant move from Freddie Lloyd on that one in that section of corner, because he was able not only to get on that jump and get the feel of his kart, getting in control, but taking 2 and 3 positions up back into P2.
All 3 wide, just further back as well, as drivers scrabbling to find a piece of track. Command also involved in that one, I think Joseph Smith as well. But a very interesting start, a sideways contact there, and Isaac Phelps nearly going round. He was in P3 across the line. He's now dropped several positions on that one, and that was just the squeezing of the trains. Now you've got here, and here's a coming together. Joseph Smith, one of them. And who is the other driver? It's a George Gibbons kart. And, well, I'm trying to think, is that Connor Clancy? No, it's not Connor Clancy.
That was number 80, that was. And the number 80 being Christopher El Fagalli and Joseph Smith indeed coming together. And that's quite an unfortunate turn of event. And as they were battling for P14, they lost all positions, and they're going to have to do it all over again.
Well, Fagali out the kart and was quickly on the scene to try and pull Joseph Smith's car off the back of his so he could get going again. So very eager to restart in this race. Change here down the inside. Cathal Clark moves past Harrison Mackie. Freddie Lloyd does the same as well. Mackie back down into P4 now. Keeping on the 2 behind, you've got Phelps and Kuman also trying to close in. Ethan Lennon, who's had a brilliant race. He's up 8 positions into P7. Eden Spanswick for the MDL team is also up 9 positions. He's up into P8. So big movers out there across the field. Cathal Clark, though, still on the fight here to try and close up to Bartle. The gap is now 0.3 of a second. Cathal Clark has closed up half the gap already in 1 lap. We are going to have a battle here between the Brits. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 for the British drivers. Louis Coman, who is there in P5, splits them. Ethan Lennon still there in 8th place. And Martin Kraling, who's not had the best run in this one. He's dropped down 4 places into P9. As again, the drivers start to battle away here. And Clark and Bartle.
You could see the little gesture from Clark actually in P2, telling Harry Bartle to keep on going. Let's work together. And number 80, this will be race over for Christopher El Fagalli after his incident with Josh Smith, who retired as well, like George Nassar and Arthur de Donker. So 4 DNF so far as the battle keeps on raging. Look at Cathal Clark under the pressure of Freddie Lloyd and Harry Mackie as well. The 2 Fusion Motorsport drivers working together sort of to try to put the rivals under pressure on the inside of the number 14 with Cathal Clark. Thought he had the move done. Oh, and a contact from behind. Harry Mackie, who just went bumping on his rear bumper. And look at the noise, the noise, shall I say, of the front bumper of Harry Bartle. It keeps flipping into the air. I don't see any problem by the look of it. But the switch of position for Mackie and coming as well for P4, and Phelps lost a couple of positions down to P6.
Yeah, getting very close here. It's allowing everyone to close back in. Isaac Phelps has been given a second chance here at the leading group as well. Louis Coman also joining in the fray. Now you can see here Freddie Lloyd leading this race and showing why he's leading this championship. Of course, he has not yet won a final. He took maximum points through the superheats at Marienburg. He only got 3 points at Zuera for the superheats, so he has had a good run of the championship. And like you say, he leads this by nearly about 20 points in the championship standings. I think it's around 17 or so points separating himself and Alexis Constant in the point standings here, though. But it's still kicking off now as the 2 Fusion drivers once again line astern. Lloyd and Mackie 1-2. Bartle back down into 3rd place. Louis Coman still there in 4th. You can see him with the blue chassis and the red suit. Phelps just behind as well. Clark now down into 6th place, and Cathal Clark, who was looking very quick here and potentially a driver who we thought was going to get to the front and drive off, unfortunately has dropped back down in this order. And again, that's junior racing in a nutshell. They will go for a gap if they see a gap.
And that's what we like about this category more than ever, as this is not over. This race is not over. We're going to be entering the last lap of 8 into this qualifying heat. Freddie Lloyd, Harrison Mackie, who will finish on top of the other. Harry Battle coming, Cathal Clark, watch out, taking the outside line into turn number 2. No switch of position just yet. Harry Battle protecting himself from coming just behind. Louis Coming, the Frenchman, is going to try to make his moves, such as Harry Mackie taking the lead. Beautifully made by Mackie up in P1, and there was not much of resistance from Freddie Lloyd on that one. And this is the last lap of the heat. Of course, you don't want to do anything unwise that could actually precipitate a 1-2 finish for the team into the garden. But as for now, Harry Mackie just made his move. Let's see if Freddie Lloyd will be taking the bet of going suddenly for a very late move into the last 2 corners, going around the outside. Watch out not to open the door too much to Harry Battle, who stays behind on the outside of turn number 15. They're going to be side by side, and as a result, he's being pushed out of the way. And he's gesturing. What on earth did just happen? Why did he do that? Freddie Lloyd lost 3rd place. Harry Mackie keeps on P1, but Harry Battle was there for the taking. But as we feared might happen, you don't want to do that between teammates in the last lap just before the line. Battling for the win is one thing, but destroying a potential result is another. And thankfully for Freddie Lloyd, he was able to cross that line in P3. But that could have been the first, or that could have been at least the P2.
It could have been. Well, there we go. That is certainly not the way the 2 teammates will have wanted to end that race. I'd certainly like to be a fly on the wall on the Fusion tent in a few minutes' time. Harrison Mackie, though, would take the race win from Bartle. Freddie Lloyd, championship leader, finishing in P3 from Isaac Phelps. Louis Command then finishing in P5 from Cathal Clark. Ethan Lennon finishing in P7 after gaining 8 places. Arjun Kraling finishing in 8th place after losing several positions. Eden Spanswick moves up into P9, and Alexei Constant rounds out the top 10 after gaining 3 positions. He finishes in that top 10 from Toby Gale and Felipe Callas, Vilma Svan and Felipe Pancotti. Jean-Paul Carras rounds out the top 15. He gained 12 positions in that race. A solid run for him. And you got to say, only the 4 retirements in that one. El Fagali, Smith, Nassar and Donker, crucially, 2 of them, both George Gibbon Motorsport drivers.
Quite unfortunate event for that team. P16 is Matt Corby from Conor Clancy. Tyrone Kinner climbing 7 places up to P18 from Florent Attemer, Wouter Berganu, Sebastian Mins, Nicole Blasco Samuel, Ty Fisher and Fares Jalil running up the top 24 drivers that went to see the checkered flag for the NF, as you mentioned. And that's quite unfortunate for GGM Motorsport with 2 drivers out of this race. But what a finish that was. And as always, we keep on saying that, but it turns out to be true at pretty much every occasion. A race is never finished before the checkered flag, and Freddie Lloyd thought he could have had the upper hand on Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie did what he had to protect his position. That's victory we're talking about, but in the last few corners of the last lap, it's always an interesting dilemma, of course, what's between going for the move and taking what could have been a victorious result for Freddie Lloyd, or keeping that 2nd place, getting the points, getting the satisfaction of a good result, and a 1 and 2 for the same team. But these are still, of course, young drivers learning their craft. They're here to fight, they're here to battle. That's what we like to see. And certainly, as you said, there's going to be a bit of discussing. The debrief promises to be quite hot into the tent of the Fusion Motorsport. Certainly, it's something that they don't want to see again. But that's part of the deal, that's part of the business of car racing at this stage, fighting for every inch of possibility. Martin Bean, you can see him on track and on the bridge above the start-finish straight. He's having a bit of a chat with the pole-sitter. This is Gustavo Marquez da Silva with the Birlard colors. Gustavo Marquez da Silva starting on pole position for the upcoming qualifying heat, the first of the day and the first of the weekend for the mini class. We caught up with him yesterday. Let's hear from Gustavo. Gustavo Silva, bravo, congratulations. This is pole position in the mini class. Tell us how you did that lap, because the conditions kept on getting worse, but still you managed to do a perfect lap and you will be ahead of the field tomorrow. Congratulations.
Estou muito feliz. A minha primeira pole position. Eu gosto muito de andar à chuva e saio bem nessas condições. E volta a volta fui encontrando o limite, indo cada vez mais rápido para dar tudo por tudo para conseguir fazer esta pole.
So conditions difficult, of course, but what can you tell us about the layout of the circuit? Do you like it, and where do you think you can be performant? You can make a difference maybe tomorrow in the race?
I don't like very much this circuit, but when the conditions is when you like, I'm going very well.
Okay, obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Gustavo da Silva, not a fan of the Franciacorta circuit, but was quickest in qualifying in the Mini X30 category. Of course, this is groups A and B. These are the fastest drivers that we saw from yesterday. Jesse Phillips there, you can see, just chatting with his mechanic just before we get going on this race. Of course, he at the moment is fighting for this championship. He is second in the points standings with 55 championship points. It's Archie Lovett who leads the championship. Now, Archie has, he's not done too great in his superheats. I mean, he did well in his superheat in Zuera, but Marienburg didn't go well. Only 3 championship points for that one. His finals, however, do seem to go quite well. He's won both of them so far this season, has Archie Lovett. Jesse Phillips yet to win a final. Can it happen this weekend at Franciacorta? That is a question, but a lot of other drivers in this one also with the chance of doing just that. Max Endicott starting on the second row. He's got Franciacorta alongside the 991 on that second row. There is Max Endicott, also running with the George Gibbons Motorsport team this weekend. And certainly he has had an interesting season. He's P5 in the championship. Good points at Marienburg in the final. He sits P5, 33 championship points at the moment. So still a good run for him. He's still in contention for this season.
Absolutely, a P5 and a P6 as best results so far. There's room for improvement, as François Dario Kerdel, the young Italian from the Car Republic mini team driver racing card, is going to be starting from the second row of the grid from P4 on the outside line, coming to section of turn 1 and the heavy braking of turn number 2 and 3. So not always ideal to find yourself on the outside when it goes right, obviously. But the minis will make their way to the track in just a few moments as they get into the action for the first time this weekend. But Archie Lovett, interestingly, quick mention as Jarla Sayer, one of his teammates, is starting from P5 on the grid. Archie Lovett, that we're going to see on the next race, is only 8 on his grid for the upcoming qualifying heat after this one. So it means that the current leader of the series in the mini class is going to have a lot of work to do to find his way through if he wants to take that win in the race after. So it's all open for GC Phillips because he's on the front row, GC, and is close on points, just 7 units shy in the classification. So GC Phillips knows that he might have the upper hand in this race if he manages a good start, getting ahead of the Portuguese driver Gustavo da Silva in the lead, and then maybe secure that result. Further back on the grid, Zach Ju from France with the KBK and Alonso Kart colors. You can see the French colors on his racing suit. It's going to be starting from P6 on the grid as we just entered the last 3 minutes before we get going for the first mini class.
Big fan of Zach Zhu's helmet. It's very colourful. I like it. It's kind of, he's got the style of Lewis Hamilton, but with his own colours. Here's a look at what is coming up for the rest of the day. Mini qualifying heat A and B is coming up next. Qualifying heat C and D is after that one. Then we go into the senior category, qualifying heat C and D, with B and F, A and D coming up later. and they are going to be an exciting race as we saw them out earlier on today as well. So it will be good to see what they do. 2 minutes to go before the next race. After that one, we then see the juniors coming up for their second round of qualifying. Now, the juniors were very, very exciting. Hopefully they give us some more exciting racing later on. After those two junior races, we have around an hour's break before we then kick-start after the lunch break back with the minis. Two mini qualifying heats back with the seniors, juniors, minis, seniors again, and it will just keep alternating throughout that for the rest of the day. It is a busy day, like we say, 24 heats throughout the day, so it is a lot of work these drivers have got to do, isn't it, over the course of the weekend?
A lot of work for everybody on track and off as well. Let's not forget all the people involved into the running of those events. Quick mention as well, but what would we do without them? The Orange Army, the marshals on track provided by the Franciacorta karting circuit. Once again, thank you all very much. Grazie mille for your involvement, guys. Of course, without the marshals, there would be no motorsport. And those guys have been quite busy since yesterday on track with a lot of offs and a couple of incidents here and there. And let's see how things will evolve. But a lot of work for the drivers and the mechanics, that's for sure, because 24 races, all three classes, and we have a couple of more on schedule tomorrow. On Sunday morning, we will have the superheat, 2 superheat by class, starting with the mini, junior, and then the senior. The seniors will have a consolation race. That's part of the racing format at RGMMC to allow some of the drivers who didn't make it into the top 36 to have one extra race to consolidate themselves and to have maybe the occasion to finish what have been a difficult weekend on a high. And Sunday afternoon will be all about the final races with the top 36 drivers for each class. So make sure to tune in on Sunday as well. As before that, we need grids, we need starting orders, and we need protagonists with the points awarded at the end of the day and at the end of the superheat. That counts for the championship, obviously. As it stands, as we said, for the mini class, Archie Lovat is leading the way from GC Phillips, and Kanish Rao, Benjamin Manak 4, and Max Undercut is P5, Undercut third on the grid. The whistle is blowing, and the drivers make their way onto the track. This is the first qualifying heat for the category this weekend at Franciacorta, opposing Group A versus B. And now the conditions have been improving since the start of the day. It was a little bit chilly, a little bit wet here and there on the drying track this morning for the warm-up session after the rainfalls of last night. But now everything is dry, and it's quite hot actually in the air here in Franciacorta, as we currently have 21 degrees Celsius in the air. Very much dry onto the track, ideal conditions for the drivers to really express themselves at their best.
Here we go then with the starting lineup then for qualifying heat A and B. Gustavo da Silva then starting this one on pole position. Jesse Phillips starting alongside. I'm sure you would appreciate that. Max Endicott and Francois Kedel then go from row 2. Jarlis Sayre and Zach Zhu on the treble 9 go from row 3. Rykov Labuslav goes from row 4. Eduardo Goffroyd alongside. Dan Alaman and Maxim Bobajov take row 5. Benjamin Manak and Didier Krief take row number 6.
Row number 7 will be composed of Zdenek Babicek and Harry Williams. We'll have Priam Bruno and Lino Pedrazza on row number 8. Row number 9, Kanish Rao and Ludwig Krankixt. Then we have Nilas Malik and Alexander Greling, followed by Angelina Simons Torres and Mathis Brago on row number 11. Bruno Greling, shall I say, on row number 10. We have a total of 22 drivers for this mini category A versus B. The C versus D following up just after. For the minis, it's about 7 laps, so it's not a lot of laps and not a lot of time on the hands to try to get the results. As you can see with some of the pictures and the grass parts around the track, it has been quite wet last night, so you don't want to go off at any part of the track here, otherwise that would put your stick tires in very much in the dirt. Something you want to try to avoid as much as possible. Gustavo da Silva, the young Portuguese driver from Eco, will be on pole on the left side of your picture, coming to the start-finish straight. GC Phillips by his side, and the young Portuguese has to pace everybody down. As always, rolling start it is. Let's see if the getaway will be good on the first attempt.
Here we go then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. It looks good, and it's a false start there, going around again. Well, there we go. Not happy with the start of that one is our race director, Martin Bean, and there you see it on your screens, false start declared. So they'll go round once more. Maybe fraction too early on the old Lau pedal there. They did look very quick going to the line. You saw the seniors earlier on and how slow they were going towards the line. Those minis looked borderline flat out, didn't they?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
in
definitely.
formation and perfectly aligned, but they were flat out still. Eager to get going, aren't they?
Certainly Martin's been has all eyes open and has the perfect viewing position on the bridge crossing the circuit above our heads. So he decided, okay, certainly a way too early acceleration. Let's go around one more time. And it's fair to say that we're discussing with the drivers, we noticed that the distance between the last corner, number 15, and the yellow line on the middle of the track, from past that line, you're allowed to accelerate, but that distance is quite short, actually. So it's a tricky, maybe trickier than usual for the drivers to get in line past that red line. Of course, they are not allowed to do anything otherwise. They have to be in position, in line, and respecting the pace of the pole sitter. Past the yellow line on the middle of the grid, they can accelerate and move to get an overtake done before the first corner. But in between, that's quite short between turn 15 and that yellow line. So trickier than usual, certainly, to get the formation as you want it and to resist that temptation of getting on the throttle a little bit too soon. So let's see if attempt number 2 will be right this time.
A little bit slower this time into the tram lines. Much better. Green flag goes out. Here we go then. Good start then from that inside row. The outside row not getting away well at all. So Gustavo da Silva leads the way as they go into turns number 3 and 4. Jesse Phillips has been swamped by the pack a bit. I think he's dropped down into around P5 now on your screens. Yeah, he is. He's on the outside line. He's going to try and go for the switchback here, as Giles Sayer has, I think, moved up, and there's one off in the background there. Not sure who that was, but it was straight off on the track. We'll try and get a number for you as he goes on. There it is on your screen, the 940 that went off the track. That is Lino Pedraza, yeah, for the VDK Racing team, who went off the track. Crucially, though, the rest of the field, it's a good start. And look at the train that's starting to form here. Single file as they go down into the heavy braking zone of turn 14. Are we going to see a lunge here? We are going to see a lunge here. Down the inside, Max Endicott takes the lead of the race. A very good start for Max as they exit out of the final corner. He leads the way at the end of lap 1.
And it took Giles Sayer a good getaway and good opening lap for the British driver from P5 to P2. And it keeps on going into turn number 2 as Sayer actually was able to get ahead of Max Endicott outside of the turn number 3. So we have Sayer, Endicott in seconds, going to try to switch that position back. In third place, we have GC Phillips with the pole sitter Marquez down in P4, Cardinal in P5, Yugoslav in P6, Manak, Aleman, Babicek, and Bobrishov, your top 10 as it stands. Lap number 2 out of 7. As we said, oh, and a switch for P4. This is from Cardinal on Da Silva, and yes, the move was done. The Pirelli machine from the Portuguese driver is going to try to switch that back, maybe as soon as turn number 14. No, he stays behind, but for the back, an interesting attempt, but that was missed, unfortunately, for Manak. The 941 was trying from P7 to get ahead of Rykiov. Yugoslav is going to have to try that again.
Here we go then, in towards turn number 2 and 3 once again, and Giles Sayer just gets squeezed out wide there and gets put back down in towards P3. Phillips is on the charge here, on the back end of Max Endicott. So it's Endicott, Phillips, Sayer, the top 3. Then it's Curdle, Da Silva, Benjamin Manek, Dan Alaman, Babacek, Bobrishov, Zach Zhu, the top 10. Nice little breakaway here, though, with our top 5. And keep an eye on Francois.
And the door was too open, and unfortunately that's not 1 but 3 places lost for Endicott, who just goes from P1 to P4, and the lead goes to GC Phillips, who takes Sayer with him. Curdal up into P3, and watch out for Marquez as well, Marquez da Silva, who's having Manak just behind in P6. So we're gonna have up to 5 or up to 6 drivers pretty much in the same picture entering lap number 4 out of 7. As we might see a move coming up very soon from Giles Sayer. He lost the lead to GC Phillips, but he knows it's not about time to rush things on his teammate, as long as they're able to keep both Francois Curdle and Max Endicott just behind. Benjamin Manak from P6 is putting the fastest lap in this race. Watch out now, it's about time to get smart as well. We don't want a repeat of what happened in the last qualifying heat that was for the juniors, but with the same team. This time around, the minis gonna have to try to keep that positions alive, but Kerdal dives through on the inside and takes P2.
Yeah, nice little move there from Franciacorta. He is doing a nice little job there to get that kart up the positions. Phillips, though, maintaining control of this race. There you can see the rest of the field just slotting through there, being backed up by Ludwig Granquist, who's up into P11. He's up 7 positions, and he's at the back of this train. And he's wanted to close in. Sayer goes to the inside, and so does Kerdal at the same time. But Jarlis Sayer gets the move done. Kerdal getting squeezed onto the grass. He now drops down into 4th place. De Silva comes back down the inside, and he's got the company of Bobrachov, Babacek, Zhu, Alaman all in there as well. But crucially now, Sayer leads the way. Max Endicott back into 2nd place. And, well, that was a very close moment there for Franciacorta, who has unfortunately dropped all the way back to now P9.
Yeah, disaster for Kerdal. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do it all over again, but he might not have the time that he wants, the Swiss driver, as we're focusing on the battle for the lead. Sayer, Endicott, watch out on the move around the inside. It's going to be Zhu banging that door. Endicott, GC Phillips up into P1 and P2. Look at that group of drivers, the second chasing wagon, because no one is thinking about the victory anymore. It's about survival. And one cone flying into the air. One of the young drivers who didn't see that coming. And let's try to see that again. It might have been Zenek Babicek, I'm not too sure. But fortunately, he was able to get back onto the track with no harm done, except for the cone. But it will be all right. In the meantime, Sayer and Endicott switching positions. GC Phillips trying to keep that position alive. But those two doing what they need, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Max Endicott. Let's see if the GGM Motorsport driver will be able to make the connection.
One of the mechanics there being very vocal next to one of our cameramen out on the circuit there, which is what you could hear in the background as we continue on with this race. Only a couple of laps left in it. Phillips and Sayer here, the two Fusion drivers doing what Fusion drivers do best in these categories, is latch onto the back of each other and drive themselves away from the rest of the field as we go on to the final lap. That is exactly what they have done. Max Endicott not able to close in as the bump draft and slipstream between these two kicks in. Now as we go on to the last lap, Sayer is given the green light to attack really on these sort of stages. It is always the same with the class. You always say these two, or any of the Fusion drivers, I would say, throughout the race, if you're close to each other, you just drive away. You go line of stern, you drive away, you pull a gap. Last lap, it's free game. Do whatever you want. And there's not much they can do. Babacek still there in P4, though, from De Silva, who has still managed to hold on to P5. Zach Zhu there in P6 from Benjamin Manek, Bobrachov, Granquist, Kerdal, and Alaman, the top 11. Harry Williams still there in P12, also from Kanishkral. They've everyone gaining places in this one. Biggest mover, though, is Zenek Babacek. Actually, it's Ludwig Granquist, but nothing could stop these two. No positions gained or lost. They will go line astern to the checker flag. Phillips from Jarlis Sayer then will cross the line. It's a Fusion 1-2 from Max Endicott, from Zenek Babacek. Gustavo De Silva finishing in P5 from Zach Zhu, Maxim Bobrachov, and Ludwig Granquist finishing in P8 after gaining 10 positions. Keep an eye on the driver from Sweden for the Falcon Racing team. He's had a good run in the mini category, qualifying Heat A and B. Dan Alaman then rounding out the top 10, but after 7 laps of racing, Fusion Motorsport's Jesse Phillips from the United Kingdom takes the race win and will make his way back into Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez making his way down to have a chat with one of our drivers on that one. Curious to see who he grabs for the interview, but certainly a solid drive from both of these two and the rest of the field. Very, very close formations in the mini categories. It's why we do enjoy the minis. And Franciacorta certainly proving to be a circuit that keeps the racing nice and close in these dry conditions. Certainly is going to make it interesting going into tomorrow for the pre-finals and finals, but there are plenty more qualifying heats to come today. There is a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat A and B. We've gone through the top 10 already. Franciacorta finishing in the top 11 from Kanishkral. Priam Bruno rounds out 13th place from Yukov Yabovslev finishing just behind in P14. Harry Williams rounding out the top 15 out on track. Unfortunately, both of them losing positions in that race. Didier Kritif finishes then in P16. Eduardo Godefroy finishes in 17th. Mateus Brejo rounds out 18th place after gaining 4 positions. Angelina Simmons finishes in 19th after gaining 2. From Bruno Grayling finishing in 20th place. Nilis Malek and Lina Pedraza rounds out the 22 karts that started that race, all finished the race. There is Jesse Phillips, who is delighted at the end of that one. He gets celebrated with the rest of the team. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race. Originally, great start from Gustavo da Silva, who slots into, holds onto the race lead and just drives away through turns 1 and in towards turns 2 and 3. It was a pretty decent start from the rest of the field behind, as we saw Max Endicott get a good getaway. He would then lead later on. Charles Sayer would then come through. Jesse Phillips would make his way back up into 3rd place in these early stages, would then battle both their way through turns 2 and 3. Sayer would drop back down into P3. Both of them would then chop and change positions. This is where Grayling would come into to play, but unfortunately would drop back later on in the race and not able to hold on to the spot. But certainly a good drive nonetheless for the young driver, Franciacorta, who finished that one unfortunately in P11 after dropping a few positions. Then it came to the 3 Brits once again. Max Endicott certainly putting a spanner in the works. This was the moment where we saw the cone fly up. And who was that? I think it was... Spirit Racing. I think that was Dan Alaman, actually, who clipped the cone. Checker flag, though, would come out. Line astern, Jesse Phillips and Charles Sayer. 1-2 across the line. Fusion Motorsport dominating in the opening race of the weekend for the Mini X30 category, qualifying heat A and B. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez is down there. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome back from Parc Ferme. Jesse Phillips, the winner. First heat of the day, first win. Perfect conditions, a smile on your face. Good job done.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the result. It was a very hard race, considering I started P2. The start from the outside here isn't perfect, so we got back into the lead, and then luckily me and Charlie got to push away on the last lap.
Yeah, you pushed each other quite hard in the last stages, as you said. We've seen in the previous race that between some of your teammates in the junior class didn't go maybe according to plan. This time, you kept it on the road, and the result was in the end.
Well, yeah, it's all about Fusion. We always work together and always get the best result for the team. And now hopefully the same for the Heat 2. Hopefully Fusion can get another one too, which would be amazing. But yeah, move on to the next one.
Move on to the next. One quick word about the track. Yesterday was very much wet, dry this time around. Any differences that you've noticed in terms of learning the curves, learning where you can be efficient?
Well, today the track's not 100% still, I don't think. I was still a bit slidey from yesterday and the track's a bit cold. But yeah, we learned a lot of lines yesterday for the future in case it's wet again in more races. So yeah, hopefully we learned a lot.
Good talk. Thank you very much, Jesse Phillips, and good luck for the next races. Winner of his first qualifying heat of the day. And on to the next. You can see, you can feel. Of course, you can go, Jesse. Thank you very much for joining us for a quick chat live from Parc Ferme. As we'll give you many more in the afternoon as well. But good result for Jesse Phillips. Charles Sayer making it 1 and 2 for Fusion Motorsport. A couple of minutes left before the next race of the mini class. As you can see behind me is busy in the Parc Ferme, debriefing between drivers and mechanics, and some of them quite fast to go back to the tent to have a few words about what just happened on the circuit. But we'll be back in the Parc Ferme live in no time.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme, braving the conditions of sunshine and warm air. Very jealous. 3 minutes, board is up there. You see Ross Upton at the front of the dummy grid there, judge of fact, giving us what we need to know before the race gets underway. Next race, though, certainly will be an exciting one. Mason Brooks starting this one on pole position. He has had a good run over the course of the year, actually. Certainly one to keep an eye on in the championship and in other championships as well. He starts this one on the front row. Brooks at the moment in the championship, just trying to see where he is on my piece of paper here. It's actually all the way down in 38th in the championship, not yet scored a point. Missed out at Marienburg. Back here, though. Hopefully he can score some championship points in this one, but certainly he knows how to pedal around this track. Alongside Will Green, starting on that front row. What can he do from there? As well, you've got Kazra Kamyab just behind with Romeo Melo, the Portuguese driver, on that second row. There is Mason Brooks, starting on this one, Fusion Motorsport, and running on a Burilat chassis for this one this weekend. There you can see he's focused, lined up, ready to go. Like we were saying, Will Green starting alongside the 998, running on the Kart Republic chassis. You can see him lined up there, ready to go, visor down, focused. Last few words of encouragement from his mechanic, just to make sure everything is ready to get going for this one. Like I say, another 22 drivers in this. There's a look at some of the surrounding banking area. There's lots of spectator viewing areas here. Track has been well designed for a large viewing area for spectators. There is Kazra Kamyab, another of the Fusion Motorsport drivers. Are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in the qualifying heat A and B between Phillips and Sayer? Are we going to see Brooks and Kamyab work together and drive off in this one? Certainly would be very interesting to get that one going. The road just behind them, though, Leonidas Peruzzi and Noah Grenier going from that third row. But before that is Romeo Melo, who is on the second row of the grid alongside Kazra Kamyab. Again, another one of the George Gibbons Motorsport drivers that you have certainly had a lot of drivers enter for them into this season, and a relatively new team that's shot onto the scene and has certainly proven their worth with drivers in the top spots in qualifying. Certainly a challenge for a lot of these drivers. We're nearly ready to go. The whistle blows as the engines fire up. Next race, Mini X30 qualifying heat C and D makes its way on to the track. Let's have a look at how they will line up then. Mason Brooks and Will Green will go from the first row. Kazra Kamyab and Romeo Melo round out row number 2. Leonidas Peruzzi and Noah Grenier round out row 3. Antonio Neto and Archie Lovett, they take row number 4. Stig de Redemaker and Austin Newstead on row 5, with Bosco Ales and David Mancuna rounding out the top 6 rows.
Row 7 will see Daniel Lorente and Ioannis Kovalos. Row number 8, Valerio Viapiana and Sebastian Ridel, followed by Mani Nuvolini, as well as Theo Policon, Nicolo Perico and Tony Cacciafero, as well as Stanfago and Alexandros Iliopoulos, running up the top 22 of this grid. Here comes the Mini, and as you can see, not so much of a wind picking up here at Franciacorta, as the weather report is still the same, partially cloudy, 6.5 km/h of wind. As you can see, the direction of the flow, no rain expected, probability down to 0, even though still a bit humid, as it has been since the start of the weekend. 23 degrees in the air, as the temperatures have been picking up for the past hour, going from 21 to 23. It's warm, it's chilly, it's very much enjoyable. So if you find yourself in the area, not too far away from Franciacorta, as we're just a few miles down the road from some of the beautiful cities in the north of the country, and not far from the epicenter of the karting world, with some of the famous tracks like Cremona, South Garda karting, and Adria as well. So this is really the upper part of Italy that's really raving about karting and motorsport in general, with one of those new destinations, one of the new circuits added not only to the calendar of the IAME Euro Series, but to the international karting calendar since 2021. So why not paying us a visit? Why not coming to the track when there's plenty of enjoyment for you as well? There's bars, there's cafeterias, there's grandstands, there's a lot of things to play with, a lot of things to see on track, on and off, obviously. So why not coming to the IAME Euro Series this weekend at Franciacorta? Plenty of things to see, starting with the Mini, as always, breathtaking racing.
Yes, indeed, into the tram lines. I think they're going to be going round again. Yes, they are. Bit of a scrappy formation just at the back of the grid, so the race director will send them round again. Yeah, no, like you were saying, it is a lovely part of the country. Like I say, I'm a big fan of Italy. I've been many, many times. I've been to Milano, I've been to Venezia, I've been to Roma. I love it all. I've been to the south of Italy as well. In Sarno next weekend as well. So it's going to be, it's a lovely country. It's good to be back. Like I say, the last time I was here would have been Milan, actually. So yeah, it is a lovely part of the world, and certainly if you are wanting to visit, I would recommend the north of Italy. Certainly is lovely, especially when you've got the Alps in the distance as well. You can see, if it's a very clear day, you can see them from miles away. So yeah, very nice. Lots of lakes around here too.
A lot of lakes, yeah, the
like
lake region with Lake Garda, Lake Como, and you know, so many of those beautiful parts in the Dolomites that I'll have the pleasure myself to discover later this summer, so you know everything. But such a beautiful country as well, in so many parts where you can go, cities, countryside, and racing tracks, not only karting, but car tracks. Franciacorta has one, actually, car circuit suited for cars and motorbikes just nearby this new facilities, so plenty of things to see in Franciacorta. Here we go again.
Looks like this time around it is a green flag. Yes, it is. Good start then from Mason Brooks. And you could see there that Will Green tried to slot in. He has to take to the outside and a spin. And several cuts off the 970, off the track. Romeo Mello off. And it was Leonardo Peruzzi also off the track. There was a couple more involved, but they got going quickly. Luckily, Mason Brooks avoided all of that, and he still leads the way. And now he's got a bit of a gap now. Will Green, you can just see there, who has slotted into 4th place, got away with that. Also not the start of the race that this group of minis will have wanted.
Yeah, definitely not. This is the first big shunt that we get to see in the first few corners. Hopefully and thankfully, all the drivers were able to get going for their race. 7 laps to go through until checkered flag, and the battle raging already through the pack with the 985 making his way around on the inside. And this is Daniel Lorente in the middle of the pack, the Spaniard. Let's watch that again, shall we? Here's the start. And some of them actually at the back end thought it was maybe a false start. And here's how it played out. A little contact with the 917. Oh, actually losing the car altogether, unfortunately, for the Fusion Motorsport driver, being Leonidas Peruzzi. And then it was the start of mayhem.
And crucially, you saw there, you can see it on the outside line, the Oliver Roller Motorsport car, and that's Archie Lovett, your championship leader, who had nowhere to go and was squeezed onto the outside there. So 4 karts involved, and it just looked like Romeo Mello just got squeezed there. It just sandwiched, and absolutely nothing he could do. He was a passenger in all of that.
And as a result, Archie Lovett, you can see, is P20 in the classification. He is our current championship leader, and certainly not the best way to start this weekend, as there's a switch for position with Stig de Radermacher making his way up for P1. The train of drivers is 6 pretty much in the same picture. Now de Radermacher is in the lead. The Belgian driver, shall I say, in front of Sanson Brooks. And watch out, because there's another switch with Arias and Lorente making their way up to P2 and 3rd, with Mason Brooks having to defend on the inside. And now it switches again, and de Radermacher is losing place and losing momentum as well outside of the turn. Well, we didn't see that coming. That's quite unfortunate for the white crash helmet driver, because he was leading the way, and in the space of 1 corner, he just went from 1st all the way down to even behind P4 by the look of it, P5 or 6, I think he is. Yes, this confirmation is done in P6, the Belgian driver, who just went wide onto the curb and lost a lot of momentum that allowed the drivers to make their way in.
It's Bosco Arias who leads the way. Arias now, who exits out of the final corner, has got the close company of Daniel Miron just behind. You see them 1-2 at the moment, absolutely line astern. Valerio Viapina there in third place, the Italian driver. He's got Will Green just behind as well. So again, very close formed top four here. No lunges or moves yet. Mason Brooks still there though in P5. Unfortunately, he's not got a slipstream here. And in the mini category, the slipstreams, especially around this circuit, there are some long straights, will be vital. And you're starting to see there that Valeria starting to close in here on these top two. Miron not going for the move yet. Arias still there, maintaining the pace of this one. We're nearly half race distance already. They are short races, are the mini categories. As they cross the line, we go on to lap 4. Absolutely nothing between the two of them. Certainly a very dramatic start to this race, and it's certainly shaken up the order of this group, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has indeed. As waiting for any more move coming up. Watch out for Daniel Laurenti. The 9.85 in second. Valerio Viapiana, the Italian driver, in the meantime, putting the fastest lap in this race, trying to fight his way through from P3.
Romeo Mello retiring there. Yeah. Not happy with the start of that one. He's just brought it in thinking, save the tyres, maybe, see what we can do. Not much left to do in this race.
Yeah, remember talking about the tyres, that the drivers only have 2 sets to make it from qualifying to the final, if they can make it. So it's about strategy, it's about keeping those tyres functioning. Here's the life on the Parc Fermé, the 970 of Romeo Mello, unfortunately. The Portuguese driver will have to say goodbye to this race, but certainly to come back stronger to the next one.
Yes, indeed. Well, looking at this, the third and fourth place drivers have closed in. Valerio Viapina and Will Green have closed the gap. And the Italian, fastest lap of the race. Here is a replay between Stig de Rademaker and Bosco Arias.
That's where the Belgian actually lost not only the lead, but you can see him going around on the outside of the curb.
So yeah, he's just got onto the curb, and of course that unsettles the car. They're actually quite bumpy, and yeah, very hard to pull it back onto the track. And unfortunately, yeah, just is what it is really on that one, isn't it?
Yeah, not much you could have done, unfortunately, to avoid that. Yeah, he's all the way down still in P7 as Anson Brooks made his way past, and Theo Policon as well in the meantime. Is a full classification again as they make their way into the final lap with Bosco Arias trying to stay in front as Viapiana and Green keep on battling. Watch out for Dani Laurenti. Oh, and a bit of a move to put Laurenti out of the line as the Spaniard was able to keep that position, but that might have been a bit of a shake-off in his attempt to go for P3 as the gaps as a result have extended just a tiny bit, maybe 1.5 meters, but would it be enough for Green? But Will Green, the British driver from Jimmy Green Racing, to go all the way. Watch out for the battle for the lead as Bosco Arias is gonna lose potentially that win on the way to the last hairpin. This is now or never as the door is being shut by Green on the inside, and Green defensive halfway through that straight line, but it won't be enough as Bosco Arias is shaking up the order once again, taking the lead back just one corner before a checkered flag to win his first qualifying heat of the day. What a finish that was. Bosco Arias saw that win stole from him in just a matter of seconds, just a few corners. He thought he had done that done and dusted, but he kept on going, kept on banging on into that door, and in the end the inside line was the good. Bosco Arias taking back the victory from Valerio Viapiana, Daniel Laurenti in P3, and Will Green, he went for the move, he gave it everything, but unfortunately the door was a little bit too wide open into the penultimate corner, and as a result he only finished P4 as he could feel through his fingers the smell of victory, but you know, he was only certainly a couple of corners shy. Maybe one more lap could have been enough for him to attack and switch the positions back again, but this will be for the next race.
Well, there we go. An impressive drive then from Group C and D. Not the start of the race they will have wanted, but certainly it kicked off at the end of that race. So Bosco Arias then would take the win after gaining 10 positions in that race. Valerio Viapina finishing second place, 13 positions gained. The Italian driver looking very strong here for the Team Driver Racing Kart team. Daniel Miron for Spain then would also gain 10 positions. He would jump up and finish 3rd place from Will Green. Diabolican will finish in P5 after gaining 13 positions. Mason Brooks, unfortunately dropping down to P6 in that one, dropping 5 positions from Stan Vargoga, also gaining 14 places. Sigurd Maker and Manny Novellini. Noah Guinier, Austin Newstead running out the top 11. Nicolo Rico finishing in P12 after gaining 7 positions, and that one from Kazra Kamiev, unfortunately dropping back 10 places. There is your race winner on that one, Bosco Arias, and he will certainly be delighted with that result, and certainly a nice little drive for him.
We're talking about racing suits, as Bosco Arias is still the AC Motorsport racing suit, but he's driving for Team Driver Car Republic. So always interesting to see those different colors from those youngsters. But Bosco Arias winning this qualifying heat is a replay of the start.
And again, you can just see the actual spin there. I think it was the 917, actually, Leonardus Peruzzi, who got squeezed. Nowhere where he could go, and unfortunately just involved a chain reaction. Big hit there for Romeo Mello. His kart goes up in the air, and crucially, championship leader Archie Lovett just nowhere to go. Avoiding the contact, unfortunately, he finished that race P16 at the end of that. The rest of the race carried on, and certainly it did shake up the field with drivers who were at the back of the grid coming through the field. Mason Brooks dropping down into 4th place in the earlier stages, and Bosco Arias here getting the lead. Stig de Rademacher at that point then getting squeezed and being pushed onto the curb. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring it back onto the track, and he fell down the order just that little bit. Then Daniel Miron getting squeezed a little bit here as Will Green then came through, and the slow motion, a little bit of contact there between Will Green and Valerio Villapiña, who did finish the race in 2nd place. Very closely though, because Will Green went for that move and got the race lead going into the last lap, and unfortunately he would lose it going into the final corner as he tucked it to the inside, but then so did everyone else. So the concertina effect kicked in there, and the 2 Team Driver Racing team drivers crossing the line 1-2, very close across the line. Bosco Arias though winning from Valerio Villapiña. Daniel Miron then taking 3rd place. There we go then as we head back to the dummy grid. Race Director Martin Bean chatting with our front runners to this one. Back to the senior categories now, and well, this is going to be an interesting race. Front row, Clément Tron, Malabolier. That's going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
That's an old Frenchman, 1st row of the grid. Clément Tron from VDK Racing on your screen. We caught up with the Frenchman as he's going to be starting his qualifying heat from pole position with a P1 and a P2 already in the bag, so he's the man to beat in the senior class. Clément Tron, qualifying is done here in Franciacorta. Not the easiest of conditions, but it went well for you. You did a good lap, and you're going to be in front for your qualifying heats, so it sounds good.
Ouais, c'était une bonne qualif, on a su trouver les bonnes pressions, les bons réglages. Il a plu juste avant la qualif, donc on ne connaissait pas trop la piste et on a su s'adapter.
This is a new track for most of you guys in the championship. What can you tell us about your impression? What have you learned about the circuit, and where do you think you can keep on improving and be faster than the others?
La piste, elle est très bien, ça monte, ça descend, donc j'aime bien. Il y a beaucoup de grip et donc c'est bien.
Knowing the conditions as they can be, we're going to be maybe a bit wet, a bit dry this weekend. What do you think you see yourself? What do you think you can do in the racing against the opposition?
Les conditions sont un peu compliquées, mais on préfère quand même avec les slicks.
All right, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Well, great to chat there to our driver who will be starting this one on pole position. Earlier on this morning, Clément Tron took the first race win as well, so he certainly had a good weekend. Malabolier starts alongside. There he is on your screen. Earlier today, finished P2 in his race. He starts this one in P2, so he's all the 2s at the moment for Malabolier. What can he do from there?
And interesting, Malabolier, as the support of a former champion, world champion of karting, Arno Kozlinski, former team manager at Tony Kart as well, that joined the ranks of the Car Republic factory. Interesting to see Arno Kozlinski has been involved in the karting paddock for many, many years now in different positions. And with 1 man of his experience in his tent, Malo Boyer, of course, has all that he needs to perform at his best, which he has done already so far. But watch out for this young man, Ian Aikmans. 1 win already for the young Belgian from a GP racing team. He came here last weekend to compete in the IAME Series Italy as preparation to this weekend. And that went kind of well for Ian Aikmans since he won the senior final on Sunday. And he kept on that trend ever since yesterday, with a victory and a P2 for Ian Aikmans. One of his teammates, Julian Kamen, will be by his side on row number 2. He has the support of behind in the background, Kevin Lemens, that is known as well as one of the contenders in the IAME Series Benelux Belgian Championship now, being the mechanic and close advisor of Julian Kamen at this level of racing. Good to see people in the paddock as well under the sun of Franciacorta. As always, the door is wide open to the karting circuit. The entry is free as well, with plenty of enjoyment on location. So don't hesitate to join us and to follow up close the racing on track. Andrea Pirovano, a little sign to the camera, that's always nice, representing the local factory of TB Kart, competing on Omsol. Andrea Pirovano will be starting from P5 on the grid. One of the teammates of Eli Korstein, the reigning champion of the category with TB Kart, and certainly more than willing to shine on home soil, not only for himself but for his colors as well. So good luck to him. This is our grid, the upper classification of that C versus E qualifying heat coming away in just a few moments. The start will be given in less than 2 minutes. One last handshake for this man from Belgium, Sam Balota from VDK Racing. One of the teammates of our pole sitter, Clément Autran. Watch out for Sam Balota, is always there at the right time, at the right place, as much as possible. Of course, the vice champion of Belgium in multiple occasions, fighting at the forefront on home soil, and one of the contenders of the senior class in the IAME Euro Series. Sam Balota, who finished on the 3rd step of the podium in Zuera for the opening round of this year's season, is P5 in the championship right now, Balota, so good luck to him as well. Ross Upton, the judge of fact and the man in charge of the pre-grids, is the one giving the whistle at every time that you can hear on the stream, and counting the seconds and the minutes before the drivers are allowed onto the track. The sun is shining, as you can see, and it does kind of good as well on the crash helmets. We have so many different liveries on those helmets, and some of them, and most of them, really, really beautiful to see, as we're here with Sam Balota. All sorts of colors, some of them representing the countries, some of them representing passions, hobbies, or topics close to the hearts of the drivers. So it's always an exercise in itself, not only for the liveries of the cars, but the helmets as well. And karting is always a good school for that.
Yes, it is indeed. Here we go then for the next race. It's qualifying heat C and E. Front row then. Clément Autran, who won earlier on today, starts alongside Malo Bolio, who finished 2nd. Ian Aikmans, who also finished 2nd earlier on today. He's got Julian Cameron alongside, who finished 9th. Andrea Pirovano, who finished 9th as well. He's got Sam Balota, who finished 6th, and Hugo Besson and Andrea Moretti, who start on row 4. Fred Green and Dylan Baker from Christian Vagani, and Dante Vinci on row 6. Luca Benattoni and Peter Stiller on row 7. Leonardo Lagoni and Luca Dornier go from row 8. Chester Kiefer and Finn McLaughlin go from row 9. Gil Redmonds and Floris Costa ran out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, we'll see François Delady and Alexander Zancanaro, followed by Hugo Trichard and Alex de Schepper. Row number 13, Matteo Iacono and Ajin Jatic, followed on row 14 by Ioannis Dimos, Benjamin Jones. Row 15, George Aravanis and Christian Canonica. Alessandro Cocci and Eduardo De Cort on row number 16. Then we have Emilio Ortolani and Abdullah Kamel, followed by Johan Aluja Alesti and Francesco Coppola. 36 drivers onto the track. 6 tires for everybody, 2 laps in, and then we'll be out for 11 rounds of furious driving into the senior category. If you were not with us so far, well, a couple of different winners so far to this point. Yesterday we had Ruben Moya, Ian Aikmans and Evan Gilter taking respective wins. this morning, Clément Autran, Danny Caronini and Elie Goldstein joined them in the circle of winners. Can Clément Autran make it another victory at the end? Can Malo Boyer take what will be his first winning result this weekend? Can Ian Ekmans make it 2 in a row? Also, a couple of questions that will need answer at the end of those 11 laps. But one thing is for sure, this will be gloves off in the senior category.
Yes, it will be. Here we go then, out of the final corner. Clément Autran, Malo Boyer into the tram lines. Lights do not go out. They go round again. False start declared. A little bit spread out, I think, across the field. So race director Martin Bean not happy about that. One thing I suspect he is happy about, it's not raining today. It's a nice, lovely sunny day. Look at that. I'm looking at the commentary box window. You can see it on the cameras there as well. Sun is shining. The temperature is rising. I think we're around 23 degrees air temp. That's a lovely temperature, that is.
It is, absolutely. But talking about Martin Bean, our race director, you might have not seen it, but he has a little roof above his head, actually, on the bridge on the start-finish straight, which just doesn't happen at all circuits, actually, in the world of karting, that you can have the race director in dry conditions when it rains. So there you can see a little
there
roof for Mr. Martin Bean. Perfect position and all the conditions met. So even if it's dry or if it rains, he has nothing to complain about.
Happiest man in karting is
Yes,
Martin Bean. Here we go then. Grid has been slowed down just that little bit more this time, looking a little bit better for the run up in towards turn 14 as they make their way out of the exit. Here we go then. The second senior, or the second time we've seen the seniors out today in their groups as they make their way out of the final corner. Here we go, green flag comes out and it is away and racing, and good start then from Autran. Ekmans drops into second place and Pirovano, I think, drops in just behind as well. You can see them there in P5, looking to the inside though, keep an eye, Julian Cameron there as well, just in the fray there in P4. Great start then from Autran, who just drives away from the rest of the field. Nice, clean start from the grid.
Yeah, beautiful start from the Frenchman, as the others were scratching each other a little bit in the opening few corners of that lap. But Ian Ekmans was able to get himself into a P2, Malo Boyer down in third. Then we have Julian Cameron, the TB driver, Andrea Pirovano, Sambalota, pretty much the same order as the start. Eduardo de Court picking up an investigation flag. We have to get back on that, but in the meantime, Clément Autran is doing what he needs to do, getting away as soon as possible and letting the others fight. Oh, the 245 from RGP is nowhere to be seen any longer. This is Gilles Renmans, unfortunately, who's stepping out of this race. As for Alexandre Zancanaros, that's 2 DNF after 1 lap, or maybe I think that Alexandre Zancanaro wasn't with us. Yeah, that's did not start for the Frenchman for racing. So we'll get back to that, but unfortunately the race over for Gilles Renmans in the meantime, and another one joining him. Unfortunately, that's the 121, and let's see
who that 321.
Is. 321, my apologies. Yeah, Lucas Degrange, you can see him on screen right now, and he seemed to have picked up a bit of a mechanical trouble, by the look of it at least. He's on a false rhythm. Let's see if he's going to be able to find a bit of power back or dive straight into the pits.
Battle for second place heating up as Boyer dives down the inside of Ian Ekmans and moves up into second place. Julian Cameron latches on to the back of them now as they close in. Hugo Besson still there, Balota from Pirovano, Moretti, Baker, Green, Benettoni, Logani, key for the top 13 at the moment, but eyes on these top 3 drivers as Clément Autran has not managed to break away as much as I think he'd like. Boyer still right there as all just creeping down the inside there. Hugo Besson just looking to the inside there. Julian Cameron's car not able to get that move done. So Boyer says to want to go. Now he dives down the inside. So Hugo Besson goes through. I think Sam Balota also trying to get through as well. And he does get through. So Julian Cameron now down 2 positions. And look at that. Hugo Besson saying to Balota, right, let's go, let's latch on. Again, teamwork, working together. Their fellow VDK driver is leading the race. So if they can get a 1-2-3 in this race, I suspect they might be quite happy.
Yeah, yes, let's give him a hand and try to make the contact. Dylan Baker in P8 was able to make the switch as well on Bettoni, and Moretti in the meantime actually lost a couple of positions to Bettoni and Fred Green. Dante Vinci is putting up the fastest lap from QBK competition. Let's see where he is at the same time. Is P15 at the moment, as the battle for the lead is slowly taking shape. Clément Autran, Malo Boyer, and Yannick Mans, 3 actors in the same play. And Hugo Besson and Sambalota working together, willing to catch up
is
with the
done here
leading
in
trio.
Franciacorta.
Let's see with what happened to Gilles Redmans.
It went well for you. You did a good lap.
Picture.
You're going to be
Look
in
at
front
that.
for your qualifying
And
heat.
the
So
front
it sounds good.
axle actually.
C'était une bonne qualif, on a su trouver les bonnes pressions, les bons réglages.
Yeah,
Il a
not
plu
good
juste
at all. That is not what we want to see.
Yeah, interestingly, but I do wonder what happened. Oh, that might be the result. Oh, yes, that's what happened in P14 actually, with Gilles Redmans being caught up in an incident, and it was hit on the right side, and that was the end of it. And here's the cause of his front right wheel broken at the opening lap. Oh, and a bit of a touch on the rear bumper from Clément Autran and Malo Boyer. Watch out not to get penalized for that, because sometimes brake testing, if that's what we're talking about, could sometimes be sanctioned, but it's having none of it as Clément Autran keeps on going into turn number 2, making his bit on the inside and takes back the lead. Malo Boyer is still very much in that race, trying to switch the positions. Watch out for any wheel banging into those braking zones. Yannick Mans is there for the taking, of course. Is gonna try everything that he can to take advantage of those two in front, pushing each other, but blocking each other in a way, because by the look of it, Clément Autran in the lead, as we said before, is not quite able, by the look of it, to extend his gap to protect himself. That could be opening opportunities for others behind, like Sambalota and Besson. But the VDK driver is certainly trying to catch up with Yannick Mans to, get in the way just a little bit. Reminds me of what we saw. If you follow the recent Le Mans 24 Hours, we had the Ferraris, one of them finishing by winning the Le Mans 24 Hours. The Ferraris were really scrambling with the Toyotas and trying to get in the way of the rivals, allowing the future winning Ferrari to get away. And that's a little bit of a similar situation at different scale. But as much as you can, the teammates can work together and try to get in the way of rivals. Maybe not for getting positions, but knowing that you have someone else from the same team under pressure behind you as you're trying to catch up with the leader in front of you. That's not an easy spot to find yourself in.
No, indeed. Nice little train forming here, though, as warning flag goes out to Hugo Chicard, the 226. Actually, you will not like to see that one. So far, these drivers, I think they're in tyre management mode at the moment. I think they were saying to themselves, right, we had an exciting race earlier on today. We used quite a bit of the tyres as Balota goes down the inside of Eichmanns, moves up into 3rd place. Leonardo Legoni there with the fastest lap of the race as well. He is a little further down the field in P11. Yeah, like you were saying, probably a tyre management mode. Oh dear, not what you want to see at all.
Christian Vergani from TB Kart Racing having to retire. For an unfortunate Andrea Pirovano, his teammate is P6, but this is race over for the TB Kart driver.
As you'd imagine, probably not the happiest driver in the world. But still, despite that, he'll get the car on the trolley. And yeah, he'll have to come back and fight a little bit harder later on today. Eyes back on these front runners, and Autran still leads. He's not had much pressure from the rest of the field. Eichmanns has now dropped back into 6th place now. Besson and Pirovano have both got through. So that's been a change for him. He's dropping way down the order now. So at the moment, it's all going to be down to really what Bollier can do here. But Sambalota, I've got to say, has closed up to the back of Bollier. I feel if Bollier doesn't go for the move, Sambalota will certainly take that spot if it closes out. Again, look at the closing distance under braking there. It's such a fast corner, and so difficult to judge the braking marker zone. This was Hugo Besson going for the move. That was the move on Ian Aikman's getting that one done. Very nicely done as well. And the TB driver of Pirovano not able to get the move done in the same corner. He got that done later on. Here goes Balota on Malo Bollier. and we thought that was coming, and it certainly did. Balota not wanting to waste any time here, and instantly up into second place. He's got a lap or two now to close into Utron. Is that possible?
That was a clean move, first of all, and he has a bit of time, but I do wonder if he has the opportunity. Will he be able to, or will he go for that spot? He has a couple of meters to try to catch up with Clément Utron, at the same time having to defend, because Mario Boyer is still in this race as we enter the final lap. Watch out on the way to turn number 1, crossing the lines into the braking zone. There is no room whatsoever to go for Mario Boyer, who's having to back off and stays in P3. That might be the first attempt of a couple more to come. Watch out for Hugo Besson for the back as well. He sees that Mario Boyer is struggling to get ahead of Sambalota. That could lead to an open door. Pirovano is very close as well from P5. Watch out between those four, and it goes the way of Clément Utron, because in the meantime, as the battles is raging behind him, he's really taking all the curves at full speed as much as possible, not looking over his shoulder, on his way to what will be victory number 2 for that young man from France. Sambalota for the back in P2. Will he be able to shut that door in turn number 14? Yes, he did, and this will be enough for this man, Clément Utron, to take the win, and Sambalota to make it a 1-2 on the line for VDK.
Very nice run there for Clément Utron. Started this one on pole, and, well, flag to flag, he wins it. A nice drive for him. The Frenchman will be delighted with the result. Balota then finishes in second place from Mario Boyer. Hugo Besson, Pirovano, Eichmanns, Bertoni, Green and Logoni, the top 9. And Becker then rounds out the top 10. Big movers all the way throughout the field, actually. Luca Bertoni gaining 6 positions in that one, from Logoni also gaining 6 positions. Christian Canonica finishing in P16, gained 14 places. Johanna Luja also gaining 13 places. So, big movers all the way out there through the field. Much calmer second round of the senior races so far, and I think the drivers there realizing that the first couple of races they had today were quite interesting and feisty in terms of track positioning, so they don't want to be using those slick tyres up too much. There's a look then at the provisional classifications. Dante Vinci, Julian Kamen, Francois Delati, Chester Kiefer and Andrea Moretti round out the top 15 on track, 16th place downwards. Canonica finishing in that 16th spot from Peter Stiller, Hugo Trissard from Finn McLaughlin, Forrest Costa and Johannes Dimos finishing in P21. Johanna Luja, George Avravanis in P23. Emilio Ottolani finishing in 24th place, also gaining 9 places. From Benjamin Johns, 3 places gained in 25th place. There is Clément Utron back in Parc Fermé. Again, another race win this weekend. Certainly looking strong here at Franciacorta. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that race. And again, it was a good start then from Clément Utron, who managed to break away from the rest of the field early doors there. The damage to Gilles Redmonds, who unfortunately his race was over. The track rod completely snapped and disengaged. That's how the damage was caused. So a half spin and then unfortunately collected by another driver. And not sure who that driver was. Potentially Luca Dengaya, who also dropped down. Still, the battle raged on though. Clément Utron had to fight back though against the 215 of Mario Boyer, who certainly had an interesting race. Eichmanns would then slowly drop down the field as Balota would start to come through the order. Hugo Besson also wanting to get involved in the fray. And Andrea Pirovano also, you can just see him there at the back. But at the end of it, nothing could stop this man here, Clément Utron, who takes another race win. Close to second place though. Balota just took it from Boyer. They were side by side across the line. VDK 1, 2, 4 out on track with Hugo Besson running out the top 4 there as the next race about to get going out on circuit. But we are ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez is down there.
Thank you, Anthony. And the sun is shining in Parc Fermé, and it's ideal conditions in here as well, on and off the track. I'm with Sam Balota. Some good performance for you. It wasn't easy in the field, a lot of fighting, but you made it into P3.
P2 actually.
P2 in the top 3, that's what I wanted to say. P2 in the end, but a close call on the line.
Yes, it's a really tough track. The racing is really hard. We managed to get a good pace to get forwards. I did some good overtaking opportunities. And then I just ran short at the end. Otherwise, we maybe could have gone for a move for first place.
We saw an interesting strategy developing into the race because you and Hugo Besson were fighting your way through to help at least Clément to take that lead, keep it, and really get the others, including Eijkmans and Mario Boyer, out of the way.
Yeah, me and Hugo had a really good pace. I saw he was a bit faster, so I stayed behind him, saved my tires a bit, and then just look when I have the best pace possible and then try to get forward as much as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us. You can go, of course, debriefing what has been a strong race, as we're going to see Ian Eijkmans, if he's available to us, for a quick debrief as well. This is happening live, ladies and gents, from Parc Fermé. Thank you very much, Sam Balota, as Ian Eijkmans, that we've had numerous times on the interview. You can be with us in your mark. Fantastic to have you, Ian. Talk us through that race for you. You have one win already. It was in very difficult conditions in the dry. Things seems to be going well for you as well.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but we're still struggling a little bit. We tried something last moment for this heat. It didn't seem to work so well. So yeah, we'll try to find something to be faster again next heat, and yeah, we will see.
So this is a track that last weekend you mastered already, winning in the IAME Series Italy. So that puts you in a good mood. We've seen that yesterday. So the trend is still the same. So you guys are very much into the top.
Yeah, I think now the whole team is pretty strong now. Just some drivers are a bit unlucky with some crashes or some bumpers. But yeah, we have the speed to be in top 3, so that's good.
What's the missing ingredient, you think, so far in terms of setup? And you said that you're still missing a few things to really be entirely happy about your performance.
I think chassis-wise, we're almost there. Just struggling a bit with the gear ratio and the engine. So, but I think, yeah, we'll find it for next race.
Fantastic. Thank you. Hartelijk bedankt and good luck for the next races. Thank you, Ian Eijkmans. Back to you, Anthony, and back to some more racing.
Thank you, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Great to chat to 2 of our drivers there out of that last race, qualifying heat C and E. Next race about to get underway. We are back with groups B and F as the whistle blows. It's qualifying heat group E and F. Heikki Kaltonen then starting this one on the front row with Eli Goldstein alongside Louis Johnson-Cool and Manuel Scomiglio starting alongside Andy Rattel and Marcus Luzio, Calai Atkins from Packham Weisenberger, from Andrea Mustinis and Riccardo Sorelli on row 5. Nico Voss and Eloy Gonzalez go from row 6. Adam Ferrazzano and Jules Caranta go from row 7. Matthias Machat and Enna Frey round out row 8. Luca Brun and Kevin Latinga on row 9. Wesley Tigo and Albanese Federico on row 10. Rounding out the top 20, Hugh Carron and Luca Frederich round out the 11 rows of the grid. The 12th row will be Mark Granada and Ziming Wang on row 12. Emanuele Liadekis on row 13 with Alexander Ruter alongside. Laurent Sasha and Kuyo Lee on row 14. Colin Wertenberger and Nolan Dubois round out the top 30 on row 15 from Céline Canol and Jesse Garcia on row 16. Charles Lambert, Matteo Giaccardi and Eduardo Villa round out the 35 carts on row 18 for this grid. Sun is shining once more, temperature increasing. Gilles leads the intermediate classifications in the senior class at the moment. He has 2 race wins to his name. Clement Outron, who has had a 2nd place finish and 2 race wins as well. Certainly having another good weekend at the moment. Here, though, the next race about to get underway. Goldstein this time around, who certainly has struggled here, wanting to get back. He is not even in the top 8 in the points classifications at the moment, so he is going to have to fight back at the moment. Calterin, though, he has had an interesting start to his weekend. He did well qualifying and has just dropped just those about 3-4 places is like the maximum he's dropped, but has not been able to find the tune of just sticking it and keeping it on pole position throughout these races.
Yeah, still chasing his first win of the weekend, Enki Calterin. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that this time around. Eli Goldstein has 1 win already. He's on the right side of your picture. Will the first attempt be the good one? Seems to be okay. Green, green, green. We're racing in Franciacorta. We could start and get away from Enki Calterin, protecting his position from Louis Johnson Cole, actually, who made his way through to P2. Eli Goldstein, not so much of a good start, as some drivers further back are scratching each other just a tiny bit to position themselves into the opening lap. Goldstein down in P3. Then we have Manuel Niamiglio by the look of it, as well as Andy Rattel and the rest of the field. Everybody going through that opening lap without too much of a scratch, but still battling along on the way to the last sector. But good start from Enki Calterin. He loves those conditions. He's going to try to maximize them as much as he can.
Andy Rattel nearly got squeezed off the track at the start of that race. He nearly got put on the grass. Here, though, nice little breakaway, though, and it's a good run for the top of our drivers. Louis Johnson Cool breaking away nicely there with Enki Calterin, and those two breaking away. Goldstein still there in 3rd place from Todd Giglio, who's there in P4. Atkins there in 5 from Weisenberger, and well, there you go, there's the first chink of the armoury there for Calterin, who just tips the kart to the inside there just to stop any advance for Johnson Cool, and that's allowed Goldstein to close in now. Goldstein wanting to gain as many positions as possible in these races. Here's a look at the start. Watch Rattel on the right-hand side of your screen. Wait for it. There he goes, so close to that white line, nearly getting squeezed onto the grass. That was a frightening moment for him. Rest of the grid, though, relatively decent start. I think everyone gets round the first couple of corners nice and clean. They do. So nice change there.
And a 227, actually, that might have been brief for you to see, but actually got squeezed a
there's
tiny
the
bit.
spin, sorry.
Oh, yeah,
326, sorry, in the back. So there were a couple of cuts. Sorry to cut over you there. And yeah, the 27.
VDKs actually.
Oh, that's Villa. That's Eduardo Villa on the back of the grid, and he had heavy damage to the back of his car as well.
Yes, indeed, and he's all the way down to P13, so P30. So that means that he's still very much in this race. Watch out for the battle for the lead. As Eli Goldstein, in the meantime, just made his way through. Goldstein in the lead. Calterin is being fought over just behind because Cali Atkins is making his return. He climbed 3 places from further back on the grid, and now is P3. Trying to arrest Enki Calterin, making his move on the inside of the hairpin. The door is open. Watch out for Sconamiglio, who's having to stay behind the Italian driver. That's another attempt, but he lost a bit of momentum as a result, and that might go the way of Paco Weisenberger in P5. That makes his way through into turn number 2. So Paco, the young Frenchman, up in P4 on the Italian. As Cali Atkins in the meantime, so 2 moves are pretty much in the same picture. Cali Atkins into P2 now. Enki Calterin is having to fight off and really back off a little bit into P3. That goes the way of Eli Goldstein, even though the typical driver hasn't been able to build that gap that he would have liked. And watch out for Cali Atkins, is your current championship leader in the senior class after that fantastic demonstration of driving skills in Mariembourg, and that will be the race over back in Parc Fermé for the KBK driver. This is Charles Lambert by the look of it. No, my apologies, this is a 320. I'll try to see who that is actually, because we missed it on that one, but we'll get back to that in a moment as the battle is raging on track. And a couple of DNFs actually, it's lining up into the Parc Fermé. This is the 291 from Italy course. It's quite a busy time in the Parc Fermé, as we've lost Nolan Dubois and Federico Albanese. That was Federico actually who just pulled into the Parc Fermé, unfortunately. Eduardo Villa, would you believe it or not, actually, is putting the fastest lap in this race after the trouble he had into the opening lap. So no mechanical concern by the look of it, for Eduardo Villa.
His rear bumper was definitely bent, though, as he had the end of the damage there, as he did have quite a bit of contact. There, though, you can see Atkins has closed into the back of Goldstein now, and Calterin's under pressure here, as the Italian, well, Leo there just getting through. Leo getting the job done. Back, though, with Atkins and Goldstein, who have closed right up. And fastest lap as well, 50.689. Very quick.
Very quick indeed, and I quickly have to correct myself because I mentioned Kelly Atkins as the current leader of the championship. This is Eduardo Villa that we just had at the picture, and if you were not with us yesterday, well, Eduardo Villa picked up disqualification, unfortunately, after the qualifying series for working on the pre-grid, and as a result is having to start all of his qualifying heats from the back end of the grid. He did brilliantly yesterday, climbing 28 places. It's not going his way, not so much this morning for the Italian driver, who's still finding his way through the fastest lap, but is currently in P27 at the moment, and is leaving, shall I say, his teammate Eli Goldstein fighting for the lead against Kelly Atkins, sitting in second place overall in the championship. But it was still after his brilliant win in Mariembourg. So let's see if Kelly Atkins will find a bit of a space that will allow him to go through. Eli Goldstein is not an easy one to get past. We've seen that previously. But turn number 14 here could be an opportunity for Kelly Atkins, as Sconamiglio is down in P3, Calteran in P4, and we have Marcus Luzio down in P5, Weisenberger, Johnson Cole, Gonzalez, Chirelli, and Jules Caranta, last year's junior champion of the IAME Euro Series, down in P10, and he just lost momentum. Caranta, as I'm mentioning his name, is down all the way to P15, promoting Rattel and Gonzalez inside the top 10.
Yeah, not something he'll want to see. A couple of warning flags coming out there as well. 3 drivers so far in this race receiving those warning flags. Atkins not going for the move just yet, though. Took a bit of a tighter entry, though, going in towards turn at number 9 and 10. Not able to go for the move. And Amaglio is still closing in as well. Keep an eye on the Italian right there in third place. He is closing in and is certainly looking like he's a threat here. He's apparently knowledgeable of the circuit layout. Atkins, though, still all over that rear bumper now. Here we go. Watch that line. He went wider there and now tucks it to the inside, and Goldstein doesn't fight it. Stays there, slots into second place, sorry. And I suspect now we'll try and latch on to the back of Atkins and try and break away with him, because he can see that behind everyone's starting to close in. Even Calterin's closing back in now as well. So it's certainly a very interesting development here. But the Melgio here is going to go for the move.
And that's a move that he needs. Let's not forget that he had the DNF, Sconamiglio, in the previous qualifying heat this morning. So he needs the points, but does not do anything unwise. He stays third, has to protect himself from any comeback from Enki Calteren just behind. Eli Goldstein still very much on the rear bumper of Kelly Atkins as we are into the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat. Third heat for these 2 groups already, as Goldstein has 1 win already, trying to pick up that place again. Kelly Atkins still having to win 1 qualifying heat so far. 4 drivers into the same picture. Marcus Luzio 2 seconds down in P5 still, as we seem to be losing another driver, dropping places in the classification. Federico Albanese and Nolan Dubois still are 2 DNFs in this race, as in the meantime, where is Eduardo Villa? Up into P26, not far from Loris Satch. But definitely a difficult weekend so far for the current leader of the series. Something went wrong in qualifying. Final lap in, and Goldstein is going for the attack.
Oh, yes, he did. He is. He's all over that rear bumper here of Atkins. And they go down. Well, Goldstein's going to have to defend now. He tried to go for 1 move, didn't get it work, and now he's going to have to defend. Calteren gets through, though, moves up into third place. So the Italian's down now into P4. Johnson Cole now with the fastest lap of the race. It's a bit late for that one. He's well down the order in P7. He's not going to have the chance to close in on this group, but there he is just in the back of your shot. So he is closing in. Marcus also there getting involved. but eyes here as Kalterin fighting to hold on to that top 3 finish in this one. This would be his best result of the weekend so far if he can hold on to it. But the switchback here, Maglio, they're just trying to get it through, and they'll go side by side. No, he won't get it done. So Atkins will take the win from Goldstein. Kalterin holds on to 3rd place from Maglio. And a foot at the end of that one there. The 283 off the track. Larit Sasha for the Falcon Racing team. Race is over right at the final herder, but Atkins then would take it for the Croc Promotion team after 11 laps of racing, clear by nearly half a second there at the end by Goldstein. Ali Atkins here has been given really an absolute green light to take control of this championship at the halfway point, with his closest competition, Eduardo Villa, struggling to get through the field after disqualification at the end of qualifying. Atkins has probably got a big smile underneath that helmet as they make their way back in towards Parc Ferme. Alvarez will be down there to chat to one of our drivers. There is a look then at the provisional classifications then. Atkins from Goldstein, Kalterin from Naglio there in 4th place, from Luzio, Weisenberger, Johnson Cool, Rattel, Sorelli, and Eloy Gonzalez finishing in the top 10. Andrea Mustinis from Enna Frey, Jules Caranta, and Matis Machat, Marc Granada then rounding out the top 15. Kevin Lettinger from Mika Voss, Aaron Ferrazano from Manueli Liadicas finishing in 19th place from Hugo Heron. Eduardo Villa does finish just outside the top 20, 21st place after gaining 4 positions. Celine Canol and Matteo Giaccardi rounding out the top 23, both gaining 9 and 11 positions respectively. Ziming Wang finishes in 24th place from Luca Frederic, Hugo Brun and Kiana Lee rounding out the top 27. There, your race winner, Calais Atkins, on your screen. Solid result for him as they'll make their way back, and hopefully we will chat to Calais in a few moments' time. Here's a look then at the start of the race, and there you can see Goldstein instantly swinging across the track to get that inside line, nearly taking Rattel off the circuit. Johnson Cool would move into 2nd place at the start of that one. Unfortunately, would then slowly fall down the order. Louis Johnson Cool finishing that one in 7th place. Nonetheless, still a good result there at the back of that. The contact that resulted in the retirement for Melon Dubois. And amazingly, Eduardo Villa, who carried on and continued to set fastest laps of the race. This is where it starts to get interesting at the front here, as Enki Kalterin tried his very best to hold off any attack. Atkins, though, would make the move, going in towards turns 9 and 10. Got it done on the apex and happy with that one. He would then carry on to fight on to try and get that race lead. Then Italian Manuel Namaglio coming through the order, finishing in P4 at the end of it. Certainly had a good run to try and finish on that top podium spot. Kalterin, though, would fight back, and this is his best result of the weekend so far for Enki Kalterin, finishing in that top 3, but Atkins would take the win for Croc Promotions from Goldstein, and Enki Kalterin rounding out the top 3. The next race is coming up in a moment, but we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
Welcome back, guys, from Parc Ferme. Calais Atkins with us, winner of his first heat of the weekend. Calais, things seems to be going quite well for you. P3, P2, and now your best result so far. So, are you a happy man?
Yeah, I'm very happy. You know, the momentum from Marienburg's definitely been brought over. You know, the team have been working so hard, giving me the best package possible. Grass as always, you know, with the engines, and you know, I'm just want to make everyone proud, to be honest.
Yeah, you refer obviously to your fantastic performance at Round 2 in Belgium, Marienburg, where you really drove certainly one of the races of your young career up into P1. You're one of the contenders of the championship so far. Those results put you in an ideal spot, I guess, to fight at the front. So you think that all the way to Sunday, victory once again is possible?
You know, anything's possible in motorsport, but, you know, just hope for the best.
What can you tell us about this track of Franciacorta that we're visiting for the first time with the IAME Euro Series?
Yeah, it's quite a fast track. You know, it's quite unforgiving if you make mistakes, but I'm doing all right at it. So yeah, quite like it, to be honest.
Yeah, you're doing all right. That's a good summary of those beautiful results of yours so far. Thank you very much, Kali Atkins. You can go, of course, debrief the race and the victory. Thank you, Kali Atkins, for being with us. Victory for Croc Promotion. As we'll get back to you, Anthony, to follow the next couple of races, the seniors and the juniors on schedule before the lunchtime. But stay with us after the lunch because we have 12 more races after that in the afternoon and a lot more of live interviews to give you guys.
Thanks, Guillaume. Down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed. One more senior race to go before the lunch break. 2 junior races. And then we do stop for an hour. Earlier on today, qualifying heat Group A, Evan Gilter took the race win. Can he get another one today? I'm sure he would very much like to. He starts this one on pole position. You can see him there, middle of your screen, just getting into his cut now in the 2:04. Ruben Moya, though, starts alongside. Now, Moya did have a win yesterday. This morning, the driver in the 2:03 certainly had an interesting race, finishing in P3 behind Carinini and Bollier. There you can see the banking filling up there with the mechanics. There on your screen, Evan Gilter starting this one on pole position. Like you say, had a solid weekend so far today. He is leading the points classifications. 0 points to his name. Can he maintain that momentum this weekend? With a perfect weekend, good qualifying, and all the race wins, we'll yet to find out, as once again the sun beams down here at Franciacorta in the north of Italy. Again, a lovely location in the world. Here then, Ruben Moya for the Pantano Racing team. Again, race win, 3rd. Can he do something similar in this one as he starts alongside on that front row? Carinini will have something to say about that one as he took the win earlier on today as well, did Carinini. He starts this one on the second row just behind. Sam Shaw, though, starting in 3rd place in the 322. The Lando Norris chassis for the premium karting team. As again, a look there at the spectator areas. Plenty of spectator viewing areas here. Like Guillaume's been saying, please do make sure you do come down to the Franciacorta circuit if you are close by. It'd be great to have you here. There as we look at the live pictures of Sam Shaw. Primed and ready to go. Again, a very quick driver and a contender for this championship. It's 4th in the championship. Moya 3rd. So certainly is going to make this one an interesting race as we are nearing the start time for it. Like we're saying, only a few more races to go for the end of this one. Whistle blows, engines fire up. Next race heads out on circuit. Senior X30 qualifying heat A and D then. About to get started. Here is how they will line up on track. Evan Gilter, who has currently got a perfect score of 0, starts this one on pole position with Ruben Moya alongside. Sam Shaw and Danny Carinini start alongside on row 2. Luca Griggs and Mark Piccolo go from row 3 with Daniela Wellens and Nando Weichselbaumer go from row 4. Zilionis, Petris and Gerard Rafael round out row 5, rounding out the top 10. Arthur Fassort and Kimi Turson round out row 6. Yuta Suzuki and Dimitri Bativ go from row 7. Keanu Wellens and Alex Girauto go from row 9. Aaron Garcia and Eduardo Dominguez go from row 9.
Row number 10, we have Antonio Apicella and Arno Malizia, followed by John Natfos and Domenico Congiu. Row number 12, Otto Pikonen and Cancini, followed by Natalia Granada and Matthias Valdekerkov on row number 13. Rimer Blanc and Alessandro Cucozza, row number 14. Row number 15, Ethan Faramon and Miguel Silva. Then we have Thomas Mosta and Hermano Quintieri, Andrea Giudice and Fabian Sturesson on row number 17, followed by Victor Kulmana and Youssef Bahawi. 36 drivers on the grid. Here we go again. This will see Group A versus D. This will be the last senior qualifying heat of the morning. As we said, 12 more races this afternoon. After this one, back to the juniors for 2 more qualifying heats before a well-deserved lunch break for everybody here at the track. As Evan Gilter, Ruben Moya will be battling along from the front row of the grid. Gilter with a win in the bag already so far. 1 win yesterday for the young Frenchman, as the likes of his fellow countryman Clément Autran took win as well in this category. Clément Autran twice a winner. Gilter could join him on points, as right now is still your current leader, Evan Gilter. Clément Autran with 2 wins and a 2nd place. If Gilter keeps it that way, well, he will stay ahead of the field as we progress through the ranks of and through the program of this IAME Euro Series round 3, and we go again. Yes, indeed, nothing to worry about. There was nothing really that certainly some drivers at the back end of the grid that didn't line up quite sufficiently enough. So we go again for 1 extra formation lap.
Yes, we do. Yeah, like you said there, back of the grid certainly was not formed up, and yeah, the call made very, very early. We're near the halfway point of the day. Strategy starts to creep in now for these drivers, thinking, right, what do I need to do to position myself well for the superheats tomorrow and the finals? That is going to be a talking point for these drivers, as well as tyres as well. Pushing it too hard. They're in race control. Joanna Falcone and David Manchester. And the man in the middle there, Christian Mir, it's his birthday, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how old he is. I think he's aged quite a bit. I think there he is, operations man. I made that perfectly for him today because it's his birthday. I wanted to give him a good shout out. There he is, nice cheesy smile on his face. I think he's at least 25. He's aged a bit though. Karting has done that to him. I might regret saying that later on. Here we go then.
I think you will.
Senior X30 qualifying heat A and D about to get started then. Here we go, out of the final corner. And this looks like a little bit of a better formation. We might be going around again. No, it's green flag. Here we are. It is a good start. And Gilter, well, Gilter and Sam Shaw just drive away from the rest of the field. Great start from them. Moya slots into 3rd place, manages to hold off the rest of the field there. Danny Caronini still there in 4th place. And keep an eye, because Luca Grids, this time, much better start for Luca. He is there in a prime spot in P5. Rest of the field go through. The Consigna effect, 1 car going wide, and there's just nothing you can do about that. It creeps back on. And who was the car number? It is the 354 that's gone off the track there.
And the energies.
Yeah.
That's Thomas Mota, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's all the way back to the field, as Evan Gilter has done the perfect start and get away from the rest of the field. Watch out from the pursuers. Sam Shaw, he had a bit of a tussle, a bit of a moment with Eddie Goldstein, and picking up on that, because I had a moment of doubt looking at the results and the points. Sam Shaw is going to go for the move, taking the lead on the inside of turn number 3, and Gilter is shutting that door because Ruben Moya was there for the taking. Sam Shaw in the lead. Gilter, that has not 1 but 2 wins in the qualifying heats, actually, because watching at the results and the current points, I had a slight moment of doubt, and having looked at the past results, I don't know if it was mentioned before, Anthony, as I was down there in the Parc Fermé, but Eddie Goldstein lost his win previously with a 5-second penalty for that incident with Sam Shaw. So there's confirmation that Goldstein hasn't kept his win so far. So Gilter has 2 wins, 0 points. That could make it 3 in a row if he manages to get back to Sam Shaw. As in the meantime, Danny Caronini moves ahead of Ruben Moya, with Luca Griggs, the teammate of Moya, just behind. But the big news is Goldstein has 0 wins, 2 for Gilter, as a result of that incident that was deemed to the fault of Goldstein, with a 5-second penalty as a result. So here's why Gilter is leading, as Clément Autran is 2nd at the moment. Sam Shaw, with his move in the lead, is picking up 3rd place overall if it stays like this. But we are only getting started into this race.
Yes, indeed. Plenty to go, a little bit wide there for Sam Shaw. Gilter may have a look down the inside here. No, can't do it, but Danny Caronini will have a look down the inside. Same with Ruben Moya, and jumps up into 2nd and 3rd place. And Gilter now not in a position he'll want to be in, as he will be wanting a perfect weekend. He has got the choice of having 0 points at the moment. He will now have several points to his name if he finishes in this one, and actually that will drop him second in the classifications with 4 race points, as Moya now dives down the inside of Carinini and moves up into second place. Still a train starting to form here. Luca Griggs in it, Mark Piccolo, Nando Weitzel-Bulmer still there as well in P7. So big moves all the way throughout, and actually Weitzel-Bulmer is the fastest driver on circuit, 50.563 on track, and Ruben Moya leads the way.
You're in trouble, Anthony.
Christian's just walked into the commentary box and said, you're in trouble. So there we go. Here comes Sam Shaw, though, back down the inside, and nice little dive down the inside through turn 14, and Moya losing several positions now as he drops down back into P4.
Look at that train of drivers as we went to lap number 5, and it's really wide open when it comes to who can take the final win. Sam Shaw leading that back, Carinini second, Griggs, Moya, Gilter, Lopiccolo. On the inside go not only Moya but also look at Griggs, the 2 Pantano Racing drivers making their way through. Gilter stays in P4, and unfortunately Danny Carinini is dropping a bit of momentum as a result. That will do for Sam Shaw, of course. The British driver is leading the way, and he's only praying for one thing, that his pursuers will be too busy to fight each other to really get close. And that could put him in ideal condition to take his first win of the weekend for premium karting. Further back around the inside goes the 301 of Lopiccolo, Marco Lopiccolo, the Frenchman, on Evan Gilter, yes indeed. And one of his teammates from Victory Lane, Nando Weitzel-Bulmer, is going to try to do the same. Gilter is in trouble. By the look of it, the Frenchman is going a little bit wide on the entry to turn number 3. Not particularly at ease in this qualifying heat, as Danny Carinini is certainly eager to make up for the ground that he lost. So we would have thought that Gilter would be up in the lead, building on that gap like he did on the races before, but it doesn't go his way so far.
No, indeed. Looks like he's struggling out there a little bit, doesn't it? As there goes Luca Griggs to the inside of Sam Shaw and moves into the race lead. So Griggs this time around, who got caught up in that incident in the senior races earlier on today, this time around I think will be a lot happier with the result that he's currently in at the moment, as again Gilter is just under pressure here. Mark Lopiccolo's got through as well now. Weitzel-Bulmer also there as well. Carinini, who's also dropped down a few spots, also there in 7th place. It's certainly heating up as Ruben Moya now is on the charge back. I'm sure the Pantano Racing team would like a 1-2 in this race, and so far they're going to be delivered that as Ruben Moya dives to the inside of Sam Shaw and moves up into P2. It's now Pantano Racing 1-2 with Aaron Garcia setting the fastest lap of the race. Nothing at the moment Sam Shaw can do, and all on his own there. He hasn't got any teammates around him, and he's certainly in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. He's still on the back bumper of Moya, still driving with him. We know he's quick. Check over the shoulder. The last time we saw him do that, he actually went for a dive down the inside. Speaking of dives down the inside, Evan Gilter goes back down the inside of Mark Lopiccolo and moves back up into P4 through turn 14. So Gilter back on the charge here and wanting to find something. We were thinking earlier on, he had good races. Tyres are still relatively fresh, but aren't they just slightly dying just that little bit more than maybe the rest of the grid?
Yeah, certainly, as on the inside goes Sam Shaw. Tyres are always a key point when it comes to that amount of qualifying races. They have to go through 5 of them to make sure that they have a spot, not only on a good spot for the superheat grids, but on the final on Sunday afternoon. But they have an advantage, is that yesterday's qualifying heat were disputed in the rain, so this is a -1 race when it comes to the usage of those slick tires. That will do certainly, as Gilter was gesturing to his fellow countryman Marco Lopiccolo just behind, as Danny Carinini made his way through. Carinini taking both Victory Lane drivers in one go. So he's up into P5, the Italian driver with the Energy colors, the blue and red from Energy. The team from Mike Panigata, of course, competing at the highest level in all sorts of international series. Around the inside goes Weitzel-Bulmer on Mark Lopiccolo. 364 is up in P6. And we have Rafael Vozov and Dimitri Matviv rounding up the top 10. 6/10 of a second now between Luca Griggs and Sam Shaw. So it seems that Griggs has found the right formula to get away from Sam Shaw, that is being overtaken by Ruben Moya. No, this is Evan Gilter, sorry, and Moya battle for P3. Moya is trying to, of course, get as close as possible to Sam Shaw, but is having to go defensive. Oh, and a contact for the back. I think it was Rafael on Marc Lopiccolo outside of turn number 14. All drivers managing to stay onto the track, but that was a bit of a hectic moment, and a bit of a scary one for Rafael, the 270, who's competing here as a privateer this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Certainly very interesting development here. Crucially, though, Gilter has found the pace again and has latched on to that rear bumper of Moya. Certainly an interesting one. Not to forget about the rest of the grid, though. There are lots of drivers in this one and drivers who are making moves. Renaud Blanc, who's in P18, has gained 9 positions. Ethan Faramond also 9 positions gained, as Gilter now starting to gesticulate here and sends it down the inside through turn 14, squeezing there that position down, and well, Moya not able to fight back. But watch Moya as we go on to the final lap here. Sees take the wider line now. He might cut through. No, he's going to take the long way round here through turns 2 and 3. Not going to work. Tries to slot in. Maybe now looks to the inside here as they go in towards turn number 5. No, can't quite do it. I don't think he stays behind as they go through. Marshall running there. Yellow flags out, and yes, there is a kart off the track.
Just in the hairpin of turn 13, so it's on the blind spot that we have from our position on the far side of the track on the right.
Well, there's 2 karts off around the track actually on this last lap. There's one of them. There's another one through turn 14. Yes, you're right in saying that. I think Youssef Bahoui is one of them, and Fabien Thuresson also is the other off the track. So yellow flags into the final sector, so there'll be no overtaking. So Griggs, I think, has got this sorted from Sam Shaw. He will have no competition as he crosses the line thanks to the yellow flags. So Griggs will take it from Shaw. Gilter then will take 3rd place. He doesn't have a perfect weekend. He has to concede a race win there with 3 points. It does mean, though, that now Clément Autran is the leader of the intermediate classifications now with just 2 classification points from Evan Gilter's 3. Ruben Moya then finishing in P4 from Nando Wechselbaumer, who finishes in P5. Danny Caronini finishing in 6th place. Still a good result for Caronini. He had a race win earlier. Didn't go well for him yesterday. I think, what was it, a P17, I think he had yesterday for Danny Caronini, if I'm right in saying that.
Yeah, let me check that again for the Italian driver from Energy Corse, Danny Caronini, who went out in his opening qualifying heat. Didn't have the best of outcome. It was a P9 in the end.
P9,
so
right, okay.
But it dropped still 5 positions in the wet. But it was about survival yesterday as it was pouring rain onto the track. But Caronini has been progressing to the ranks as he's knocking on the door of the top 10 as it stands. Here's your classification in full. Luca Griggs taking his first win of the weekend from Sam Shaw. Evan Gilter missing on the leadership of the heats for just a tiny point. Ruben Moya taking P4 from Nando Wechselbaumer, taking his best result so far in P5. Danny Caronini P6 from Marc Lopiccolo, Yuta Suzuki, climbing 5 places up to 8. Arthur Vozor follows in 9. Then we have Kimi Duron, Dimitri Matveev, Stylianos Petrizis, as well as Dominguez Espinosa in P13, followed by Rafael Perrar, Antonio Apicella in P15.
Nice little result there. Rest of the grid, Rima Blanc 11th or 16th place after gaining 11 positions from Malaysia. Daniela Wellens finishing in P18 from Ethan Faramond. Otto Pukkanen finishing in the top 20 from Matthias van der Kerkhoff, finishing in 21st place. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that one, and it was a great start from the left-hand side of the grid. Look at the breakaway they got there. Moya instantly having to dive to the inside to defend from anyone else having to come through, and well, Sam Shaw and Evan Gilter just drove away. Couple of karts going off on the exit of that turn. Then there was a bit more of a coming together here as another one of our drivers who went wide. And yes, it was not the best run there, I think, for the 354. That was Thomas Mota, who went off the track. The nice little cheeky switcheroo move there through turn 1 into turn 2. It's a favourite amongst some of the drivers here this weekend of doing that move. Sam Shaw doing that very move there. Then Ruben Moya getting the move done on Caronini. Caronini, who did get all the way up into 2nd place in the early stages. Moya then also led Sam Shaw would then fight back. Luca Griggs would get the chance of coming through the field, and there is Luca Griggs. He would then fight through the grid and would then lead the way. Moya then tried to make it a 1-2 for Pantano. Unfortunately, Sam Shaw had other ideas about that, sent it back down the inside. A little bit of contact between the two of them when the move was being made there. A little bit late on the pull out of the slipstream, but checker flag would come out. Luca Griggs would take it from Sam Shaw, Evan Giltaire and Ruben Moya, the top 4, as they will make their way back into Parc Fermé. We'll see them back out after the lunch break. Seniors are due back out on track at around 20 or 3 o'clock, I think, local time in Italy. We turn our attention now back to the junior category. 2 more races to go before the lunch break, and Tiziano Cosnini, who put it on pole position. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend.
Tiziano Cosnini, congratulations. What a lap in the qualifying practice for the juniors. Tell us how you did it.
Well, I left space of the others in the front. Then slow I went to take them, and at the end I did the pole.
An interesting layout here, difficult conditions though. These are factors that you seem to be mastering quite well, so that puts you in a good mood certainly for the races this weekend.
Of course, I love the rain here. It was quite difficult because Ramakers and the other were pretty fast as well, and yeah.
What do you see yourself in the races and on Sunday? What do you think you can achieve?
I can't say anything because we'll see what we can do with everything, and then.
Good answer. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thanks.
Well, they're great to chat to our pole sitter of that one, Tiziano Cosnini, who's ready to start this one on that front row. Let's see what he can do from there this time around. Starting alongside him, though, Harry Bartle for the United Kingdom for crop promotion, starting on that front row as well. The juniors earlier on in the weekend certainly had a interesting running, Group B and C, and for this one, Cosnini earlier on, he did only finish P4, did Tiziano Cosnini, so he's got a bit of work ahead of him for this one. Thomas Kinsey also had a very interesting race, not the result he would have wanted earlier on, P13. Hopefully he can fight back in this one. Loving that new helmet design. Look at that. That is absolutely fantastic.
That's a work of art, isn't it? With
it is.
Some I don't know what it is, ghosts or yes, beautiful drawings of pirate flags as well. Look at that.
Looks like someone's just taken a Sharpie to the helmet. That's what it looks like. So, but it is incredibly well done. Yeah. And I am actually a really big fan of that. So there we go.
Yeah, we're talking about designs of helmets and how artistic they can become. And this is another proof of the beautiful work that has been really made out there for each of those young drivers. Harrison Mackie, the 21st from Fusion Motorsport. It's going to be on the second row of the grid on the outside. As they say, not the best of alignment when it comes to especially that track going on the right with the first section of corners. And we've seen another proof on the race before that the inside line really had the upper hand when it comes to the rolling starts. But right now, Tiziano Cosnini is making his way as the leader on pole for this race opposing Group B and C. He was the second fastest in junior behind Rocco Coronel. And if you were wondering about this racing suit from the Academy Trophy of the FIA karting, that's because Tiziano Cosnini last year was representing Switzerland in the School of Karting. And he finished overall P11, taking his best results in Le Mans for last year's World Championship. And the difference here is that this season in the European Championship, the Academy Trophy is disputed along with the Direct Drive classes. So a little bit of a switch of changes from one season to the other. But after the Academy Trophy, well, Tiziano Cosnini has stepped up to the junior category in the IAME Euro Series as well, so where he actually is doing a very, very positive job in qualifying and in races so far. When it comes to the juniors, we had wins so far this morning for Rocco Coronel and Harrison Mackie.
Yes, indeed. Let's quickly run through the starting lineup for this one. Tiziano Cosnini then starting it on pole position. Harry Bartle alongside. Thomas Kinsey and Harrison Mackie going from row 2. Timo Ramikas and Arjen Kraling go from row 3. Romeo Russell and Isaac Phelps on row 4. Angelo Dorosino and Louis Coman going from row 5, Sandro Perez and Vilma Svan going row 6, Bertrand Sash and Alexis Constant running at row 7.
Row number 8, Matteo Dovergne and Ethan Lennon. Then we have Matteo Melis and Eden Spanswick, followed by Angelina Porencha and Philippe Carras in row number 10. Row number 11, Austin Gale and Conor Clancy. Then we have Daniel Dalakian and Florentin Attemer. Row number 13, Filippo Donazan and Tyrone Kinard. Paul Andriotis and Jean-Paul Carras on row number 14. Then we have Giostoli Atiana on row number 15. That makes it for 29 drivers on their way to the qualifying heat. 8 laps to go through for the juniors. After this one more race opposing Group B and D, and then it will be about time for lunch break and 12 more races this afternoon. But in the meantime, can Tiziano Cosnini go and take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend? Can Harrison Mackie make it 2 in a row? And will it be the same as well for Rocco Coronel for the race after that?
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Through the tram lines, green flag goes out. Great start then. Keep an eye on Bartel, though. He did get a good start on that outside row. He might get the race lead here through the outside, through turn number 2. And no, he can't. He gets swamped and then he kicks off the circuit. He slots back into P4. And it's Thomas Kinsey who leads the way. Kinsey, who started this one on the second row of the grid in P3, managed to get the jump there and has got past Tiziano Cosnini. Cosnini also with the good start, only losing 1 position, dropping down into P2, I think, at the start of this one. Rest of the field slots through. Everyone finding a piece of track. There's Sandro Perez. Keep an eye on Sandro Perez in this one. He started in this race in P11. Remember, he scythed his way through the field earlier on in the day. He's looking very quick here. So keep an eye on the Spaniard. And the rest of the field through turn 14 they go. Nice clean start. So they cross the line. It is Kinsey from Cosnini, Mackie, Bartel, Thibaut Ramekers, then Kraling, Roussel, Kuman, Phelps, and Alexis Constant, who round out the top 10. Clean breakaway, though, for the top 3.
And you can see Cosnini just a ring, but it's too late, unfortunately, because Harrison Mackie saw that coming and went for the move. It was clean, it was late, but he made that stick beautifully up into P2. Oh, watch out for the battles between the VDKs with Thibaut, yes, in the number 3, Thibaut Ramakers, I was going to say. But it's referred as Thibaut the other way around. Thibaut Ramakers in P5 now, in P4. No, it's dropping a place actually, because we had Romeo Roussel as well as Ariane Kraling in the mix. So let's keep an eye on that one as well. But Thomas Kinsey in the meantime down in turn number 14, being chased by Harrison Mackie. Tiziano Cosnini down in P3. Harrison Mackie doing a great job. Look at the pace that he's been having so far. 1 win already, maybe a second, and he's going to go fight for it and take the lead in turn number 3. And Tiziano Cosnini, in the meantime, was a little bit too far back to dive into that inside door. Still a bit of time on their hand and a couple of laps until the checkered flag. Thomas Kinsey is going to try to switch the positions. Watching out as well for Cosnini. Kraling up into P4, the 87 from VDK. Bartel down in P5, P6 now with Thibaut Ramakers making his way through just as Harrison Mackie was overtaking Thomas Kinsey. So Thibaut Ramakers, one of the young protagonists of the category, even though he lost a win after Mariembourg. He was the strongest on the road, but disqualified, unfortunately. That led to Alexis Constant and RSD taking the win in Mariembourg. So revenge certainly for Thibaut Ramakers, and he works his way through as Harrison Mackie is protecting his position at the beginning of lap number 4.
Kinsey then all over the back of Mackie. Mackie controlling this race as Adrian Kraling sets the fastest lap of the race. He's there in P4. Keep an eye on him. The VDK driver certainly wanting to show what he's got here. But Tiziano Cosnini still between himself and the lead, and off the track there, the 1-2-6, Pantano kart, it's Tyrone Kinard, the Belgian driver who's gone heavy into the barriers there. He's gone through several barriers. Now, what happened there?
Yeah, I got to say, it was a pretty heavy hit for the young Tyrone Kinard, the son of Philippe Kinard.
It's at turn 5 that's happened, so that's, yeah, there's quite a long straight that they've got before a very heavy corner. There he is, Tyrone Kinard, who's unfazed, unhurt, out the kart, but still, everyone, now there's another driver. It's a Beyond driver, and that's Ethan Lennon, the South African, who has also retired from this race.
We might need to see that again if we can, but as a result, we lost 2 drivers in the process, as Aaron Kraling down in P4, putting out the fastest lap in his race, and it proves to be fruitful because he's getting near Harrison Mackie in P3. Watch out for the move from the 87. There's a bit of a gap now between Thomas Kinsey and Tiziano Cusinini back in P2, and making his way through in P14. That goes beautifully in, and Kraling up into P3.
Yep, with this scrapping though, Ramikers, Bartel, Russell and Coman will certainly be liking it as they are closing in just behind, so keep an eye on them. More moves still happening as once again, just can say under pressure here. Cusinini certainly looking in at a contact between the two of them. And, well, Cusinini all over that rear bumper, nearly wiping out Thomas Kinsey. Kinsey holding on to it. And just slotting back now into second place. He will want to fight back instantly. At the moment, not able to do so. That's closed everyone in now. Look at this train that we've got. Only a couple of laps left in this one. Angelina Porenka off the track and unfortunately retiring the IAME Racing driver out of this race. As down the inside, there goes Kraling on Mackie. Mackie now under pressure from Thibaut Ramikers.
Let's see what's going to happen because we have so many drivers within the same picture. Tiziano Cusinini is the one under pressure, but for how long? Thomas Kinsey trying to make his move around the inside, but it opens the door to Kraling up into P2. And Kinsey loses 2 positions with Harrison Mackie making his bid as well. Watch out for Thibaut Ramikers being pushed a little bit, but he takes a spot. And Thomas Kinsey, disastrous situation. He goes from P through Thomas Kinsey to P1. He was leading 2 laps ago, all the way down to P6 with Harry Bartel making his move as well. So it doesn't go the way of Thomas Kinsey as Sandro Perez is climbing through the ranks. From P11 is P8 with the fastest lap in this race. We're getting near the conclusion of that qualifying heat. Tiziano Cusinini Kraling for how long? And a slight touch on the way in. And the VDK driver make his bid actually and take the lead. Wow, that was a close move. There's been a slight touch between the two. Kraling, Cusinini, Mackie. This is your 3 drivers on the outside. What a move that is from Harrison Mackie. And yes, he gets out of the corner in the lead. Wow. This will be one of the moves of the weekend as Ramikers is doing as well. Contact over there. Mackie is getting away. We need to see that again. But he went from 3rd to 1 on the outside line of turn number 2 and 3. And that might be sufficient for him to take the win.
Cusinini and Ramikers are absolutely tooth and nail behind this, battling away. You can see them just out of shot. Kraling has got the advantage here. But Mackie here in the lead of this race has certainly driven away with this one. And look at that lunge. Oh, Arjen Kraling from absolutely nowhere goes for the move. Takes the lead, but Mackie's going to have the run. It's going to be side by side across a line. Kraling takes it. Kraling takes it by 1/100th of a second. My goodness, where did that dive come from Arjen Kraling? Absolutely out of nowhere. The German driver with a huge lunge in towards turn 14. Harrison Mackie, absolutely nothing he could do. The gap was there, and well, Arjen Kraling, after 8 laps of racing for VDK, will take the win from Harrison Mackie. Tiziano Cusinini will take 3rd place from Bartel. Romeo Russell will finish in P5 after gaining 2 positions. They'll make their way back into Parc Ferme. What a move. What a move from Arjen Kraling. Can certainly take a bow at the end of that race. The recovery job now happens as the carts get pulled off the circuit. Arjen Kraling then at the end of that for VDK will take the win from Harrison Mackie. Tiziano Cusinini, Harry Bartel, Romeo Russell taking the top 5 spots after gaining 2 positions. Thibaut Ramikers finishing in P6 from Louis Coman, gaining 3, finishing in P7. Thomas Kinsey, Isaac Phelps, Sandro Perez, Vilma Svan, the top 11 from Felipe Carras, finishing in 12th place, gaining 8 positions from Alexis Constant. Conor Clancy, Eden Spanswick, Paul Andreas finishing in P16, 11 positions gained. The Yana Racing driver. And Dalakian finishing in P17 from Bertrand Sash. Matteo Duvant finishing in P19 from Austin Gale. Jean-Paul Carras finishing in 21st place. Florentine Hatamir finishing in 22nd from Matteo Melis. Filippo Donanazan finishing in 24th from Angelo D'Ortenzio, finishing in 25th place. Istoli finishing in 26th. 3 retirements: Ethan Lennon, Aaron Kinnard, Jelena Prowenka. From that one there, you can see Ethan Lennon, Beyond cart being put onto the back of the recovery vehicle. There, though, is your race winner, Arjun Kraling for VDK, after an absolutely monstrous dive down the inside through turn 14 on Harrison Mackie, would take a very compelling race win. And I suspect he'll be very happy with that one. Guillaume Alvarez is down there, and we'll hopefully chat to our race winner from that one. I'd certainly like to hear what he has to say about it. There you can see some of the spectators side of the circuit. The sun's still blaring down on us here. Local track temperature is around 24, 25 degrees. It is a beautiful July day, the 1st of July. We are ready down in Parc Ferme, though. Alvarez, it's over to you.
The move that was. Talk us through that final latest laps and corners of that race, because you never backed off, you kept fighting, and in the end you were awarded with the win. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was not easy because the guys were also fighting in the front, but we have some meters and a good space for driving to the front. And I mean, I do a good job, and overtaking was okay. Thank you. Thank you also for my team and my engine tuner.
These are nice words indeed for your engine tuner and your team, VDK Racing this weekend. It seems like you guys have found the right setup, the right functioning of the kart, and between your hands at the wheel, you're doing wonders.
Yeah, it was hard days. Yesterday also in qualifying, rain, and we have not the best space in rain, but to win the heat was good. And I mean, also the test days was not easy. But now we find the space. This was good.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend and to VDK Racing. Okay, you can go, of course, and debrief all of that with your mechanics and team at VDK Racing. There's going to be a lot to discuss about that race. That was certainly one of the most impressive moves that we have seen so far. And Harrison Mackie thought that for a second he could have actually snatched that second victory. He came close. He will be back certainly stronger. But let's talk also about one of the moves of the weekend from Harrison Mackie on the outside of turn number 2 and 3 for what he thought at the time could have been the win. But thanks to this young man that we just had, this was certainly for next qualifying heat. He's going to have to take revenge. But what a beautiful move. That's part of what we love in kart racing, with a lot of unexpectedity until the end of the race. And let's see what's going to happen in the last race of the juniors this morning before the lunch break, and a lot more excitement coming our way this afternoon.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, I can imagine the debrief there with Arjun Kraling will be, so what happened? Well, I fully sent it. Here we go then, the final race before the lunch break, qualifying heat A and D for Junior X30, about to get underway. We are 12 races in today, 12 more to go, 24 heats in total throughout the day. There we can see, oh, there's Tyron Kennard's just getting pulled off at the exit of the circuit there. Big shame for him retiring from that race. Glad to see he's okay, though. Next race, though, Rocco Coronel starting this one on pole position. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen, getting ready to get going for this race. The Victory Lane team with a front row lockout in this one, as his teammate Cathal Clark will be starting alongside. You can just see him there on the right-hand side of your screen, putting on his rib protector there. Jensen Graham and Freddie Lloyd starting this one on the second row of the grid. Again, very talented front row on this one. There is Rocco Coronel just getting himself ready for this one. The Victory Lane karting team, you can imagine, trying to stay in the shade as much as possible as the sun beams down. yet to go outside in these sunny conditions. I'm looking forward to seeing what the temperature feels like outside. Though, as we get ourselves ready to go for this one, certainly an interesting start to the day. Remind ourselves about what happened earlier on. Rocco Coronel in the Group A race did take the race win by 1 second, so it was a very good run from Jensen Graham, who finished in second place. On Cathal Clark's side with Group D, earlier on he finished P5. He did drop 3 positions in his first race today. Hopefully he can recover from that one. He's starting this one on the front row. Behind him though, I was saying Freddie Lloyd and Jensen Graham. We spoke about Jensen Graham, who's already done this one. Freddie Lloyd finished P2 earlier on in the day. Juniors Freddie Lloyd leading the championship. And of course, he's certainly going to be a driver to keep an eye on throughout the course of this weekend, though. There is Jensen Graham, about to get seated in his kart. Last few words with his mechanic, Ollie Walker there, just getting primed and ready. Let's get going for this one. Like I say, Freddie Lloyd, though, has got some work ahead of him on this one to try and maintain that championship position. Like I say, he's doing what he needs to do at the moment in terms of the intermediate classifications. Freddie Lloyd third in them, Jensen Graham second, Rocco Coronel first in them. Of course, that will all change when this race goes ahead, because we've just had a race. It will all contribute back up into where it needs to be. But taking a seat there does go Freddie Lloyd. The road just behind, though, Clovis Nougarade on the Red Speed chassis as well. Another of the Victory Lane drivers starting this one on the 5th place spot in the A group. Clovis Nougarade earlier on in the day. His first race didn't go well. Dropped down 19 positions to finish in P24. So, yeah, certainly a very interesting one. And yes, can confirm there has been some terrible news that has just come out from Spa-Francorchamps in the Formula Regional Championships. Driver from the IAME class in 2018 and the CIK category in 2019 and 2020. Delano van der Hoff, unfortunately, having a fatal accident at the Spa circuit in the second race for the Formula Regional European Championships by Alpine. Unfortunately, has lost his life at Spa, and we wish himself and his family all the deepest regards in this terrible time. Certainly not good news.
Certainly not awful news, actually. I've just heard about it and in Parc Fermé, reading about it a little bit, even though we don't have the many details about what happened in Spa when this weekend taking place as well. The GT 24 Hours and the Formula Regional being one of the standing supporting series of the event. Delano van der Hoff, the terrible news of his passing, yeah, just came to us, and it's starting to spread around the motorsport media. We don't have again, as it stands, many details about the circumstances of the incident and the context it took place. But yeah, I do remember, of course, and we know with great sadness, Delano van der Hoff back in the day of karting when he was competing in the European Championship, and he did as well in the IAME Euro Series, and he was just 18 years of age, which is absolutely tragic. But we'll get back to that later with some more information as we can. Now, in the meantime, let's back to focus. Let's back to the track, and one last race to go through this morning before the lunch break. This will oppose the Group B and the Group A and D of the junior category. And we're going to have on the front row, Rocco Coronel, the fastest young man in qualifying, Cathal Clark by his side, Jensen Graham and Freddie Lloyd on row number 2, Clovis Nougarade and Filippo Pancotti on row number 3. Then we're going to have Daniel Kelleher and Joseph Smith on row number 4. Tommy Gale and Riccardo Ferrari on row number 5. Row number 6, Sasha Van Padbosch and Christopher Elfegalli, followed by Sam Hurley, Matt Corby. Row number 8, Ferdinand Papa, Philippou and George Nassar. On row number 9, Arthur Wong and Ty Fisher, row number 10, Kais Aziza and Arturo Donker, followed by Helia Weiss, Wouter Belganu, Henry Carter, Sebastian Mins on row number 12, followed by Mathis Uliba, Fares Jalil, Luisa de la Pietra, as well as Miguel Blascos and Yannick Dubois.
Thank you for that one. Yes, the penultimate, or the last race before the halfway point of the day, about to get underway. Qualifying Heat A and D about to take to the circuit. Well, the drivers slow themselves down and get ready to get going. And hopefully this one, nice clean race. There, the cones on your screen will be the red line of where drivers are no longer allowed to overtake from. As everyone slows themselves down, obviously the drivers can get themselves formed up, but they cannot overtake. Technically that would be under yellow flag conditions. Here we go then, into the final corner. Last race before the lunch break. As the revs rise, as we go into the tram lines. Lights go out, here they go then, in towards turn number 1. Great start from Coronel, great start from Clark, who does manage to hold on to that when he has to sweep to the outside, but change to the lead as Cathal Clark now tries to go to the inside. And keep an eye though, because Jensen Graham now changing positions here, sweeping to the outside, not able to get it done, and he will hold on to P2 because he's got the inside line. There goes, well, that's Riccardo Ferrari. How did he get up to P3 so quickly?
Yeah, fantastic getaway and start from the young Ferrari. Riccardo was all the way down in the classification on this starting grid. It was 9th already and fighting at the forefront. But good start already, as we said, for the back for Rocco Coronel, as some of the victory lane teammates struggling a little bit into the mid-pack with Cathal Clark and Travis Nugerade trying to fight for the bit. Coronel, 3/10 of a second from Jason Graham, about to lose that place to Riccardo Ferrari. Look at that, and look at him go, up into P2 for young Riccardo. That's the 7th place recovered. You can see that the wind seems to have picked up a little bit, looking at the nose on the Car Republic chassis of Riccardo Ferrari, who's competing this weekend, the Italian driver with M2 Racing, and this is a Goodwood chassis, my apologies, with a similar nose to what we can find through different brands. But in the meantime, the battle is raging with Nogarade, the young Frenchman, making his way past for P3. Jason Graham down in P4. Freddie Lloyd for the back as well, trying to make his bid. The Fusion Motorsport driver, Cathal Clark and Sacha Van Patbosch, another victory lane driver. There's actually 4 of them into the top 7 at the moment. And something tells me that they certainly will be trying to help each other out, as there's a switch for the lead. And Rocco Coronel is losing that P1 to Riccardo Ferrari, who's doing the race of his weekend.
Yeah, I say, Riccardo Ferrari certainly becoming a favourite of mine. Great name, Italian, and certainly very quick out on track. Certainly one to watch this weekend. And, well, leading the way. And down the inside there, change further back as Freddie Lloyd comes back through into 3rd place. Graham follows as well, so I think that was Nugare who's just been dropped back now a few positions. So Coronel is kind of the only victory lane driver, despite the fact there are so many victory lane teams out this one. And a huge dive down the inside from Freddie Lloyd. Graham follows as well, and now Rocco Coronel is down into P4. So the 2 Fusion drivers now will try and latch onto the back of each other and close in, but keep an eye on Coronel, who's going to instantly fight back and dive back down the inside of Jensen Graham and retakes 3rd place. And crucially, look at the front as well. Freddie Lloyd's taken the lead. Riccardo Ferrari now down into 2nd place in this race. Under pressure here, though, fighting back, Cathal Clark. Jensen Graham, side by side, not able to get the move done. Stays there in P5. So no change as we go on to lap 4 in the half of this lap. Keep an eye on this one. Graham under pressure here from Clark, but they have broken away from the rest of the field.
And you can see Riccardo Ferrari slightly gesturing to Freddie Lloyd to keep it together. Let's try to move as far as possible from Rocco Coronel, because the young Dutchman is very much there with the orange crash helmet down in P3. Let's see what he's going to be able to do as he's closing in on the way to turn number 2 and 3. Jason Graham, Cathal Clark, 5 drivers within the same picture right now, as we have 2.2 seconds down is Daniel Canaher the young Irishman from VDK, 6th in place from Clovis Nougarade. Then we have Alfegali, Gale, and Sasha Van Padbosch running up the top 10. Top 10 split in two, with those 5 young drivers battling along for what could be the win. So far in the junior class, Rocco Cornell is 1 win already, 1 win for Harrison Mackie, 1 win for Hagen Kralling as well in that fantastic junior race that we just had before. Cornell is going for the dive, but actually forgets to brake, so to speak, and loses 2 places as a result.
Well, there we go, straight down the inside. He was he took a line out of Arjen Kralen's book there, but unfortunately didn't quite work out that time for Rocco Coronel. Slots back into 4th place, but solid effort from him.
It had to be done, had to be tried.
No, exactly. The gap was there and he saw it and he went for it. So, yeah, certainly well done. Enzo Graham now with the fastest lap of the race, currently in 2nd place, is latching on to his teammate. And once again, it's Fusion Motorsport 1-2 in the junior category, starting to break away from the rest of the field. They're just behind, still 3rd place, Riccardo Ferrari, Rocco Coronel, Cathal Clark. Daniel Kellyhoe's now up into P6 now from Toby Gale. Toby Gale having a fantastic run this weekend. Is the driver from Thailand. Sacharan Baboch still there in P10. Filippo Pancotti rounding out the top 11. Sam Woolley, Ella Weiss, Joseph Smith, Jordan Assar, and Arthur Dodonka, the top 16 out on track.
And that's important because don't remember that all those drivers have to go through 3 qualifying races. This is the penultimate for those 2 groups. So after that, there's 1 more race remaining for Group A and D, 2 only for the juniors in total. So there won't be much room left to improve or to make up for possible difficult results. So you can see, you can feel that it's knives out really out there in the junior class. There's no gift to be given. And once you see an opportunity, once you see a gap, you just dive for it, which Rocco Cornell did brilliantly. But unfortunately for him, it was a little bit too tight for the Dutch driver to keep it on the racing line. And he saw Cathal Clark in the meantime getting ahead, and you can see that not only was he overtaken by his teammate, but he lost momentum as a result. And he's all the way down to P5, but too far. And unfortunately, 7/10 of a second from Cathal Clark to try to catch up with the leading Quattro drivers in front of him, as Cathal Clark is not particularly happy with Riccardo Ferrari and is crossing the line and goes ahead, the British driver, with the fastest lap and the position gained. This is the final round, of course, of this race. Freddie Lloyd on his way to what could be his first victory of the weekend. Jason Graham, maybe 1 late overtaking maneuver between those 2. Watch out not to take each other out, of course, at this point. That would be quite costly. But Freddie Lloyd is keeping it all together, and certainly the 1st place on the way to the checkered flag.
Yes, indeed. 1 more corner to go, and, well, Freddie Lloyd looks like he's got this one in the bag. 1-2 once again for Fusion Motorsport as they cross the line. Lloyd will take it from Graham. Cathal Clark at the end of that one recovers back to P3 from Riccardo Ferrari, and Rocco Coronel finishing P4 and P5. Once again, the Fusion Motorsport team dominating here in Italy in the IAME Euro Series. Freddie Lloyd then with a race win, certainly doing what he needs to do to maintain that championship lead. Obviously not in a point scoring opportunity right now. Later on in the weekend, the Superheats and the finals, they will determine some championship points. Certainly looking good for Freddie Lloyd though, after 8 laps of racing, takes the race win from Graham, Clark, Ferrari, Coronel. Kellier then finishes in P6 from Gale, Rampart Posh, Pancotti, El Fagali finishing in the top 10. Nice result there for Christopher El Fagali. 2 positions gained. Ella Weiss also 10 positions gained, finishes in the top 11. They make their way back to Parc Fermé. Im Alvarez heads down to Parc Fermé to chat to one of our drivers. There is a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat A and D for Junior X30, the final race of the morning before the lunch break. We've gone through the top 10 already. Ella Weiss, Clovis Nougarade finishing in 12th place from George Nassar. Sebastian Mins finishing in P14. From Mickey Blaskos finishing in P15. Good result for Mickey, gaining several positions in that one. 13 positions gained. Sebastian Mins gaining 10. 16th place, Wouter finishing after gaining 6 positions from Sam Woolley. Jalofaris finishing in 18th place after gaining 8 positions from Henry Carter, Mattis Reiber, Joseph Smith. Aziza finishing in 22nd place from Yannis Dubois, finishing in 23rd, 6 positions gained. Matt Corby, Dodonka, Arthur Huang, Luisa de la Pirecha finishing in 27th place. Ty Fisher, 1 retirement from that race. Fadian Papa Philippou unfortunately retiring from the race. There though, your race winner, Freddie Lloyd. At the end of that one.
Tiziano Cosnini, congratulations.
Here we go then with the highlights from the race. Good start then from Coronel initially. Same with Graham, they broke away. Good start as well from Nugareid, also getting up into 3rd place. So it was originally a very good start from the inside row. Later on then, out of nowhere, Riccardo Ferrari, who started that race on the 5th row of the grid, halfway round the lap, pushed himself up into 2nd place. So Riccardo Ferrari was absolutely flying at the start of this one. Then would go on to lead a large chunk of the race, then would officially then be caught up by Freddie Lloyd and Jensen Graham in the latter stages of the race. Coronel, who was in 3rd for a good chunk of it as well, did come fighting back as Lloyd took 1st, Coronel took 3rd. Coronel would then strike to go into 2nd place with this huge lunge that would give the green light and an open door to Jensen Graham to his kart down the inside to join up with his fellow Fusion driver, and they would break away and hold on to those positions. They would finish 1-2 on track. Cathal Clark then getting the latter opportunity to finish in P3. It was side by side across the line between Ferrari and Coronel. Ferrari would take 4th place after gaining 5 positions out on track. So a solid result then for our drivers. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Kim Alvarez, over to you.
For the last time this morning before lunch break, and a lot more races, 12 this afternoon. I'm here with Freddie Lloyd. Freddie, first win for you this weekend under the sunshine of Franciacorta, and it pays off because you're now the leader before the last race this afternoon.
Yeah, it feels great. Just confident now. Just got to keep going. Hopefully it goes well. Yeah.
Confidence is certainly on a high because you guys with Fusion Motorsport made another 1-2. So certainly among the strongest of teams here in Italy. Ideal position, I guess, to finish this off before tomorrow.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that Fusion are working together for the heat so we can get a good position for the super heat so we can finish high in the final.
All right, fantastic words. Thank you very much for taking the time to come with us, and we'll see you again this afternoon for one last race. Thank you very much, Freddie Lloyd. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a short break of 1 hour, and we will be back for some more racing this afternoon. Thank you.
Well, good to see there the drivers making their way back in. We'll have a short break now for an hour as we break for lunch. More racing coming up, though, in a few moments' time, so do stay with us. We are back out on track later on with the 2 mini qualifying heats for Group B and C, A and D. Then we kickstart back with the seniors. For them, that will be their penultimate rounds before they end the day later on. The juniors will be out for races 21 and 22 of the weekend, back with the minis. And then, like I said a few moments ago, we end the day with the seniors once again for race 25, 26 and 27. 27 heats throughout the course of the weekend. 24 today. It's a busy odd run. As you can see, we are back in 34 minutes time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the rest of the day's racing. Certainly been an interesting start to the weekend, though. We have seen dominant performances by teams. We've not seen dominant performances by drivers, though. At least everyone has had, a lot of drivers have had a race win. No one has been a dominant force out there, but we have seen some certainly very quick drivers in some of the classes. It will be very interesting as we come back at the end of the lunch breaks. And like we say, stay with us. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
contact on the way down to the first corner. On the inside, takes third position. He's going to have to defend. He gets through into second place. Oh, there's contact on the way down to the first corner. On the inside, takes third position. He's going to have to defend. He gets through into second place.
Benvenuto a tutti, welcome back everybody, live from the Franciacorta karting track in northern Italy. My name is Guillaume Alvarez, with me Anthony Jordan, as we get ourselves ready for the second part of round 3 of the IAME X30 Euro Series. We've had an eventful first part of the day with 12 qualifying races through 3 classes, the mini, the juniors and the seniors. The seniors that threw first blood yesterday after the qualifying practice with the first 3 opening races. A couple of different winners, and no one able in all 3 classes to really get away from the rest of the field in terms of points, and a change, and that's an important one, in the mini class that we're gonna have starting with us for the next 2 races. A change in the mini classification and the mini results. One of the races before was won on track by Bosco Arias, the young Spanish driver. Well, this win was taken away from him with a 5-second penalty for a bad maneuver, according to the stewards, and the official win went to his teammate Valerio Viappiana, the Italian, from Team Driver Racing Kart. That's for the change. That will affect certainly the classification just after the next 2 races of the mini class, and the one that we have coming up opposing Group B and C will be led by the young man on your picture, Jesse Phillips, the young British driver from Fusion Motorsport. Jesse Phillips, that is one of the contenders in the class, as he made his way to Italy in 2nd place overall, chasing his fellow countryman Archie Lovat. Jesse Phillips has already won 1 race this morning, and he will be the contender number 1 in the chase for 2nd victory out of 3. We got a chance to talk to Jesse Phillips earlier. Let's hear from the Fusion Motorsport driver.
Jesse Phillips, tricky condition in Franciacorta, yet you've done a perfect lap and you're on pole position in the mini. How do you feel?
I feel amazing, since this is a very wet and not very nice conditions to be in, but it was a very good lap that I put in the end, but I missed where the track was best, but I was really lucky to get a very good lap in the end.
Talking about the circuit, where do you think the layout is best for you to maximize the performance, not taking into account the rain, of course?
Well, the best is when it's dry, when it's a bit cold for the engine, but then when it's too hot, the engine's not very good, and then you get too much grip. So yeah, you need to get like a balance of warm, dry, hot, cold.
And starting from pole position in the qualifying heats this weekend, where do you think you can actually maximize performance? In which corner do you know that you can be efficient?
Well, at the start, since I'm starting pole on the inside, first corner is always going to be a very good corner to get away from P2, since the outside here is not amazing. So hopefully I do still stay pole. We're just going to have to see through the next group.
Fantastic. Thank you. Congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Always nice to catch up with young Jesse Phillips here at the microphone yesterday at the end of the qualifying practice, and you might have noticed that the weather was slightly different than the one that we have today. It was pouring rain for qualifying in the first qualifying heats, but we're having none of that today. This is sunny, this is hot, this is dry, and it should actually stay like that until the end of the weekend. Alongside Jesse Phillips, we'll see Mason Brooks, his fellow countryman and teammate at Fusion Motorsport. That promises to be a very interesting qualifying heat in the mini class as well, as Jesse Phillips has already won in the bag. 1 win for Valerio Viappiana, who inherited the lost win from his teammate Bosco Arias on the qualifying heat before. François Kerdal from Italy as well, another driver from the Team Driver Racing Kart in the mini class. He will be starting from 3rd on the grid, and it will be on the inside line, which is, as we say in karting, there is pole, but there's P3 as well on the inside, leading to turn number 1 and 2, and this is the second best position, certainly, when you find yourself in, and when you can make a difference. We've seen that happening on a couple of occasions. Pole sitter for most of the previous races, no matter the classes, have been able to really get the advantage on the way to turn number 2, but that could still change.
Good indeed. Here we go then. Next race about to make its way onto the circuit. Mini X30 qualifying heat B and C. after the lunch break, the first race back. Jesse Phillips and Mason Brooks start this one on pole position. Franciacorta and Kausra Kamiab go from row 2. Zach Zhu and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row 3. Edouard Godefroy and Antonio Neto go from row 4. Maxim Bobachov and Stig de Rodemaker go from row 5. Didier Kirth and Brosco Arras round out row number 6.
Row number 7, we will have Ari Williams and Daniel Lorente. Row number 8, Lino Pedraza and Valerio Viapiana. Ludwig Grankist and Mani Nuvolini, row number 9. Alexander Bruno Grilling and Nicolo Perico on row number 10. And Mathis Brago and Stan Fago on row number 11. And two of the names that we mentioned before, Bosco Arias, who lost a win unfortunately, and Valerio Viapiana, who was there for the taking. And it's fair to say that Valerio did a great job in the previous qualifying heat, climbing 14 places and inheriting the win in the end. So let's see what those two will be able to do once again. And it comes down to Jesse Phillips, Mason Brooks, and the rest of the drivers up in the front to try to prevent that from happening. As always, since the start of the day, 2 warm-up laps, the one to get the tires up to temperature, the second one to get the grid information. We had a couple of extra formation laps so far, not as bad as we could have predicted in the beginning, but still drivers are having to master really that short distance between the last corner and the grid.
Yeah, there was a conversation that we were actually having between ourselves last night about the run between the run into the final corner and the run from the final corner to the start-finish line. It is quite short, and yesterday in the wet conditions it was quite tricky. You know, everyone was kind of spread out. It was a bit difficult, you know, drivers slipping, sliding here. Because it was such a short run, you had to make a call quite early on. This time around in the dry conditions, much easier for drivers to be in formation, to be in control fully of the kart going into the final corner. So today's been okay with it. Like you said, though, we have had a couple of those false starts, but nothing too dramatic, and it's been okay, hasn't it? Into the final corner then we go. Qualifying heats at the moment are being led by Jesse Phillips with the 0 points. Viapiana also with 0 points, both of them joint on it. What will happen at the end of this one? Are we going to see a duel with it? Here we go then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. We're going around again. I think we're a little bit too early on the loud pedal on that outside row. I think they're a bit eager to get away.
Yeah, Jesse Phillips was too soon on the acceleration, and you could see at the back end of the grid, some of the drivers didn't even get a chance at the time to align themselves in the corridors where you don't want to put your wheels off. 2 wheels, that's 3 seconds penalty, and 4 wheels, that's 5 seconds. So drivers will be very much paying attention to the proceedings of the start. It comes down to Jesse Phillips as pole sitter to pace everybody down. Show the example to everybody. Mason Brooks on his side. A lot of fusion drivers in that field, as now on the second attempt, generally the drivers tend to slow down much earlier into the second part of the track under the guidance of the clerk of the course and the race director. Let's see what's going to happen this time around, but I think that Jesse Phillips and Mason Brooks will be certainly more than able to wait for everybody to line up. And outside of turn number 15, away we go.
Slowing them right down here before they even get in towards the red line. Is that Pasquale?
That's Pasquale Lupoli, indeed, who's assisting our race director Martin Bean.
Excellent.
To give all the instructions to the drivers on track, and sometimes to tell them to pace it down even more, like he just did, for the start to go rolling as it should be.
One last check there to tell the drivers to keep it slow as they enter the tram lines. This looks good. Green lights go out and away they go. Down in towards turn 1. Great start then from Phillips, who takes the entire line with him. Curdle goes through. Zhu goes through as well. You can see all 4 of them there, line astern. And, well, Mason Brooks has been absolutely swamped here. He's down into P6 now. As everyone's swapping through there, the 811, who is not happy, is off the circuit and comes back on. That is Antonio Neto, the Italian driver, off the track and now rejoining all the way at the back of the grid. There is Curdle. It's there on the outside as they all try to find their way through this first sort of sector, but all is well so far. Nice little start by everyone. Eduardo Godefroy, I believe, is up into 3rd place. He's had a mega start.
Yeah, mega start indeed. Let's watch that back as We're concluding lap number 1. 7 to go through for the mini class, opposing Group B versus C. And all the drivers trying to find the right space to launch an attack. And that might actually come up to Jesse Phillips with Maxim Bobreshov trying to go around the outside, at least finding a different racing line. But he has to pay attention because Edouard Godefroy is just behind from Spirit Racing. This is the highest position that we've seen. Edouard Godefroy is about to lose it, unfortunately, to Zach Zhu and maybe Mason Brooks. Yes, indeed, unfortunately for the 927. Edouard Godefroy from Belgium couldn't hold to his position quite enough. And that was enough for Zhu, Brooks and Peruzzi as well to make their way through. So Godefroy is down in P6.
Indeed, change here though for the lead. Bobreshov looks to the inside, gets that done and moves past Jesse Phillips. So Bobreshov now leading the way as they go back towards turn number 14 now. Down the back straight here, another driver pulling out of the slipstream. Zach Zhu going for the move here on Mason Brooks and gets that one done successfully through turn 14. He now moves up into P3. Now, what does Phillips do here? He's not got a teammate in front of him. He's got another driver from a different team. So what is he going to do? Is he going to try and work with Bobreshov here to try and pull away from the main pack? That would make sense. He has got a teammate behind him. He's got Mason Brooks behind him, who's back up into third place. Crucially as well, they've got Leonardus Peruzzi also there as well, another fellow Fusion driver. And they always seem to try and work together as this team. It's one of their fabled strategies. But this time around, Phillips is on his own here at the moment with Bobreshov, so not going for the move just yet. Further behind, though, big movers. Bosco Arias is up 5 places. Now, he won earlier but received a penalty, so he lost his win, which is unfortunate. He got a 5-second time penalty, so he dropped well into the field. Also, Villapena took the win on that one. He's only up to P4 in this one, so the driver who had a brilliant race earlier on in the day, this time around, struggling a little bit out there, not able to get through the field as quickly as he'd like. Still, Phillips tucks in behind, and I think this is Phillips now to the end of the race, or until the last lap. You'll find he'll probably push Bobreshov along to see if I can try and open up a gap. The only reason he will stop doing that is if he sees the group behind starting to close up. That's when he'll go, right, this isn't working, I'll get in front.
And he still has a couple of laps to try to do that, as Daniel Lorente, despite it, is putting on the fastest lap out there. He's a P7, and he climbed 7 places since the start of the race, Daniel Lorente. Good little work there from the Fusion Motorsport drivers, those Fusion machines, with the FAK, Fernando Alonso car, shall I say. Really working well here on the layout, 1300 meter of Franciacorta. And looking at the performance from Jesse Phillips since the start, not only of the race and the season, it's only a proof of the good work that the British team has been able to produce. One of the most active teams in Britain, but in Europe as well, in the mini and junior class, certainly that is. Watch out for Jesse Phillips, is trying to push his cart a little bit by bending over his wheel, try to get some more pace into his wheels. But Maxim Bobreshov at the moment is doing the perfect job at keeping the racing line, shutting all the doors. He knows that he's under intense pressure and is not quite able to really get loose from Jesse Phillips, because he's right there on his tail. And that's going to come down to the last lap, that's for sure. If Jesse Phillips wants to avoid another switch back of positions. But it's always tempting to get the move done, maybe too early. Because the longer you wait, the more difficult it will be, and the less time and space you will have in your hands. And I do think that Peruzzi and Brooks working together, not overtaking each other. They're trying everything they can to reach Jesse Phillips and to give him a little hand, because a 3 against 1 is always easier than just 1-1 when it comes to the battle for the win.
Yes, indeed. It would be a case of who out of these 2 groups of 2 is faster, really. At the moment, the last lap for your front 2, 57.1, 57.1, and the third and second, or third and fourth, so the second group, also exactly the same times, 57.1, 57.1. So they're identical in terms of lap time. So in terms of the gap closing, will be quite minimal. This was the move from Bobreshov on Jesse Phillips. Again, Jesse just taking his normal racing line, going to sweep it to the outside, cutting it back in. Unfortunately, not able to see that Bobrov was coming through, and then, yes, Bobrov just taking the move. And Phillips is doing exactly what he needs to do. Final lap time now. This is where we'll start to see the two different racing lines. There's the first one. Much wider line there from Phillips as he tries to get the switch back from here. Phillips, a very experienced driver, the same as Bobrov, very experienced, who now goes defensive. Phillips takes the normal racing line. Watch for the switch back here if he's able to. Can't quite do it. Franciacorta gets the fastest lap of the race now on the final lap. Not able to get the move done yet. There's only a few more opportunities to get it done. But again, Phillips might not even want to go for the move. Again, he might be happy with second place. If the opportunity arises, though, he'll go for it.
He's on equal points to Sayer and 1 point clear from Green and Endicott in the classification. So he might need that win in the end. Let's see if he's going to go for the move on a late charge on the way to turn number 14. That will be. Watch out for any maneuver into the hairpin. But I think he won't have enough time, even though he might actually dive around inside. Are going to be a photo finish, and yes, he goes through. They're going to be side by side, but too short for just 600th of a second. Maybe a couple of meters more, and that would have been done for GC Phillips. But he had to go for the move, he had to go for the try, and that's certainly a bit of extra pressure put on the shoulders of Bobrov, who did the job up until the end. Well done to him as well.
Yes, solid drive there for Maxim Bobrov, getting the race lead relatively early on in the race, holding off Phillips on that final lap after they worked together through the mid-stage of that race. But Maxim Bobrov, his first win of the weekend, and I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, his first win of the season in a heat race. Hopefully someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but a solid drive for Maxim Bobrov. Very well deserved. Make his way back to Parc Fermé. Jesse Phillips then finishing second, not able to maintain a perfect weekend. Him and Johannes joint on 2 points in first and second in the points classifications. There's a look then at the intermediate classifications at the end of the Mini X30 qualifying heat B and C. Bobrov takes it from Phillips, Peruzzi, Brooks, Zhu, Daniel Miron, and Roscoe Arias, Eduardo Godfroyd, Valerio Villapina, Stan Fargo, Francois Kördel, Ludwig Granquist, Nicolo Perico and Harry Williams round out the top 14. Didier Krieft takes 15th place from Manu Novellini, who gains 2 positions in that one, finishes P16. Kazra Kamyab from Bruno Grieling. Mateus Brejo, Lina Petraza. Antonio Neto, and unfortunately 1 retirement from that one, Stig de Rademaker, not finishing the race. Unfortunately, retires back to Parc Fermé early doors, 5 laps down from the rest of the field. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race. Good start then from the inside row. Phillips, Kördel, Zhu and Godfroyd got a good getaway. I think Maxim Bobrov also involved there as well. Zhu would go to the inside to then try and fight for 3rd place with Eduardo Godfroyd. Godfroyd would run out wide, actually would lose several positions. You see Leonardo Peruzzi going through. That was the overtake for the race lead. Maxim Bobrov getting it done. Maxim starting this race on the 5th row of the grid, P9, so a solid drive. 8 positions gained for Maxim Bobrov. The battle's further behind, Zach Zhu, with quite a hefty whack in his front NASA panel there, his front bumper. Bobrov, though, would take the win, cross the line, very close, though. Phillips did try, unable to get the move done out of the final corner. And in the background there, Mason Brooks clearly very unhappy about something on track. Now, I can't remember seeing an incident between him and anyone, but we're ready down in Parc Fermé. Ian Alvarez is down there with our race winner.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back live from the Parc Fermé, ladies and gents, as we are here for the first time at the interview with Maxim Bobrov. Maxim, congratulations. First season in the IAME Euro Series, and this is your first win in the qualifying heats. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a great race. Starting from 9th was pretty challenging, but I managed to get through the field.
Yeah, you managed this quite beautifully. Can you talk us through your race? Any particular point in the track where you find it more difficult to get the overtaking done?
Not, the start was pretty challenging, but after that I just put my head down and pushed. And from the beginning, like lap 2, I think, I overtook Jesse, and we worked together to the last lap. And in my opinion, the most challenging part is defending. But I managed to do it well, and I finished first.
Fantastic. This is the first time we get a chance to talk to you as a winner. How do you like it in the IAME Euro Series? We've been to Spain, to Belgium for the first time here in Franciacorta. That's a lot of travel, but a lot of excitement, I guess, for you as well?
Yeah, I love racing, and I'm showing good results in IAME Euro Series, and I'm always doing my best, so I'm very happy with my result.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming to talk to you, and good luck for the last race. Thank you very much, Maxime. You can go, of course, debrief the race. Let's see if I have a couple of more minutes maybe to find for you guys an extra driver to talk to. Let's see, because we have a couple of other protagonists in the Parc Fermé before we get back to racing, Anthony. Let's see if I can have a quick chat from some of the drivers of the mini category, even though in the time that we had to talk to Maxime, some of them actually went back to the tent to debrief what happened on track. So let's see if I can find you someone else that we haven't had so far to discuss. And as always, debriefing happening all over the place between mechanics and drivers. But while the mechanics are busy actually with the scrutineering part of the event, which is always a crucial step through the meetings, maybe we can try to find some moment with Zach Zhu, maybe, if he's available. Can we have maybe a quick word with Zach? He's down there, he doesn't hear me actually, but Zach Zhu, who made it to P5. Zach, can we do a quick word together, a quick interview with me in French or in English, if it's all right with you? Yes, all right, come with me. We'll try in French. We still have a bit of a tiny moment. Let's come with me, Zach Zhu. Let's give you a bit of TV time before we get going with racing, because you made it to P5. Yeah, you can come here, Zach. All right, good to have you. Zach Zhu, P5. Très belle performance, Zach, bravo à toi. Que peux-tu nous dire sur ton week-end jusqu'ici? Comment ça s'est passé en piste?
C'était pas terrible et après on a pu reprendre les réglages, on a commencé à avancer et on a pris des bons départs et c'est bien.
5e place, P5, c'est ton meilleur résultat à ce jour dans le week-end, donc ça te met dans une bonne disposition, une bonne position aussi dans la tête pour te dire que ça va beaucoup mieux?
Oui, effectivement, c'est une belle position, 5e.
Ok, très bien. Merci beaucoup. Merci Zach Zhu d'avoir pris le temps d'être venu nous parler. Voilà, je te laisse, tu peux rejoindre ton mécanicien. Thank you very much, Zach Zhu, saying to us in French that the start of the weekend wasn't as easy, but they kept on working, and the progress went through his way as well with P5 as his best result so far. They put the finger on the right setup. So Zach Zhu, P5 of this race. And talking about racing, is getting near the time for the next start. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. That's why we send you down, multilingual Guillaume Alvarez down there. Certainly one to use for other events as well. Here we go. Their next race is about to come up, the second of the Mini X30 races after the lunch break. It's groups A and D, and Gustavo da Silva back on pole position for this one. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen in the 923, just having a quick high five with his mechanic, the Portuguese driver who did very well in qualifying. Did say in his qualifying interview that he's not a fan of the track, but certainly does go well here in the wet conditions. Will Green starting alongside the 998 also had a very good run earlier on as well. Keep an eye on Will Green. He had a good little drive, did Will, earlier on in the day. Finished P3, was fighting for the race lead at one point as well in his race, so certainly one to keep an eye out of. Max Endicott as well, starting this one, the A driver who finished his race in P3 earlier on in the day. Let's see what he can do in this one. Certainly keep a very close eye on him. Romeo Mello as well, another driver who had an absolutely fabulous run. Keep an eye on him as he goes into this one. Here we go then, next race, Mini X30, qualifying heat A and D. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup. Gustavo da Silva and Will Green go from row 1. Max Endicott and Romeo Mello on row 2. Jarles Seyer and Noah Grenier go from row 3, with Rukov, Yugoslav and Archie Lovett on row 4. Dan Alleman and Austin Newstead round out the top 10 on row number 5. Benjamin Manak and David Minchuna go from row 6. Zdeněk Babacek and Ioannis Kolovas and go from row 7. Brian Bruno and Sebastian Rydell on row 8. Kanish Rao and Teo Polican on row 9. Nilis Malik and Tony Cachefero on row 10. Angelina Simons and Alexandros Ilopolias round out the 11 rows of the grid. No rain predicted. Wind has picked up a little. Humidity's come down. Temperature has gone up. It's a lovely day out there, to be honest. It's very, very nice.
I can confirm to you that the temperatures have gone up as well into the Parc Fermé. Thankfully, Oleg, my colleague and cameraman, has a nice little umbrella for his camera and setup, so it doesn't cook up in the sun. And he's moving a lot with other cameras as well on the Parc Fermé and on the grid. Martin Bean, our race director, is watching closely all the drivers. He's the one, of course, giving the lights out and unleashing the young beast for each of the races. A versus D, still very much in the mini class. And we're getting here, of course, the conclusion of the program for the minis, because after this one, all those young drivers will have just one race left to try to get themselves qualified as high as possible on the grid for the superheat on the morning. And past the superheat, well, there's only one race remaining and only 36 tickets available. Oh, and a little bit of a push for the back to the 976 by the look of it. That was actually for the back in the grid. We'll get back to that, but I think some of the drivers in the field are eager to go. And it's always about tempering yourself and pacing yourself down, waiting for the lights to go out, and then it's about time to get the pedal to the throttle. Pedal to the metal, shall I say.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Green flag goes out again. Good start from that inside row. Will Green slotting down all the way down into about 6th place at the start of that one. A couple of changes just in that mid-pack section there, and 3 karts together. And, well, that's not gone well there. And it's the 965 that's one of them. The 939.
No, sorry, my apologies. 965. It wasn't.
Zdeněk Babacek, one of them. And, yeah. It's not gone well for 3 of them, 4 of them actually. Zdeněk Babacek's one of them, Sebastian Rydell's one of them, Tony Cachafero's one of them, and Angelina, no, I apologize, not Angelina, Nilis Malik also one of them as well. So a disaster for those drivers. Clear breakaway though for the top 3 as they start to break away. Gustavo da Silva tucking in behind his NAS panel as much as possible to gain all the slipstream he can as he punches the hole through the air down the back straight. And again, on the start-finish straight here, Jarles Seyer there in 2nd place, right behind. And right now, getting very close. There in 3rd place, though, the Hungarian driver, Yugoslav, still there in 3rd place. Checking over the shoulder is Yugoslav just to see what's going on behind him. Alaman's there, Grenier's there as well.
So many new names and faces as well as nationalities in this category of the mini class. So it's refreshing to see as we keep watching the race. On the corner is a replay of the starting procedure. A good start and get away from Gustavo Marquez da Silva from pole position, keeping the inside line closed. And let's see what happened for the back and the incident in turn number 2. One of the drivers losing it. And being kicked on the right side. Heavy hit, but no injury whatsoever. But boom, different angle. And the 965 that was in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's Zdeněk Babacek who took the biggest knock there.
That's too bad for Zdeněk Babacek, who was on pole position in Mariembourg for round 2. And the 962 going cross-country just a little bit. Yeah.
Max Endicott, who started 3rd.
Yeah.
He's dropped down the field to the back of the grid. He's there in P18. What a disaster. We missed that one on the live feed, but yeah, what a disaster for Max Endicott. He will not be happy with that one.
He picked up P4 and 5 so far in the championship. That will certainly do him no good at all in terms of point scoring and results. But he still has a bit of time on his hands to try to recover into that field. As in the meantime, watch out for the move on the inside from 988. Beautifully made by Archie Lovat, getting ahead of Sayer and taking Noah Grenier with him. Beautifully done. And Lovat up into P3 with Charles Sayer losing it to Grenier, as we said, dropping to P5. So still very, very close indeed in the battle for the upper positions. Dan Halleman, in the meantime, was able to get himself ahead of Rukov Yugoslav from Team Driver Racing Kart. Let's see what the Swiss driver from Spirit Racing will be able to do. He's holding on to his position, shutting all the doors, but he doesn't seem faster by the look of it than the closer position, even though he put out a faster lap than Rukov Yugoslav on the last attempt. Let's see on that one, because he's up for grab, unfortunately, Dan Halleman, and if he doesn't keep it up, well, he's gonna fall into the close not only of Yugoslav, but also Archie Lovat, who sees the opportunity growing. Then we have a second wagon with Grenier, Manak, as well as Jala Sayer. Watch out for the move on the way to the start-finish straight. Not happening quite yet into the braking zone. But a tussle here between the 998 of Green, Will Green from Great Britain, being chased by Priam Bruno, who's a former champion of Belgium in the mini class. And Archie Lovat is responding with a fastest lap. That's a sign that he's not there to make up the numbers. He's here for business, and he's going to go for the attack certainly in no time.
Yeah, exactly. You'll have to wait for some time on that one, but eyes on here as Archie Lovett now sweeps up into second place. Lovett will like this because, of course, he's your championship leader, so any positions he can gain here, and he's instantly he's going to go for another one. Look at the closing speed there. The speed difference that Archie Lovett had, he just absolutely drove past Dan Halleman there. Slipstream assisted as well, but that ORM car is absolutely flying out there. Yugoslav still in third place, and now the slipstream has closed the gap back up. So Lovett under pressure here. Halleman still on that rear bumper, and there's the time, 57.120. 4/10 of a lap faster than anyone else out on circuit or so. So that was an absolutely rapid lap there.
And Archie Lovat needs the result, of course. It was only B15 in his opening qualifying heat. Let's not forget that this is the young driver who won both in Zuera and Marienbourg for the round 1 and 2 in the championship. The current leader, he needs a point.
Oh no, that's Gustavo da Silva.
Whoa.
The driver who started on pole position in this one, and well, he is at the back of the grid now, all the way in P19. Disaster.
Yeah, such a disappointment for Gustavo da Silva in this class. In his first race, he was P5, but he won't see the checkered flag in this one, unfortunately.
Indeed. Well, there we go. Eyes still on this battle for the top three. Yugoslav still there in third place, waiting to get involved now. Lovett goes defensive as we go on the final lap. Watch for the switchover move here from Halleman, and he gets it done. Contact and Lovett off the track. Lovett off the track. Contact with Yugoslav, and Lovett now being swamped by the pack, and he's absolutely devastated. He will not be in the top three for this one, and instantly on the defensive as he's got Noah Grenier attacking from behind now. And well, Dan Halleman here, uncontested out of the final corner, will take the win. He'll be delighted with that one. Yugoslav takes second place from Manek. Sayer from Lovett. Lovett finishing in P5. Championship leader not having a good run this time out, and still in the top 10, so it's still a good result, but not the result he will have wanted. Dan Halleman, though, gets the result that he wanted, and he takes the win. After 7 laps of racing, he puts himself up into P8 in the intermediate classifications with 10 points to his name. Phillips still leads it with 2. From Jarlis Sayers, 6 points. Maxim Bobajov has moved up into 3rd. Overall with 7 points. From Daniel Miron's 8. Mason Brooks 9. Joint with Villa Pina also with the 9 points. Will Green being pushed down to 7th with 10 points to his name. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat A and D. Dan Aleman takes the win from Yugoslav, Benjamin Manek and Jarlis Sayer taking 3rd and 4th place from Archie Lovett, unfortunately after that incident dropping down to P5 from Noah Gagnier. Will Green and Priam Bruno. Angelina Torres takes 9th place. Angelina Simmons, I should say, from Kinish Grau. Theo Polican and Romeo Mello. Kolovos finishing in 13th place after gaining 1 position from Austin Newstead for the BMR Restart team. George Gibbons Motorsport next with Max Endicott, who unfortunately also had that incident going off the track through turns 5 and 6, getting caught out on that exit curb there. Your race leader, or race winner, Dan Aleman for the Spirit Racing team. Giving us a nice wave and a thumbs up to the camera. Solid result for Dan. So moving himself up into the top 8 in the intermediate classifications. Here's a look then at the restart, or the start I should say. The start was pretty good for the inside row. It all kicked off further back though. Zenit Babacek taking a huge knock just there, and unfortunately 3 other drivers getting involved in that one. Nilis Malik, Tony Cachefero also involved, but thankfully Mason Brooks out of the carton was okay. That's the moment where Max Endicott went off the track, and absolute disaster for him, and that curb is so big and these carts are so small, and unfortunately just could not get it back over the top. Would have been a very rough ride for the chassis. Later on in the race though, it all still carried on as everything happened here. Yugoslav, who took the lead for a brief moment of the race, and then Dan Aleman coming back to retake the lead, saying think to Yugoslav, let's drive away now, see what we can do. And he kicked off further back as well, as Will Green diving to the inside there. The drivers behind, you'll have had Angelina Simmons Torres alongside Priam Bruno as well. Kinish Grau also in that one, and he was battling away there with Priam Bruno. Lovett then would move up into 2nd place and then would go for the move for the race lead with this amazing slipstream and then closing under braking. Much quicker there, then disaster struck the contact and off the track. Archie Lovett would go, contact with Yugoslav, and he would unfortunately drop all the way back to P5. Battled away with Noah Grenier, but Dan Aleman would take the win. He'll be absolutely delighted with that one. As he stands back in Parc Fermé, Guillaume Alvarez down there, ready to chat to our driver, but certainly a solid race result. And Dan Aleman will be happy with that one. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Is he happy with that one? Well, let's ask him. We're here with Dan Aleman. Dan, good to see you. Top 10 results for the first race. Here, this time around, you managed a P1. Can you talk us through that race? Because that was a hard-fought victory for you.
Yeah, my dad just keep pushing for me and give me the best thing what I can have. And yeah.
So it was a good race for you, P1 in the end. That puts you in the mind and with the team certainly in a good position. You're feeling confident that you can maybe replicate in your next race, do it again and win another one?
I would like to do that, but I don't know if I can do that.
It always easier said than done. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Dan Aleman, and good luck to you and Spirit Racing. As we're having Archie Lovat with us. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. You can join us, Archie. Thank you for waiting. So talk us through that race, because we saw you fight at the forefront. You were leading for a brief moment, and then just nearby the finish, it just all went bananas into the grass. Can you talk us through from your perspective what happened?
Raced, and I started 8th on the outside, and
the person left the gap and I ended up slotting, and then I picked him off and then got to first, and on the last lap I just tried to hold it around the outside and didn't leave any room at all, so I just got on the grass.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's sometimes part of racing that can be cruel and not paying off for your beautiful performance and efforts. But apart from what just happened, can you talk us through your perspective for the weekend, how you feel so far? Because you're here as the obvious leader of the classification after your performances in Mariembourg and in Zuera. So this track suits you quite well so far?
Yeah, it's an okay track. I'm just not that great in the wet because it didn't go very well at qualifying. So, yeah.
So, yeah, hard qualifying for, I guess, most of you guys out there yesterday, so having to make up for the ground. But you're much faster in the dry, so that's good news for your last race.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Archilovat. You can go, of course, debrief that race. Dan Halleman and Archilovat talking with us. Anthony, back to you for some more racing.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Yeah, good to see it. I don't think Archie has to worry about not being good in the rain for the rest of this weekend. No rain is predicted for the rest of the day, or I believe even tomorrow either. Conditions set to improve. Even going into tomorrow, I think we're topping 29 degrees. It looks like it's going to be a very hot day tomorrow with the weather forecast that I've been looking at. There's a look at the weather that we've currently got out there. Like I say, air temperature now 26 degrees, humidity still going down. It's a lovely July day out there. Wind still increasing just that little bit with slight gusts, but nonetheless no real issues. It's a tailwind effectively down the main straight, but it's sort of a headwind down the back straight, so drivers will have to be careful with that one. Just that little bit. That's why we were seeing those slipstreams working very, very well earlier on. Well then, back to the senior category we go now. Qualifying Heat B and E, and starting this one on pole position, Heikki Kaltonen starting it on that front row once again. Pretty decent day, had a top 3 finish in his last race. Best result of the weekend for Heikki, and he starts this one again on that front row. He's got Malabolier alongside. Certainly a tough track to get to grips of is this one. Very fast, very flowing. Very technical as well. So spectator area still filling up, the cafes and the actual racing simulators up there. Nice little wave there for Francis Malabolier, who's on the Cut Republic chassis in this one for the 2N racing team. Absolutely brilliant day he has had. He's had some good results so far, and it's all going relatively well for Malabolier. Earlier on, 3rd place finish for him. And also a 2nd place finish, so he's doing relatively well. Can he maintain that momentum? Louis Johnson-Cool just getting seated in his kart. Again, another driver who's had a relatively decent day, I would say. The first race he had out early on did drop 2 positions, finished P5. His 2nd race earlier on, dropping to P6. So still holding a top 10 finish through both of his races. So still relatively decent day, despite the fact that this morning was quite tricky. Of course, everyone fresh, brand new slick tyres and a greasy track. There were still damp patches out there, so overtaking was at a premium, I should say. Julian Camin starting on the 2nd row of the grid, the 211 for the EGP racing team. Again, another driver who has had a relatively decent day. First race earlier on for Julian. Didn't go too well, finished P9. 2nd race for him did go a little bit better, I believe, or P11 actually out there, so not the result he will have wanted. But yeah, still a very tough day for him. There's Andy Rattel, who's just getting himself ready in this one. But yeah, certainly it's been an interesting day for a lot of these drivers.
An interesting day, that's for sure, as Andy Rattel, one of the drivers that came to the fore not so long ago, winning the IAME Games back at the end of 2021, and ever since climbing to the ranks of the IAME X30 classes. More than one contender who can shine under the sunshine of Franciacorta, as the temperatures have been picking up for the last few hours. We're starting the day at 21 degrees up to 25, and as you said, we might reach temperatures of around 29, 30 degrees tomorrow, Sunday. And picking up on Julian Kamen as well, he had a strong result to get his weekend started because it was P3 under the rain. So if there's one driver who might be regretting that we have such beautiful conditions, that might be Julian Kamen himself. But let's see if he can improve on that one. In the race coming up, B versus E, Enki Kalteren, Malo Boyer on the front row of the grid, followed by Louis Johnson-Cole, Julian Kamen, Andy Rattel and Sam Balota, row number 3. Row number 4, Caddy Atkins and Andrea Moretti, followed by Adria Mustienes, Dylan Baker, Mika Voss, Dante Vinci on row number 6. Row number 7, Aaron Ferrazzano and Peter Stiller, followed by Mathis Merschout, Luca Degrange. Row number 9, Hugo Brun and Fionn McCaughlin. Row number 10, Wesley De Rooij and Floris Koster.
Yuka Heron and Alexandra Zarancano go from row 11. Matt Granada and Alex De Shepper go from row 12. Emanuele Leodakis and Aidan Jatish round out row 13. Lauret Sash and Benjamin Johns on row 14. Colin Wertenberger and Christian Kanonika go from row 15, rounding out the top 30 from Céline Canol, Eduardo Decote, Charles Lambert, Abdullah Kamel, Eduardo Villa and Francesco Coppola round out the 18 rows, 36 drivers in this one. Back with the seniors, and again, not the last time we're going to see the seniors this weekend. They've got another round of heats later on today as well. We end the day with the seniors, but this is the penultimate group of seniors that we will see today. So points are starting to become a little bit important now for the drivers. Currently leading them, Clément Tron with the 2 race points. He is not out in this race. He'll be out a little bit later on. Everett Gilter, Callum Atkins, Sam Shaw, Ruben Moyer, all in that sort of senior group in the top of them. The drivers in this group, though, Malo Bollier currently sits 7th in the point standings with 11 points. Sam Balota currently 8th with 12 points. So certainly an interesting shake-up there. With drivers who are starting at the front but are dropping down the order a bit and gaining quite a few points, so not what they want to be seeing in this one. Big old grid, maximum capacity, 36 of them going into the final corner as everyone just gets themselves sorted out. Here we go then, revs rise into the tram lines and green lights go out and they're away. Good start from Kamen, who sweeps to the inside, holds on to 3rd place, squeezes out wide the Kart Republic driver of Malo Bollier, who tries to sweep his way back in, and he successfully does sweep his way back in and slots into 3rd place. There you can see Andy Rattel, who's gone up into 4th place now, keeping a close eye on him. Callum Atkins there in 5th place, and crucially though, Louis Johnson-Cool leads the way as they go in towards turn 9 and 10. So Louis Johnson-Cool this time around, much better start. Eki Kalteren will have to hold on to 2nd place. Like you say, his best result so far this weekend has been the 3rd place finish he had earlier on today. Can he maintain that momentum as he goes defensive on lap 1 in towards turn number 14? And that concertina's everyone up. Rattel gets concert up into Atkins as they cross the line. Johnson-Cool leads.
1 lap completed and the battle is on. And a 298 actually had a bit of a moment there going through the grass, happening at the back end of the grid.
Eduardo Decote.
Eduardo Decote, unfortunately, who was able to join the race back, but at the tail of the field. We're here back with the leaders. There you can see him, the Falcon driver. And by the look of it, he seems to be able to keep running that way. I don't see any mechanical trouble by the look of it. Johnson-Cool is the best start to a race so far this weekend, climbing through 2 places up in the lead. But Enki Kalteren and Malo Boyer are ready to give him a chase. Kenan Atkins as well. And then we have Andy Rattel Kamen. Still very mixed up, but still tight field after 2 laps completed out of 11 for the seniors. And one driver who's in need of a strong result is Enki Kalteren, that's for sure, because he's been starting all of his qualifying heats from the front row of the grid, and yet is nowhere to be seen into the top 8. And as I said that, he's losing not 1, not 2, but 3 positions, I'm afraid, as we have Boyer, Atkins and Andy Rattel making their way through the sprint tunnel event. Unfortunately for the Dutchman from the RSD racing team, it's going to have Sam Balota the Belgian from VDK that he knows too well from the Belgian Championship, just behind, battle for P5 on the corner of your screen. That's a bit of momentum lost on the exit on one of the corners for Anki Kalteren, who will need still to find to put his finger on the right setup, or maybe fine-tune one thing or two, because he hasn't been able so far to maximize his very, very good qualifying effort on Friday. And so far, picking up on his past result, Anki Kalteren, he was a strong P5 in the rain yesterday. But so far in his previous qualifying heats, his first one in the morning, he currently managed a P15 after picking up a penalty, certainly for front pairing misplaced this morning, Anki Kalteren. And then afterwards, in the race that he just had before, it was a P3. So that's certainly his penalty of this morning of 5 seconds. That's really putting him out of the top 8 as it stands. So knowing that, he's going to have to push a lot to try to make up for that ground that he lost. But he has what it takes. He has the material and the speed to try to recover. As in the meantime, Premium Karting in the lead, not with Samsho, but with one of his teammates. And as I said that, Mario Boyer is switching positions, as Kelly Atkins is trying to get close as well. And you can see that Justin Cole is not particularly happy, at least gesturing to his rival. All right, let's keep on going, because Kelly Atkins is all over me right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Louis Johnson Cole was saying. I think he was just saying to Bollier, yeah, don't defend straight away, because yeah, we need to try and pull away here, because it's really closed up this top group. Atkins still there in 3rd place, Rattel still there in 4th, Balota still there in 5th place. Kalteren's only dropped down to 6th place, so he's still in contention. As down the inside goes Kalai Atkins. Atkins now up into 2nd position, off and in the pit lane. Unfortunately, the 3-4-1 retiring. Aiden Jatish, who has come back into the pit lane. Aiden not happy out there clearly, and has brought that kart in. Huge shame for him.
He was driving an Oberon, actually, that you don't get to see a lot, like the Gillard, at least on this side of the European competition. But always interesting to see different brands fighting at the forefront, like the young Riccardo Ferrari, who was driving one of the only Gillard in the field that we get to see here in Franciacorta. Quick correction to myself, Anki Kalteren, I just looked it up, was penalized of 5 seconds, not for front pairing misplacement, but for bad maneuver. And that's what cost him actually a P5 results, all the way down to P15. In the meantime, Andy Rattel just made his way past Sam Balota. He's in P4 at the moment, the driver from KBK, with those beautiful Alonso kart colors on the sides of his chassis. But in the meantime, this is Kelly Atkins very much on the pace, very much on the lead. Johnson Cole, first chaser. Boyer, Rattel, Balota, Kalteren, Vinci, Cannon, Mustienes, and Dylan Baker running up the top 10 from McLaughlin. Fastest lap in this race, all the way down to P11.
Atkins is certainly helping his championship fight here, doing exactly what he needs to do, maintaining this position. He'll only finish this race with 5 intermediate classification points, but well, Louis Johnson Cole's got something to say about that, and so has Bollier. They dive to the inside. They take 1st and 2nd, so Atkins now will have to instantly fight back. Watch him, he'll go wide. Tries to the inside here. No, not going to go for the move. Everyone tucks it to the inside there, and that brings everyone back into the battle. We've got Rattel, Balota, Kalteren, Vinci as well, also getting involved. Down the inside, Bollier gets it done. Oh, so close between the contact and 3-4. 3 drivers get the job done. So Bollier, Atkins and Rattel all go through. Louis Johnson Cole now back down into P4. Anki Kalteren still there as well. Vinci there, Camen's come in as well. Now the rest of them's come in. Mustienes, McLaughlin's there now. Baker, they're all there, starting to close in. Bollier thinking he's got the run here, but Atkins is right on his tail. Very late on the brakes there was Louis Johnson Cole as he goes for 3rd place. And again, contact behind Balota and Vinci, I think, almost colliding. More contact in the background as well, as I think that was Cameron and Baker also getting together on the start-finish straight. Very fast part of the circuit. Nearly ending in tears there. Atkins not going for the move.
Yeah, things are starting to get hectic and heated here in the hill of the senior class. We're getting near the conclusion of the run of qualifying heats, of course, because after this one, those 2 groups only have 1 race left to get a position as high as possible on the grid of the superheat. The field, of course, 107 drivers in the senior class, only 72 get to make it on the 2 grids of the superheat. That will be split in 2 races in the morning, so there might be a couple of points left to be collected, a couple of positions maybe left to be picked up as well as we enter lap number 10. Mayobole Atkins on the outside. There goes the British driver, takes the lead. Watch out for Johnson Cole as well. He tried to get himself into that little bit of a space. There was no way to go just yet for Johnson Cole, who stays down in 3rd. But Kelly Atkins, that might be the move certainly for the win, because he did that at the right time. And he took advantage of Johnson Cole getting in the way of Mayo Boye for the counter-attack. The Frenchman still very much on the tail though. So we might see actually another attempt from the 2N Racing driver. Maybe coming up this corner, turn number 14, we have seen so many moves around the outside or inside of the line. Watch out as both go defensive, because Johnson Cole, that's the only thing he's been waiting for. That open door to dive in. That could go the way of Andy Rattel. Watch out as well for the Frenchman in 4th place. Last lap that is. And around the inside of turn number 2 and 3, Kelly Atkins is putting himself in the middle of the racing line pretty much, and there's no way to go. Either left or right, on the way to turn number 5, where we have seen so many drivers losing momentum, but Andy Rattel is picking up some good pace around the outside. Can he make it stick? No, he's about to lose a place to Sam Balota.
No one went with Rattel there, and unfortunately the slipstream kicked in and they all drove out of the corner without him. So big shame there, as he's now under pressure once again from Caltrin just behind. So Atkins holds on to it. 1 more corner to negotiate, or 2 more technically if you want to talk about the last corner kink. But here we go into the braking zone. Watch it here on the apex. Everyone making the corner. Rattel once again on the outside, and again very close between the 2 of them. But Atkins has done enough. It'll be a run to the line. It will be Atkins who takes it across the line, and he maintains his 3rd place spot in the intermediate classifications with just 5 points to his name. 1 more race to go for groups B and E later on today. Atkins, though, another win for him with the Crop Promotions team after 11 laps of racing. Malabolier takes 2nd from Louis Johnson Cool, from Andy Rattel, who tried his level best to gain more positions, but Rattel always choosing that outside line. Carts make their way back to Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez heading down there to interview one of our drivers. He has spoken to Atkins. It'll be curious to see what's on Louis Johnson Cool's mind out there, because he has certainly been a driver who has been doing his level best. I mean, this would be his best, I think, race result for Louis Johnson Cool so far this weekend. Certainly out there, the premium karting driver doing what he needs to do, finishing in P3. For Andy Rattel, again, another fabulous drive. Same with Sam Balota as well, both drivers gaining 1 position. Caltrin finishing in P6. Finn McLaughlin, though, also good run, 11 positions gained. He finishes P7. Andrea Mastinis, also 1 position gain, good result. He finishes P8. Julian Kamin. Dante Vinci running out the top 10 after gaining 2 places from Matis Machaut. Dylan Baker finishing in 12th place. Vincent Carano finishing in 13th, 9 positions gained. There is Atkins on your screen. Andrea Moretti finishing in P14. Hugo Brun finishing in P15, gaining 2 positions. Eduardo Villa, another good drive from the back of the grid. 19 positions gained. He is doing everything he can to get into the superheat later in this weekend. Here's a look at the replays, the highlights. Good start then from the inside row. It's a good start from Johnson Cool. Looping there, holding on to 2nd place. Mollier would fight back, though. There's Rattel just behind, as well as Atkins, who were also getting involved in the early stages on that 1st lap. Mollier going for the move there on Enki Caltrin. getting that done. Counter in at the end of that would drop down to P6. Still another decent result within the top 10. Bollier would then take the lead of the race. Atkins then sending it down the inside. Rattel trying to follow as well. Not able to get the move done. Atkins then would dive to the race lead. Johnson Cool once again following that decision. And again, it was just a chop and change between all of these drivers all the way throughout the race. Johnson Cool once again getting that position done. This is where it started to get a little bit interesting, because every time someone went for the move, it just brought everyone back into the fray. This was the moment that Johnson Cool got squeezed out and lost the train. And there you can see may have the inside line. He did hold the one position there from Sam Balota. Balota would fight back later on in the race. There, the little bit of contact that we were talking about there. I believe that was with Andrea Mastinis as well. And also Dante Vinci involved. Atkins back to the lead again, getting past Bollier. Carbon copy overtakes what we saw earlier on. It was Linus Stern to the line. Bollier tried his best to close the gap. Unable to. Atkins would take the win. Another race win for Calai Atkins for Croc Promotion, as he holds on to just those 5 points, running out third place. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
This young driver by my side was very, very close to snatch victory from Calai Atkins, but Malo Boyer came short, just a few meters missing, Malo, but overall fantastic performance for you, not only in this race, but in the previous before.
Yeah, here is really difficult because there is a lot of slipstream, so you have to be very smooth and very calm with how you drive. And yeah, the races are very interesting because the level of the competition is very high. So yeah, we have to stay really concentrate and not make mistakes.
What goes through your mind at this stage of the weekend when you know that you only have one race left? You know, strong position, but at this point you're like, okay, whatever happens, give it all and see what happens?
No, I try, to stay in a good position, to start in a good position for the final, and in the end, yeah, finish in a good place to do a good result.
And it's fair to say that you have the advice of one big name in the world of karting. Arno Kozlinski was with you since the start of the season. I guess the relationship has been building over the season so far, and you can only be happy with such an experience by your side.
Yeah, with him and my team, we do a really good job. Each race we try to improve, to do better things, and to progress as well. I try to progress on my skill, on my driving skill, because I think that we can always improve and make progress.
Fantastic, and we can see that on track. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mario Boyer. We'll leave you to it. Thank you. As we're getting very quickly, Louis Johnson Cole. Louis, good to have you for the first time. Let's talk briefly about your race. Fantastic finish, P3 in the end, and not a lot left for you to catch up on Mayo.
Yeah, well, I took the lead on lap 1. Originally, I was going to push in, but I had a massive train behind me, so I had to go in, and I led for a few laps. I'm not sure how many. I wasn't really focusing on the lap count, but then after that, I think Calai had done me, and I just pushed Calai for a few laps, and then Milo went in, and we just tried to push until the end. And obviously on the last lap, it's every man for themselves, so you got to scrap it out for the win, basically.
Every man for himself, as you said, but well done to you, and good luck for the last race.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louis Johnson Cole. Back to you, Anthony, as we have the race coming up. One more for the seniors. Ready to go.
Thank you, Guillaume. Yes, down there we've got 2 more senior races to go in this first stint before we see them out later on today. Juniors and minis coming up after these next couple, though. But qualifying heat D and F is coming up next. Ruben Moya and Ellie Goldstein on the front row for this one. Race about to get going in just a moment's time. But certainly Moya has got something to get done on this one. Earlier on today, Moya finishing second. his race earlier on as well. Moya finishing 4th as well today. He did take a race win yesterday in the wet conditions, so certainly knows what he needs to do. Goldstein as well, last year's champion. Certainly struggling this weekend with issues, but will come back stronger, I'm sure. Very talented driver. Karts make their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup for X30 Senior. Ruben Moya and Eli Goldstein go from row 1. Danny Carinini and Manuel Scomaglio go from row number 2. Mark Lapiccolo, there we go, get my words out, goes from row 3 from Marcus Luzio. Nando Weichselbaumer and Pacum Weisenberger go from row 4. Perrin Rafael and Ricardo Sorelli, they round out the top 10 on row 5 from Camilo San and Eloy Gonzalez on row 6. Dmitry Matviv and Caranta round out row 7 from Alex Girauto and Enna Frey on row 8. Eduardo Dominguez and Kevin Latinga round out row 9. Malaysia and Federico Albanese round out row 10. And the top 20, Miko Condio and Luca Frederick round out row 11. Kanansini and Simi Wang round out row 12. Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Alexander Ruta go from row 13. Alessandro Cocosa and Hugo Lee go from row 14. Miguel Silva and Nolan Dubois round out the top 30. Emmanuel Cointini and Jesse Garcia go from row 16. Fabian Sterrison and Matteo Giaccardi. Yusuf Bahraoui round out the 18 rows. 35 karts in total for this one. Certainly been an interesting day for seniors. Second half of the day has slightly calmed down for them. Guillaume Alvarez back in the commentary box. Have you noticed that as well? The first half of this day, they were quite excitable. They were certainly getting going. Second half, I think they've brought it down just a little bit now.
Yeah, just a little bit. It takes a bit more time for the drivers to get back up to speed. And this is the point of the weekend when, you know, the protagonists up in the lead. And some drivers at the back end trying to collect the points that they need. They will think it over twice before going for any unwise move, shall we say. And you don't want to get yourself into too much trouble because you might need the positions. You will go for the dive and for the space that you see in front of you, but not at all costs, you know. And you don't want actually to have your weekend so far that you've been patiently building up. You don't want to see this being thrown to the rows on one last move that maybe wasn't thought through. So yeah, you know, a bit of caution, a bit of you know, prudence into the field for some drivers, even though someone like Eddie Goldstein is not the kind of driver who will back down too much when it comes to battle, and especially since Eddie, after losing one victory, is not even in the top 8. Green, we're racing once again in Franciacorta, and a fantastic start from Ruben Moya, who took advantage from pole position and the inside line, taking the field into turn number 2 and 3. Good getaway for most of the drivers, all of them actually, as Goldstein, after losing P2, is taking it back from the 301. And this is Mark Lopiccolo, who's having to drop back a little bit, with Danny Carinini putting himself in the middle as well, up into P3. That was a close call, but Goldstein being on the outside, wasn't much he could do, actually, the Belgian driver, to prevent that from happening. But the big contact for the back between a couple of the drivers, 4 involved by the look of it, but everybody seems to be back on track. Let's try to see who we lost into that opening lap. There was a big shun by the look of it.
Kanansini, I think, was one of them. Alexander Ruta, yeah. Nolan Dubois and Fabian Sterrison also involved in that one. I believe are the 4 drivers who went off the track. Thankfully, all rejoining onto the circuit. Green flags have come out over the start-finish line. That would suggest that someone else has gone off in the final corner, and I think it's Luca Frederick who may have gone off because he has dropped down several positions. And
I don't get to see him, to be honest with you, right now, because we are lucky to have as well the track cameras with us in the commentary room, which means that we have the same eyes all over the track as the marshals and officials. Here's the replay of what happened at the back end.
Oh, just 3 into 1, don't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
big pile up
everyone just getting tangled up in it.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do basically to avoid that. But good that at least All of them are back on track, and by the look of it, they're still with us to this point. Oh, and this is one of the victory lane. This is Marco Piccolo, who was running in P5, that was pushed a little bit outside of the line. As in the meantime, Ruben Moya has been building his gap, 7/10 of a second from Danny Caronini, the driver leading that second wagon. Goldstein, as for the back, Raphaël Perard, the Frenchman, as one of the privateers in this class, making his way up to P4. 5 places claimed, actually, in the course of 2 laps for Raphaël Perard. Good start of a race for him, and he's going to try to give a hard time to the reigning champion himself. Let's try to see what happened. This is the move from Danny Caronini for P2 on Ali Goldstein. Those two, again, know each other quite well. We've seen them battling at Mariembourg. And Marco Piccolo, as a result, he was unfortunately and certainly not with those intentions, pushed outside of turn number 14 by Emanuele Scognamiglio, the Italian who was making his bits, and there was no room, unfortunately, for Marco Piccolo to go, but on the grass.
Again, another green flag has come out on the start-finish line, indicating that someone's gone off before then. It clears quickly, and I'm just trying to see who has dropped down the order once again. And potentially could have been Ziming Wang there for the Falcon Racing Team, the Canadian driver, because he did just drop 5 positions, or it could have been Federico Albanese, who also dropped several positions out there. Not too sure. Both of them, unfortunately, falling to the back of the grid. There's a retirement, though. This could be the reason why.
This is Alexander Ruta from Pantano, as you can see. Is one of the drivers who was involved in that big shunt 2 laps ago in the opening lap, and that will mean DNF, unfortunately, for Alexander Ruta. In the meantime, back in the lead. Ruben Moya, we thought for a moment that he was going to be able to get away, but we're having none of it. From 7, we went to 3/10 of a second now. Seems like Danny Caronini was able to catch up, but taking with him Raphaël Perard as well. Eli Goldstein under the pressure of Scognamiglio. González Moreno in the meantime with the fastest lap on the competition. And there goes the move from Raphaël Perard on Danny Caronini up for P2. Goldstein goes through as well, takes the 3rd position back. And we have another off, unfortunately.
I think that's Canancini, who has come off the track there. Again, another one of the drivers who was involved in that incident on the opening lap, now retiring. Now, Caronini seems to be struggling there. He has just dropped down into P8 now, so I suspect he was squeezed a little bit onto the outside curb there. Got to say, Raphaël Perard is closing that gap up to Ruben Moya. As you can see visually, and the timing screen's confirming it. Jules Caranta, though, with the fastest lap of the race. He is currently sitting in P13. So again, it shows that the pace is all the way throughout the field. There, Goldstein and Miglio, they're still there, just battling away. Miglio just not going for the move just yet. And staying behind, still there in P4. Still a solid weekend for him, though, the Italian. Ooh. And big lunge down the inside. And thank you, says, I believe that was Dimitri Matveev going for the move. No, it wasn't. It was Eloy Gonzalez on Dimitri Matveev. So still chopping and changing all the way throughout, but crucially, eyes are on these top 2 as Perard and Moya still absolutely line astern, and a train is starting to form here, Guillaume, isn't it? These coming into the latter stage of the race. This is where it starts to get a little bit tetchy for some of the drivers. They've got to be so careful about where they position the kart and what they do, because they're not just going to lose 1 position, they're going to lose 6, 7 positions, and that at this stage of the weekend is not what you need, because we're starting to see drivers who are going to start to fade from this race. Because like I say, there's over 107 entries in the senior category. Only the 72 can go through into the superheats tomorrow. So we are losing a fair chunk of them, and we are starting to see moves here. Moya, though, crucially, still leads. No moves yet from Raphaël Perard. And you can see there Moya, just with the hand gestures there, saying, let's just keep calm. Let's not do anything rash. And everyone, let's just get to the end of the race. There's still a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, that's what we love about sort of race. As around the inside goes Eloy Gonzalez, beautifully made on the Miglio, the Italian, has to back off. It stays very much on his rear bumper. Try to switch positions on the way down to turn number 14. Further back as well, Dimitri Matveev with the car public machine at 351. He's making his way past 253 that was on the Waxel bomber by the look of it. Confirmation for P6 as the victory lane driver is going to try to fight back, as does Eddie Goldstein on the Italian. Goldstein back into P4 as we enter lap number 9. And not a lot of time remaining. Further up as well, Elo Gonzalez. What a pace he's been showing, the Spaniard driver. Now making his way up to P2. This is another positions gain, 7 in total since the start of the race. And Elo Gonzalez really flying through. And I do wonder if it might be certainly a little bit early to try to switch strategies and put on some fresh sets of tires, because we haven't seen much of Elo Gonzalez since the start of the weekend due to a difficult qualifying. You know, he was only starting
on further
back on the grid, and another Pantano racing driver having to back off from that grid. This is Riccardo Cirelli, unfortunately, with P13, doing a good job out there, Riccardo Cirelli, and another of the Pantanos. We're talking about the Italian team. We do have Ruben Moya still very much in battle against Gonzalez. And Ruben Moya now down in P2.
Gonzalez now in the lead of this race.
Incredible recovery.
Yeah.
For Elo Gonzalez. 11 places gained up into P1. That will be his first of the weekend. And you know, a strong sign of potential, and really certainly some more setup changes and twitches that maybe Elo Gonzalez has been able to find. As Eddie Goldstein is about to lose the place. Let's watch that back. The move for the lead from Elo Gonzalez Morano on the inside of turn number 2 and 3 on Ruben Moya.
Goldstein making the move as well, just behind. And Goldstein, I think, is actually now in 5th place, so he's actually lost a fair few positions. But Elo Gonzalez here, like you say, solid drive. 11 positions gained here through this senior grid. And has certainly done what he needs to do. He's not in the top 8 in the intermediate classifications, but this will certainly help him out with scoring 0 points in this round of the senior races this day. One more corner to negotiate then, and well, Elo Gonzalez, no competition here. Out he goes across the line. Yes, thank you very much. I'll take that one from Ruben Moya. And Moya, 2nd place, still a good result, but does drop down to 6th in the intermediate classifications. Unitements gets promoted up to 5th place. Unitements not in this race, he's out in the next one. So that will possibly change, but after 11 laps of racing, the Malau Competition team, Elo Gonzalez takes the win for Spain. And he'll be happy with that one from Moya, Rafael, Miglio, Goldstein, Matveev, Luzio, Caranta, Weisenberger, and Weichselbaumer on the top 10. Solid result. One more senior race to go for this round of heat races. They'll be back out at the end of the day, of course. They'll be rounding out the day with their last 3 races. There's a look at the provisional classifications with the top 10 already done. Danny Caronini, unfortunately, that race not going his way. He drops to P11. Eduardo Dominguez finishing in P12 after gaining 5 places. And a Frey, also a good run. P13, 3 places gained. Mark Lepiccolo finishing in P14 from Ana Malaysia. Alex Gerauto finishing in P16 from Kevin Lettinger. Matthias van der Kerkhoff finishing in 18th place after gaining 7 positions. Hermano Corinteri finishing in P19, 12 positions gained. Matteo Giaccardi finishing in 20th place, 14 positions gained. There, the celebrations coming in between Gonzalez and Moya. And Gonzalez, nice big smile on his face. He is happy with that result. I don't think expected that result either. 11 positions gained. Elo Gonzalez, who finishes that one on the top spot. Ruben Moya not able to close that gap back up, finishing in P2. Two clearly happy with the results they have had. And there, Elo Gonzalez, confirmation of that. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. And again, good start from the inside line. The inside line certainly seems to be working better. And Moya, who controlled the race for the first large portion of it, certainly got a good breakaway. Defensive had to go Piccolo in the early stages of that race. The victory lane driver struggling. This was the contact that we saw for quite a few of our drivers. Alexander Ruter, Kines Cini, I think Nolan Dubois and Luca Frederick also involved in that one. Carinini, though, not the race he would have wanted. He would have dropped down the order. Mark Piccolo also dropping down. He lost several places. Not the result he would have wanted. Mark Piccolo at the end of that one, where did he finish? He finished P14 for the Frenchman, for the Victory Lane karting team. So definitely not the result he will have wanted. Still all kicked off in that top pack, though. Every driver coming through. Elo Gonzalez was one of them, as he just kept picking off driver by driver here. And just slowly started to make his way up the field. And Goldstein still, again, came fighting back. This was the moment. Got it done there on Rafael Pernard. And the move done on Ruben Moya as well. Through into the race lead. Moya not able to retaliate or respond to that. And Elo Gonzalez will take his first win of the weekend. Guillaume down in Parc Ferme. Over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm here with Elo Gonzalez. Congratulations, bravo, Eloy. This is your first win of the weekend. And such a pace, actually. You climbed like almost 10 places and more than that. Qualifying didn't go to plan, but you told me that you have the pace, and we've just seen that.
Yes, in wet conditions, we don't going fast, but in this heat with these tires and this temperature, I'm going very fast in the last laps, I think. And yes.
I thought for a second that he must have put some new tires on, because there's no way he can go that fast. But you told me that not, indeed. It's way too early for that. That was pure pace, so bravo to you. So it gives you confidence, certainly, for the last race and heading for tomorrow's superheat as well.
Yes, the objective is arrive to the final with a good position, and in the final going to the first, and if it's possible, win the final. It's the objective.
Fantastic. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for talking to us. And then we'll leave you to go. Thank you very much, Eloy. As very quickly, we can talk to Ruben Moya, who is one of the contenders of the championship. You can join us here. Ruben, thank you very much indeed. Winner in Zuera, back in strong force here. Marienburg didn't go according to plan, tricky conditions. But here, under the sun, on dry conditions, you back where you belong.
Yes, in Marienburg, we don't know where was the problem. We think could be the tires. Because in the rain yesterday I made a second and win the finals, the heat, so probably was that, because it's the same chassis, same everything, so could be that. And here, yes, we are better than we expect, because last week we were struggling a bit, but we found the pace, trying, testing and developing our chassis, so it's good.
It is good indeed. Unfortunately, we're running a bit out of time, and hopefully we can be able to catch up with you later after the next races or tomorrow. But thank you very much, Ruben Moya, for talking to us. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ruben. As back to you, Anthony. We're getting near the start of the next race, and I can hear the whistle. Back to you.
Thanks, Guillaume. That whistle was to say to the drivers that there is 1 minute to go before the race gets started. And here it is, Evan Gilter and Clément Outran starting this one on the front row. The two drivers who are currently first and second in the intermediate classifications as well. Outran leading that one with 2 and Gilter with the 3. 30 seconds to go for the race. A look at what is coming up left of the day. The last of the senior races in this first stint. Then we've got the two Junior and Minis, they will be their last qualifying heats of the day, and we end out the heats with another battle of senior grids. So only a handful of races left to go of the day. Hopefully you are enjoying what you're witnessing at home, if you're watching from home here at the track or anything like that. And do make sure you are giving the stream a good thumbs up, that you are enjoying the weekend. Next race, though, Senior X30 qualifying heat A and C is coming up next. Evan Gilter and Clement Outron then starts on that front row. Sam Shaw and Ian Ekmans go from row number 2. Luca Griggs and Andrea Pirovano round out row number 3. Daniela Wellens and Hugo Besson round out row 4. Stelionos Peretis go from row 5 with Fred Green alongside. Arthur Fasort and Christian Vagani go from row 6. Yuta Suzuki and Luca Benattoni go from row 7. Keanu Wellens and Leonardo Logani go from row 8. Aaron Garcia and Chester Kiefer go from row 9. Kumala and Joanna Luja round out the 36 kart grid on row 18. There again, you can see the many viewing areas around this circuit, absolutely packed. And it's only the qualifying heat day. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, superheats, finals. Be hard to even find a spot to sit down and enjoy the sunshine and racing.
It's always so much better indeed when you have like a crowded grandstand surroundings of the track and people independent enjoying themselves, you know, because let's not forget that sometimes weather is not part of the weekend, and that can happen. We still have some people, you know, showing up onto the location and to the track. Let's not forget that we've been through some difficult seasons as well from the global motorsport community through the pandemic and everything. And at that time, it was almost impossible and at some point very hard to get people to come back to the circuit. But now this is long gone. And let's enjoy the racing all together. And are we going to go? Yes, green, green, green. We're racing in Franciacorta. A good getaway from Evan Gilter in front of Clement Outron, who lost the place to Sam Shaw. Let's see if everybody's going to get a good first opening lap. Here we go for Gilter, Sam Shaw, Clement Outron down in third. Ian Ekmans, Luca Griggs, and a pretty good getaway for all the drivers into that opening lap. But that was a close call. But Gilter once again was able to take advantage of that pole position. Clement Outron, don't forget, is your current leader in the points. He has 2 points with 2 wins and a second place, 2 wins and a third place for Evan Gilter. So you do the math, they just split by 1 tiny unit. And the only mission in the mind of Evan Gilter is to go and take that win. But Clement Outron is having similar objectives in mind, and he just did that move on Sam Shaw in turn number 14. The race is on and the battle is launching between the two leaders. Gilter against Outron, Sam Shaw, Ekmans, Luca Griggs, Pirovano, Besson, Green, Vergani, Longoni. Your top 10 after 2 laps almost.
Yes, indeed. So nice start then for the Senior X30 grid. Gilter controlling the pace of this one. Any big movers on that first lap? We do have a couple. Christian Vergani gaining 3 positions. Leonardo Logani also gaining 6. Chester Kiefer also gaining 7 positions. So some of the big movers out there. Joanna Luja also gaining 8 positions. He's now up into P28 as well. Change here, down the inside. Clement Outron gets past Gilter. Sam Shaw tries to follow, not able to do so. He slots into 3rd place, still remaining in that position. Eichmann's just sitting there watching what's going on. And now down the inside goes Sam Shaw. Gets it done and moves up into 2nd place. Instantly on the defensive to try and stop any retaliation from Gilter. And Gilter sees better of it and stays there in P3. Crucially, though, that defensive move allows Eichmans, Griggs, Besson, Green, Pirovano all to close up once again. And if anything, I think Outron's actually starting to break away here, just ever so slightly. Watch out for the slipstream, though. It is a headwind down this back straight.
I must say I'm quite impressed with Clement Outron's performance this weekend, because you know, I've had the chance for the past few seasons to follow his progress through the ranks. You know, he won the championship of Belgium in the junior class some years ago. Didn't have the best of start to the season so far, but here in Franciacorta, I seem to have found his pace and seem to have found the right setup as well. VDK Racing, I was talking to one of the brothers Verdasdonck at the helm of the team, and they were telling me that they have 17 drivers in all classes this weekend, which is massive of the field. And Clémenton is being one of the fastest, as Gilter is taking positions number 2 back to Sam Shaw, and Luca Griggs just made his way past. And look at that field of driver. Watch out for Sam Shaw fighting his way back on Luca Griggs on the way to turn number 14, and Hugo Besson is fighting his way through as well in front of Ian Hickman. So a couple of switch of positions as we conclude lap number 4. Gilter a little bit on his own, a little bit of fresh air for the Frenchman. He doesn't want to get Clémenton get away. 4/10 of a second now. Boutron on his own, the VDK driver. But that's certainly the best we've seen of Clémenton so far in the IAME Euro Series. Doing some wonders with 2 wins already for him. Patiently building for what could be his third. Gilter is having the intention certainly in mind. Is trying to catch up with the Frenchman. Let's see the start once again, shall we?
Yeah, good start actually from the inside row once again. I think Hugo Besson was caught sleeping there slightly off the line, or Luca Griggs I should say, didn't get initial good getaway, slotted back in the order. But for the rest of the field it was a good start, and there was the overtake from Clément Boutron just to get the lead of the race. So again, nice little move down the inside. No real change throughout, and I think Sam Shaw now has dropped back to P5 now. So Griggs has got through, Besson's got through, and I've got to say, Evan Gilter is still on that charge towards Boutron. He's not broken away now. As Shaw goes back down the inside of Hugo Besson, gets that done. Now Besson's under pressure from Green and Eichmanns. Bit of Arnaud. Look at it. Look at Gilter. I love how determined he is to try and close a gap. You see the body language there, tucking in, doing everything he can. And
contact over there.
Fred Green.
Fred Green, that's race over. I think that's race over for Fred Green. He looked desperate, and we just had a contact with Ian Hickmans by the look of it. And Hickmans was trying to make his move on the outside of turn number 14. There was contact with the rear bumper of Fred Green, and we might need to see that again, because it didn't seem by the look of it to be a heavy bump, but it was pushed out of the track and maybe too much into the grass and into the dirt over there.
Well, I think he hit that exit curb, didn't he, as well? And as soon as you get on that, you can barely control the kart, and it just speared him and straight off the circuit. So Fred Green out of this race. Fastest driver out there, though, Arthur Fassort on the other of the VDK racing karts out there. 4 in total in this grid alone. The VDK racing team, we were saying about how many there are this weekend. Yeah, 4 in this race alone. Boutron, though, still leads the way. I've got to say, Gilter, though, is closing in. He's right there behind him now. I suspect we're going to see a move anytime soon, if not on this lap itself. Nothing through turn number 5 or 6. 7 and 8. Here's the replay. There's the contact, and yeah, that just... yeah, straight off the track onto the grass, and yeah, just can imagine the frustration of that happening. And I don't know if he stopped or kept going. Just trying to see where Green.
No, it actually.
No, he's pulled into the pit lane.
That's right.
Yeah, put it straight in.
Still a strange incident, because as we were saying, you know, that can happen. Those sort of contact in the braking zone can happen. But it seemed to me, by watching those footage, that he might have had a mechanical trouble just before, as it was raising his hand in the air. So
yeah.
Was he raising his hand as a result of the contact and in despair, or was he gesturing to the others? Oh, see, engine seizure or something.
Yeah, I'm going slow, and that's where the contact came from, because he was going slower than everyone else. So yeah, not too sure, but unfortunately that car completely retiring from the race. So big shame. Another car's just dropped down the order there. Just trying to think who that was. Remember, Bronx dropped down to several positions.
Yeah, we have 2 other drivers in trouble. But
there's actually a yellow flag on the start-finish line, and there's the reason why.
With Yuta Suzuki and Chester Kiefer from RSD. This is Chester Kiefer, actually, and this is the result of those 2 drivers missing, coming together. And let's try to see where that is on track. Yellow flag is being waved, and this is actually into the first sector.
Yeah, Chester Kiefer, Yuta Suzuki, and I think John Tafos also involved in that as well. So 3 karts, yellow flags clear now. And well, look at this, no gap there now between these 3. Utron, Gilter and Griggs, 1, 2, 3, and well, Gilter tried to go for the move there, down the inside, not able to get it done. Now he's going to be under pressure from Griggs here, because Griggs could look down the inside. He's going to check behind him, see if it's clear. No, doesn't go for it as Utron goes defensive into the hairpin. There's the rest of the field. 1 more lap to go then. Here we go. Utron then still leads as we go on to the final lap. Look at Griggs to the outside there. Brave move if it was going to try and go to the long way round. Thinks against it, slots in.
And Gilter is not happy. He was just saying to Clément, keep on pushing because I'm in trouble. It's now all around the outside between the curb and Utron. Is there enough space? Yes, there is.
Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
Absolutely beautiful from Evan Gilter there. Read the road perfectly. And oh, Utron's going to try the same round the outside. And they nearly collect each other. Besson goes through past Griggs. Griggs is under pressure from Shaw now. Now here comes Besson on Utron. Utron goes down into 3rd. And here comes Sam Shaw down the inside. Gilter still leads. Everyone's going through. Utron, who was leading for the majority of the race, has gone down to about P6 now. Gilter out of the final corner will take the win from Hugo Besson, Sam Shaw, Luca Griggs, Ian Eichmann, and Clément Utron at the end of that one drops down to P6. But that last lap there, it shows how quickly karting can go from 0 to 100 mile an hour in terms of adrenaline for all of the drivers. And remember, in this stage of the weekend, it gets so important to have a good finishing position. And Evan Gilter, after 11 laps, takes the win by 0.04 of a second from Hugo Besson across the line. Sam Shaw from Luca Griggs, again caught out by the chasing pack, who took full advantage of the situation. They make their way back to Parc Fermé. And the qualifying heat A and C for Senior X30. Evan Gilter takes the win from Hugo Besson, Sam Shaw, Luca Griggs, Ian Eichmann, Clément Utron from Luca Bertoni, Andrea Priovano from Alta Fasort. Alan Garcia rounds out the top 10 from Christian Vagani. Leonardo Lagoni finishing in P12, both gaining positions. Gilles Remmens gaining 7 positions. Otto Pukkanen, the driver from Finland, finishes in P14 after gaining 9 positions. Stylianos Petris finishing in P15 after losing 6 positions. The Greek driver not having the best run. Francois Delati finishing in P16, gaining 6 positions. Here's a look then at the highlights, and again, inside line working well. Gilter and Shaw broke away nicely. Utron dove to the inside to hold on to P3, would then instantly attack to then go for 2nd place. Eichmann's doing his level best to stick with the leading trio. Unfortunately, he would drop back in the latter stages. Utron took the lead. Shaw followed. And Gilter, at that point, was slightly worried if he was dropping off the pace. He would fight back for 2nd. Eichmann would stay with it. He wouldn't hold it for much longer as, again, Shaw battling with Griggs. Luca Griggs doing his level best to try and stick with it. That was the moment we lost Fred Green off the circuit. Disaster for Fred. Utron then went defensive, and this beautiful outside maneuver here by Evan Gilter, just holding on and maintaining that lead all the way to the end. Then the second group caught back up. Griggs got involved, Sam Shaw got involved, Eichmann's got involved as well, and Clément Utron would just fall down the order at the end of that, as everyone just came through, and you could just see he lost all the momentum down the straight and couldn't do anything to stop the chasing pack. Heitmans with that last-ditch dive through the hairpin. Evan Gilter would take it, though, fractionally by Hugo Besson. Finishes 4/10 further behind, absolutely side by side. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez is down there. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Let's switch faces, as for the first time we have the pleasure of talking to Sam Shaw, a third in this race with premium karting. Sam, talk us through that race. That was one heck of a battle in the later stages.
Yeah, it's very difficult out there. I struggled for pace a bit in that one. We made a few changes, which didn't quite work, but still, third's a good result. And yeah, a very tough race out there. So.
How happy are you about your progress so far? Because we've seen you fighting at the front, collecting good results and points and confidence as well.
Yeah, I think we've been really good this weekend. We've been top 3 in every heat, which is really strong. So I think our pace is good in both conditions, which it looks like it's going to stay dry now. So I think we have good pace. We just have to make sure we get everything right with the kart.
Yeah, it should stay dry, hopefully, until the end. Thank you very much, Sam. Good luck for the last one. And you can leave your place to Luca Griggs. Thank you very much, Sam. Luca Griggs joining us as well. Good to have you, Luca, right by my side. Fantastic. So talk us through that race. You have one win already. You came close to have that one in the bag, but in the last lap, it just fell apart, kind of.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's really close battles here. Slipstream's really big, so you bring a big group to the front. It's just right place, right time. One little mistake, you can lose 6-7 positions so easily. So it's like the heat before, you know, everything went right, and you win smoothly. Now it was 1 or 2 mistakes, and that cost you the race win, unfortunately.
You guys in the team, you know, with your teammates seem to have found the right setup on this track. Did you practice here a lot, you know, on the national championship certainly, or even the days before?
Yeah, we did the Italian championship last week. We tested obviously a lot of things there, and I think we found a pretty good way here. I think in general we found quite a good way with the chassis. Yeah, everything works good as a package, I'd say.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck for the last race. Thank you, Luca. Luca Griggs from Pantano Racing Team, making it to P4 in this race. And we had Sam Shaw from Premium Karting, just P3 for what had been a fantastic battle. Coming to the checkered flag, Evan Gilter taking another win and the lead of the classification by the look of it. Checking the results. Yes, indeed, 3 points for Evan Gilter, 5 to Kelly Actins and Clément Autran in P3. Back to you, Anthony.
Thanks, Guillaume. Indeed, chatting to a lot of our drivers down there. Great to get a good inside view of what they're thinking through these races. Certainly is a challenging track to go racing on. Here we go then. It's the last of the junior races throughout the day. We kickstart it with groups A and C, B and D coming up next. The last time we are going to see groups A and C racing in the junior category. Rocco Coronel on this one, starting it on pole position though, after a fantastic qualifying yesterday. Certainly in the wet conditions has had a relatively decent day today. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen, and the orange helmet getting ready to get going for this race. He has got the close company of Harry Bartle starting alongside, but Coronel has certainly been a force to be reckoned with on this one. Group A earlier on today. Coronel took a race win, his second race. He finished in P5. There he is on your screen. 1 minute board going up now. Last qualifying heat races for these groups. This is where it's decided, really, who is going to end up where in the intermediate classifications. Harry Bartle starting alongside. There he is on your screen. The sun starting to get lower in the sky. Local time here, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And you can see the temperature still rising. I think we're hitting around 26, 27 degrees out there. It is nice and toasty as we get going for the final race of the day for groups A and C in Junior X30. Whistle blows, engine start. Here it is. Junior X30 qualifying heat A and C takes to the track. Here's how they line up then. Rocco Coronel and Harry Bartle go from row 1. Jensen Graham and Harrison Mackie go from row 2. Clovis Nogueira and Arjun Kraling ran out the top 6 on row number 3. Daniel Kelleher and Isaac Phelps take row 4. Riccardo Ferrari, who has shown he is excellent at the race starts throughout this weekend, starts on the 5th row in P9. Louis Coman starts alongside. Sasha Van Bad Bosch and Vilma Svan, Sam Woolley and Alexis Constant ran out row number 7. Farion Papafipou and Ethan Lennon round out row number 8.
Row number 9, we have Arthur Wong and Endon Spanswick, followed by Kais Aziza and Philippe Carras. Row number 11, Elia Weiss and Connor Clancy, as well as row number 12, Henri Carter and Florentin Artemer, followed by Mathis Riba, Byron Kinard, Luisia De La Pietra, as well as Jean-Paul Carras and Yanis Dubois. A total of 29 drivers making their way onto the track, A versus C for the juniors. And as you said, this is the last 2 races for this class, A versus C. Then we're going to have B versus D, and then no more qualifying races. It all comes down to the superheat tomorrow morning, Sunday. So watch out for what's going to happen in the coming laps, as we're going to have 8 in total between the competitors of the junior class, with Rocco Coronel and Harry Bartle alongside each other on the first row of the grid. That's going to be an interesting one, with Rocco Coronel having picked up a win this morning to get the day started. Harrison Mackie, Arjen Krelling and Jesse Phillips as well, and all those drivers picking up wins. And Jesse Phillips, actually I got that wrong because he's competing in Mini. So here's a little correction for my data. I was like, hang on a minute. But Jesse Phillips has indeed a couple of wins to his name in the Mini category, but not so much in the junior class. So here it is.
Carts make their way around the final corner into the tram lines. Green flags come out. Good start then from Coronel, and Graham follows straight in behind. Same with Nogueira, straight into 3rd place, holding on to that one as the top 3 break away. A little wide on the exit there. Everyone trying to find their piece of track to themselves. There you see Isaac Phelps just in the back of shot, just trying to squeeze his way into a good position. Mackie, though, there in P4. He's just been overtaken by the VDK driver. I think that's Arjun Kraling, who took a race win earlier on after a fantastic dive down the inside of turn 14. He's going to replicate that in this race. I'm sure he probably will if he gets given the opportunity. Coronel, though, leads the way and has already opened up a slight advantage. That gets immediately taken away, though, with the slipstream. And down the inside, Jensen Graham goes for the race lead. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Across the start-finish line, Graham leads from Coronel, Nogueira. Then it's Mackie, Kelleher, Bartle, Van Pad Posch. Then it's Ferrari. Then it's Kraling, Woolley, Svan, Spanswick, the top 12. Big movers, I would say, is Eden Spanswick for the MDL team, up 6 positions.
And Rocco Coronel in P2 find themselves between Graham and Nogueira, taking in sandwich a little bit. He was trying to make his move. The Dutchman on Graham. There's no way to go, and he's going to need to really get himself away from the pressure from Nogueira. He's a fellow countryman, he's a fellow teammate, shall I say, from Victory Lane. Those two need to work together, obviously, to try to catch up and get ahead of Jensen Graham. Coronel launches it first and makes his move outside of turn number 14, but he's going a bit wide, and I think that Jensen Graham will be able to catch him up, but not so much as the door was shut. So there was no switch of position as for now. Rocco Coronel in the lead, Jensen Graham, Travis Nogueira under the pressure of Harrison Mackie. We have for ourselves a beautiful Victory Lane Fusion Motorsport battle now, and watch out for the wheel banging over there. Watch out for any contact side by side. But Graham has the upper hand on the inside. Harrison Mackie and Harry Barton actually took advantage of the momentum that Clovis just lost. Fortunately for the Frenchman, he was on the wrong side of the track and lost 2 places in the process, and finds himself into the claws of the VDK driver just behind Daniel Kelleher.
Yes, indeed. So there we go. Everyone just finding that piece of tarmac. Bartle back to the inside, taking advantage of the momentum that he has got. Gets it done as well. Nogueira tries to get through, also can't. Stays behind Mackie. Van Bad Bosch up into P6 now as well. So it's really starting to heat up here. Remember, these are 8 laps. It's the last opportunity these drivers have got to gain positions back down the inside. Nice move from Nogueira, who puts it back up into P4. No retaliation. Rocco Coronel is doing everything he can possibly do, and that is lead this race. He has 5 intermediate classification points. Freddie Lloyd has 2.
Ooh, around the inside goes Clovis Nogueira on Harry Bartel. And Lucas coming back behind. Sacha Van Padbosch in the process as well. This is Van Padbosch now just in front of the 21 Harrison Mackie. And you have Kraling further back. Remember that young German driver, Alan Kraling? He was the one who pulled out that beautiful move on Harrison Mackie to steal the victory in the qualifying heat just before in the junior class. Around the inside goes the 21 of Harrison Mackie. And we're back in the lead. Rocco Coronel just lost the lead to Harry Bartel. There's a switch. The Dutchman's going to try to find the pace back. And yes, he does, and it's out. He's out. Unfortunately, Harry Bartel being pushed outside of turn number 5 when trying to shut that door on the 58 that was coming close. That was Louis Comin who was able to get past, but that was a close call. I thought there would have been contact over there.
Yeah, that was very close to contact. There he is, trying to recover back. Isaac Phelps has got through now as well. So Bartel's dropped all the way down to P14 now after he was battling for the race lead at the start of this lap. What a disaster for him. He's fallen into the clutches of
contact there.
Aziza as well. Yeah, no, you're absolutely fine. You know, so much drama can happen in this one, but drama is just the aim of the game in this sort of racing, because Kraling, Kelleher, Graham, Spanswick all battling for position here. And, well, Coronel again continuing to hold on to that race lead, and another driver off. It's a VDK, and it just cannot get it back onto the circuit. Who is that?
The 87. This is Arjen Kraling.
Oh no,
Arjen Kraling. We're just mentioning him for his beautiful win and move on the race before. What did happen there? We might need to see that again, but he was in P5 in this race and going strong maybe for a better result than that. But it all came to dust after that going off for the VDK driver.
Yeah, what an absolute shame there. Him, not what he wants to see. Coronel here, absolutely though, under pressure from his teammates. A victory lane 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Coronel, Nogueira and Sacha Van Bad Bosch. Mackie, a lone fusion here, trying to do what he can to try and close up on this group and get past as Vilmos Svan gets the fastest lap of the race, who's currently in 6th place, who's not actually far back from this battle here. There, you can see Vilmos Svan just in the background has got Daniel Kelleher for company as Jensen Graham picks up a warning flag.
And keeps on battling in the lead. In the meantime, we have 2 little wagons on the same train pretty much. Watch out. Oh, what just happened there was going defensive, actually. Clovis Nogueira on Harrison Mackie. This race is not over yet. But as you mentioned, indeed, Van and Graham not far behind, even though in the course of 1 lap and 15 corners, I doubt that we'll have enough time. But let's not say this too soon, because Rocco Coronel in the meantime is protecting from Sacha Van Padbosch, Harrison Mackie, Clovis Nogueira. He goes for the move. Harrison Mackie not quite able to make it stick, and yes, he does. Beautifully made as Nogueira goes defensive against Van and Jensen Graham. Watch out for any contact. That was a close call. But he's being stuck over the NP6, Jensen Graham, as Rocco Coronel is shutting all the doors in the last few corners of his last lap on his way to what will be his 2nd victory in the qualifying heat, putting him in the lead if he doesn't move like that after the next race, of course, with Freddie Lloyd we're expecting on track as well. One last kick to the throttle. Watch out for Jensen Graham for the back. He's going to go all the way to try to snatch that position. But in the meantime, that was a win for Rocco Coronel in front of Van Van Bosch and Harrison Mackie.
Yes, indeed. Nice result there for Rocco Coronel. Everything he could have done there to maximise his potential for leading the intermediate classifications at the end of the day. 5 classification points is what Rocco Coronel has got. Remember, Freddie Lloyd is out in the next race. He has got 2 points. If Freddie Lloyd finishes any lower than 4th, he will drop behind Rocco Coronel, and Coronel would lead the intermediate classifications going into the superheats and finals tomorrow. In terms of qualifying, if they join on points. That will be the question. What will happen? Rocco Coronel out-qualified Freddie Lloyd. So he would actually lead even if Freddie Lloyd finishes in third in this next race. So that will certainly make it interesting. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat A and C as the drivers make their way back in towards Parc Fermé and of course to scrutineering. Rocco Coronel, Sacha van Bosch, Harrison Mackie, Clovis Nogueira from Vilma Svan, Jensen Graham, Louis Common, Riccardo Ferrari finishing in 8th place from Harry Bartle, Isaac Phelps rounding out the top 10, Sam Woolley and Felipe Carras finishing in 12th place after gaining 8 positions. Good run. Carras Aziza finishing in 13th place after gaining 6. Daniel Kelleher, unfortunately, at the end of that one, dropping down to P14, was a driver battling up in that top 5. Unfortunately, at the end of that one, did drop down. Eden Spanswick, though, gaining 3 positions, rounds out the top 15. Ethan Lennon, good race, didn't gain or lose any position. He rounds out the top 16 positions from Mattis Reiber, Henry Carter, Alexis Constant, Conor Calancy, Farian Papi Philippou finishing in 21st place. Arthur Huang rounding out the top 22. There on your screen, though, your race winner, Rocco Coronel. Solid drive, maximising everything he needs to do to have a good starting position for the qualifying or superheats tomorrow. 5 points to his name. That is all he has got. Here is a look at the highlights from that one. Pretty interesting race on this one. It had its moments, and Coronel getting a good getaway, having Graham and Nogueira follow as well as they all dove to the inside. One driver running a little bit wide. I think that was actually Arjen Kraling who ran out wide there in the early stages. Arjen Kraling would spin out and try to get himself back onto the track the later stages. Kraling finishing that race in P26, so not the result he will have wanted. Remember, a driver going from a race win to a 26th is not very good at all. Bartle with the overtake, going up into 2nd place. Bartle himself dropping to 9th at the end. So again, it just shows how competitive this grid is of juniors. Remember, 58 juniors entered into this weekend. All the drivers for this one would be going through. That was Bartle's moment where he got pushed out wide. That was on lap 4 and then cuts across the front of Louis Common, then nearly making contact. That was the moment that Arjen Kraling went off the track, and just shows that curve there. It dips down as well on the exit. And unfortunately, you just can't pull the car back onto the track. There's a little bit of contact there between Clovis Nogueira and Jensen Graham, all trying to find that piece of track. And again, everyone just making it to the end. Coronel then would take the win from Sacha van Bad Bosch and Harrison Mackie. And Sacha van Bad Bosch gaining the 9 positions at the end of that one. We are ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
We're here with Sacha van Bad Bosch. Good to have you with us, Sacha. Best result so far this weekend, P2 on track. It comes after some little disappointments on your side. Can you talk us through the progress that you've been making?
The qualifying was P11. I got was not driving really good, but we started P11 in the first heat, go back to P4, but we have a bumper. And the second race we have P9 and now P2, and we come from P11. The speed was good and me was also good now.
The speed was good, so you climbing through the ranks with the help of some of your teammates at Victoria Lane, obviously. That was a close call, though, just 0.2 of a second on Rocco Coronel on the line. In that point, you guys, of course, get to a point when you need to secure the result, the 1-2, no fighting whatsoever.
For now, it's like you need to be high in the rankings for the super heat and the final. Now it's just heats, not the final, just.
Yeah, it's a long game, isn't it? Just to collect the points, the confidence. But you guys are quite in a good shape in terms of pace and in terms of confidence so far.
Yeah, the team is now good. We have fast people. We are high in the standings, and that's what we want to do.
It comes down to tomorrow to get it all together. Thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt, Sascha van Padbosch, and for talking to us. And we're going to have live, ladies and gents, Arson Maki, that made it to P3 for Fusion Motorsport. Thank you, Arson, for joining us. So P3, since the start of the race, you were not able to catch up the leading duet, but still P3, strong results and good for the confidence.
Yeah, it was obviously a good heat just to keep the position for the super heat. Obviously got a penalty in the first one, but still won the heat, and then the last heat was still good battling. Obviously moved around the outside, sort of quite nice, and then just got to sort of have a good start for the super heat.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up because I wanted to talk to you about that move on the outside of that turn. What an inspiration that was, because we were like, wow, we don't see that often, and you make it stick actually, because sometimes there's a lot of tries, but not all of them successful.
Yeah, I sort of went into that corner, I was like, it's last lap, I'm going to go for it, and then it sort of paid off, and then obviously got done at last corner, but still something that's quite something to achieve.
And you find yourself still within a circle of contenders with 1 win, as you said, so confidence must be as high as it can be.
Yeah, just to win heats out here, it's obviously a good thing, but the main goal is the final in it, so.
Absolutely, as we said with Sascha, this is a long game. Tomorrow is the day that counts the most, but good performance so far overall. Thank you very much, Arson Maki. Good luck to you for the rest of the weekend, as this might be all that we have time for. Let me have a look at the timings indeed. It's about time that we go back to the track and back to you, Anthony, as we have some more racing coming our way.
Yes, we do indeed. The final Junior X30 race of the day, and I was speaking earlier on about points that need to happen for drivers to turn out. Freddie Lloyd out in this one, starting in P4. If he finishes P3 or below, he would start behind Rocco Coronel, or they would both be on pole, but one in one final or the other. So yes, certainly will be a very interesting session. So Lloyd really here needs to do everything he can to finish second or higher. Tiziano Caznini also only 7 points to his name. He's currently third in the points standings. Cathal Clark, who's also out in this one, is fourth. 1 point between those two. So again, any sort of position change between those, and that will result in a position change as well. Vincent Graham, who was just out in the previous session, he is now fifth in the point standings, joint on points with Romeo Rossell. So fortunately for Romeo Rossell, he cannot gain any positions in this one. Timo Ramakas, though, seventh in the points standings, 12 points, same as Sandro Perez, also 12 points. Perez certainly has had a good day after he qualified relatively far down in the order. He's been starting these races today in P11, so certainly has had a good day. There's a look at one of the balconies, and you can see the racing simulators just behind there. You can have a come down to the circuit, have a go on a racing sim. It's kart sim, and you can race a virtual kart around the Franciacorta kart circuit, so I highly recommend it. They've also got another one there that's got Imola on it, so yeah, good run there. There is Cathal Clark, the driver who is starting on the second place spot on the grid on the Red Speed chassis for the Victory Lane team. He has certainly got some work to do here. Cathal Clark currently sitting fourth in the points classifications with 8 points in terms of championship classifications. Cathal Clark sits fifth with 29 race points. All of these drivers only have 4 more points scoring opportunities remaining of the championship there, though, on your screen. Thomas Kinsey for the Yana Racing team, and again, fantastic helmet design he has on that one. I do need to ask the question where or who took a Sharpie to that helmet. Pancotti starting on the third row in P6. We'll have Thibaut Ramakas alongside there. You can see Ramakas, who has had a tough run in the IAME Euro Series so far this year. Has not scored too well in the championship. No points in the Superheat at Zuera. 7 points in the final. 9 points in the final at Zuera, 8, and then unfortunately a disqualification from Marienburg final. He does not want to replicate that going into this weekend. He has got a lot of work ahead of him, and he is certainly proving what it's got to win here at the circuit. Junior X30 qualifying heat B and D fires up and makes its way out onto the track. Here is how they will line up. Tiziano Cosnini and Cathal Clark go from the front row. Thomas Kinsey and Freddie Lloyd on row 2. Timo Ramikers and Filippo Pancotti go from row 3. Romeo Russell and Joseph Smith take row 4. Angelo Dostenzio and Toby Gale round out the top 10. Sandro Perez and Christian El Fagali go from row 6. Sasha Bergstrom and Matt Corby round out row 7.
Row number 8, Matteo Dovergne and Georges Nassar, followed by Matteo Nellis and Ty Fisher on row number 9. Row number 10, Angelina Prencia and Arthur Donker. We have also Austin Gale and Wouter Bergani on row number 11. Row 12, Daniel Dalakian and Sebastian Menz, Filippo Donazan and Fares Jalil. Row number 14, Paul Adriantis, as well as Miguel Blasco Samengual and Piscioli Atina, running up the top 29. The mechanics, teammates, and all the close ones. This is from Victory Lane on the sideline, ready to go. I think that I see Nico Martins on the right.
There's Aaron Garcia there.
Aaron Garcia, well spotted. Nico Martins, the brother of Victor Martins, the Frenchman, doing wonders in Formula 2 this weekend as well in Austria on the Red Bull Ring.
I suspect those boys will be keeping a close eye on Sandro Perez in this one, who's certainly shown, like you say, Perez, who qualified quite far down in the order. He's been starting these races P11. He's currently 8th in the points classifications, which is, well, very good.
Yeah, sensational.
Really good. Last race then of the weekend for the Junior XS is the last time they have to organise themselves for the Superheats tomorrow. They pass the red line. No more overtaking beyond this point. They can form up, but no overtaking to get themselves into a position if they have fallen down the back of the grid on the formation laps. Here we go then. The most important race of the day then for juniors. Where are we going to be starting? Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Green flag goes out and away they go in towards turn number 1. Great start from Cosnini, who sweeps to the lead and holds on to it. Again, Thomas Kinsey holds on to second place and sweeps into that position. Cathal Clark tucks in and
out.
Big contact with the barrier and off goes the 96 on your screens, and that was a big hit. That is Filippo Pancotti, who hit the wall. And thankfully he's okay and he gets going again. Not what you want to see at the start. Turn 4, very fast corner. Back though at the front of the grid, and Cosnini still leads the way. He's had an up and down day, has Cosnini. He's had good results, he's had bad results, but so far it's still holding on to the race lead. Big look over the shoulder there. He was looking behind more than he was looking forward, and a huge lunge from Freddie Lloyd down the inside into the hairpin. Gets the move done, moves up into 3rd place, and across the line they go. Cosnini leads from Kinsey, Lloyd, Clark, Ramikers, Russell, and Gale. It was Pancotti, and also I think it was Angelo Dorestenzio who also went off at turn 4 earlier on.
And Timo Ramikers trying to launch an attack on the outside of Cathal Clark for P4. Couldn't quite make it stick, the Belgian driver, as he's being chased by Cathal Clark's teammate Romeo Russell in P6. But watch out for the move on the inside to Cosnini, actually losing the lead to Thomas Kinsey. There's a switch for the leadership. Thomas Kinsey from Jenna Racing up in P1. Tiziano Cosnini in 2nd. Trying to get control of his car, going defensive, but not enough for Freddie Lloyd to dive in turn number 14. Freddie Lloyd into P2. And that's what he needs to do, the British driver. Remember, he was 2nd in the overall standings to Rocco Coronel, who did the job by winning the race before. Freddie Lloyd needs those results because he was 3 points shy. And as it stands, he's taking pole position for the Superheat E. And Rocco Coronel goes down to pole position for Superheat B. That's going to be a close one, as we have Cathal Clark, Cosnini, Freddie Lloyd, all mixing up, all fighting in the same picture. That goes the way of Thomas Kinsey. Of course, you guys should actually keep focusing on the leader, otherwise he's gonna get away, which is what he's doing. 6/10 is the gap already built by the Frenchman in the lead, as Cathal Clark remains now into P2. Freddie Lloyd down in P3. Cosnini, Gale, Russell, Ramikers lost a bit of momentum down in P7 and is about to lose even more to El Fegali, who's trying to attack the Belgian driver, with Sebastian Mins and Nassar falling in P10. Back with the leaders here. There's going to be a close call behind Tom McKinsey into turn number 2 and 3. But Freddie Lloyd now in P3 is still, as it stands, on pole position, but not for the superheat A, but the B, which is not ideal. If you got the chance to be on pole position for one of the two superheats in the morning, that's got to be the A. That's where drivers will be aiming for. But now it goes the way of Rocco Coronel, and for that, Freddie Lloyd needs to pick up the pace of Carl Clark and try to catch up with Tom McKinsey, otherwise he won't be satisfied.
Indeed, so Coronel did everything he needed to do in his race, and right now leads the points. Kinsey, though, holding on to the race lead as they go through turn number 14 now. No real drama at the front. Clark not able to attack for the moment. He is right on that rear bumper. I suspect if we are going to see an attack, it could be on this lap, or he may just stay behind Kinsey and just think, let's push each other along, see what we can do here. Because if they give Lloyd the opportunity to close back in, Lloyd will go for the lunge in turn 14. We have seen it twice this race alone. So if Clark attacks, which he is going to attack, that allows Lloyd to close back in, though. So get ready for Freddie Lloyd to go for a lunge in towards turn 14 that we're approaching. He might be close enough for it. There it is. And he's going to try and go for both of them. Wow. My goodness, Freddie Lloyd. I was only expecting the one position. He gets both Thomas Kinsey and Clark in towards turn 14. And, well, Freddie Lloyd, you can see every time he does it, you see the rear wheel tip up. He's tipping it in every time he goes in, putting so much weight on those front tyres.
Oh,
really pushing it. Oh!
Sorry to cut you off, but the 56 of Tiziano Cosnini, it just went on the brakes from afar aside, and it didn't pay off quite that much for Tiziano Cosnini. He was coming close to going off on the track, but what a try that was from Tiziano Cosnini. A bit of a desperate move for the Swiss driver. He's fourth in the standings as it stands. He needs the points as well, because there might be room on the front row of the grid up for grab for Tiziano Cosnini for the superheat tomorrow. As for now, we have two battles actually for points happening in the upper part of the class. We have Freddie Lloyd, your leader, and that's the ideal scenario for Freddie Lloyd. If he can manage to stay ahead, but Carl Clark has other plans for him, of course, from P2. If Freddie Lloyd can actually get his hands on the win, he will start on pole for the first superheat tomorrow. Rocco Coronel will be leader in the second superheat, but he needs to stay where he is. P2 could be the maximum results he could afford to himself. P3 won't make it though. Still a guarantee of pole position, but not for the same race, so that's important that Freddie Lloyd stays where he is, or P2 maximum. But Carl Clark as well is standing in P3 overall at the moment, which means front row start for the first superheat. If he loses that place and Tiziano Cosnini can climb as well, because those two are split by 2 points, well, that's certainly not something that we will be expecting Carl Clark. So 2 battles in 1. Lloyd in the lead, Carl Clark in second as we enter the final lap. Roussel and Kinsey, third and fourth. Cosnini down in P5. Oh, it's going to go down to the wire. It's going to go down to the checkered flag between those 4 drivers. Stay with us, because Carl Clark goes for the move and make it stick, but the switch of position by Freddie Lloyd, who takes back the lead.
Yeah, nice little switcheroo there. Clark tried his very best to take that one. Roussel can say Cosnini closing in. Like you were saying, yeah, Cosnini needs to effectively beat Catherine Clark on this one to try and start on the front row in the first of the superheats tomorrow. And unfortunately at this state it's not going to happen for Cosnini, as again Lloyd goes defensive, Clark follows, everyone closes in, no one able to get a move done out of the final corner. It's not going to be a run to the line. It will be Freddie Lloyd though across the line, who will take it from Catherine Clark. Romeo Roussel will take third place from Christopher Elfagani, who finishes in P4. Thomas Kinsey from Tiziano Cosnini finishing in P6 from Thibaut Ramekers. Toby Gale, good drive, finishing in P8 from Bertrand Sash. Matt Corby, Sebastian Mins rounding out the top 11. 13 positions gained for Sebastian Mins. Of course, all of these drivers will go through to a superheat tomorrow. But certainly it has been a challenge for all of them as the drivers now make their way back into Parc Fermé. Freddie Lloyd, your championship leader, doing everything he needs to do here. He finishes the qualifying heats now with 2 points after taking the win on that one after some fabulous moves at turn 14. 2 positions he got. He got past Kinsey, he got past Clark in one corner under braking. Did Freddie Lloyd. And he starts on pole position, provisionally, of course, for the Superheat A tomorrow morning. Rest of the grid then: Cathal Clark, Romeo Rosset, Christopher Elfagale, Thomas Kinsey, Tiziano Kuznini, Timo Ramikas, Toby Gale, Bertram Sash, Matt Corby, Sebastian Mins, Daniel Delakian, Austin Gale. Freddie Lloyd's NASA panel there. In respect for the late Formula Regionals driver from the Netherlands. But there it is. The juniors are done for the day. Minis are up next. But that'll be their last qualifying heats of the day as well. And then we go into the last 3 races, or the last 5 races that are coming up now. 2 minis and 3 more senior races to go. Hopefully be down in Parc Fermé with Guillaume Alvarez very, very soon. A lovely look at the track there from the top of the new hotel that's being built around the final corner, turn 15. And there you can see that the rubber that is going down on the circuit, that certainly wasn't there this morning. We had a green track this morning after the monumentous amount of rain that we had yesterday. And overnight as well. It rained quite considerably overnight. Cleared by the morning time. Morning warm-up today was out on wet tyres. Drivers did everything they could to try and dry the track as quickly as possible. And they did successfully do so before the heat started. So by the time the first of the qualifying heat started today, everyone was on a fresh set of slick tyres, meaning a lot of rubber has gone down over the course of today. So the 2 different compounds of tyres being provided by our suppliers, MG and Comet, this weekend. The yellow compound for the seniors and the red for the juniors. But we are ready down in Parc Fermé with Guillaume Alvarez. Over to you.
We're here with one of the young heroes of the day, Freddie Lloyd from Fusion Motorsport. Congratulations to you, another win on track, and it goes with pole position for tomorrow, the first superheat of the class. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's really good to be pole for the superheat. Just feels so good.
Yeah, it must feel good because this is a result of a couple of strong performances for you. You came here as one of the contenders for the series. You confirmed that on track, but as they say, this is a long game and the hardest part is yet to come for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's quite hard. It's really hard racing. Just it's really hard, yeah.
A good night of sleep, certainly. Back to zero, focus, all open again for tomorrow and then ready to go for you.
Yeah. Good night's sleep. Should be all right.
Should be all right. Thank you very much, Freddie Lloyd. And you can go because we have a couple of your colleagues from the track to interview. Freddie Lloyd will be starting from pole. We're going to have Cathal Clark with us. Or first, yes, Cathal, you can come, Cathal Clark, and then we're going to have Rocco Coronel as well. So it's a busy time here in Parc Fermé. You can come close to me, Cathal. So second in this race, and it's a good result for you because it means also a front start for you in the superheat hay tomorrow.
Yeah, it's good. It's been hard racing all day. It's been fair as well. But Freddie was just better the whole time, but we'll get him tomorrow.
Freddie was just better. You're being modest to yourself as well, but I guess that's very nice of you to say. But what can you find different to beat him tomorrow? That's the question.
It's just about being smart. Like today, he was the smartest person on track, so he won the races, and that's why he's starting from pole.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck for tomorrow, Carl Clark. And then finally, let's have live from Parc Fermé, Rocco Coronel. You can join us, Rocco, who wasn't in this race, but there's a good reason for you to join us because you will be one of the 2 pole sitters for tomorrow with the Superheat B for you. So I guess it was a good day at the office in the end.
Yeah, quite. The second heat was a little bit disappointing, P5, but the rest of the heats were okay.
And big day tomorrow, Sunday. You're going to be on pole, but the opposition behind you will be relentless, certainly.
Yeah, quite.
So good night of sleep and ready to go for tomorrow?
Exactly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rocco Coronel. Hartelijk bedankt. As we're going to have a watch back on the races before, and we have a couple more races coming our way as well because we have the mini and the seniors coming our way.
Thanks, Guillaume. Yes, some of the replays from that race. And a very close race indeed it was. Bit of a dramatic start though, as we lost one of the drivers nearly straight away into the barriers. Filippo Ancotti hitting that wall, quite heavy contact, not what you wanted to see. Rest of the grid then carried on, and well, it was an interesting race all the way throughout with drivers scrapping for positions. Romeo Rossell early doors was fighting right at the front of that one. He did finish P3 at the end of it as well after gaining 4 positions. The battle though came further up the field. Thomas Kinsey, who was battling for the race lead, unfortunately dropped down all the way to P5. Number 41 still having a relatively decent result. Cathal Clark though also fighting his way through. He couldn't quite make the win though, because Freddie Lloyd, after some fantastic overtakes, was able to take it. And yes, he took a very convincing race win and would mean he would start on pole for the Superheat A tomorrow morning. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Certainly an excellent way to end his day and the junior category over the course of the day. Mini X30 is coming up next. They are lined up ready on your grid. And Gustavo da Silva starting this one on pole position. A fantastic qualifying. Again, up and down day for Gustavo, but certainly he has got the best spot on the grid here to go to work in this final race of the day for him. Superheats, of course, tomorrow for Mini X30, but Gustavo da Silva, the EKO team, final checks being made on the dash with the 1 minute board up from Ross Upton, judge of fact, on the starting grid. Mason Brooks on the outside row. Certainly has had an interesting day, has certainly made his feelings known on track as well, but the young driver from the UK certainly is going to show what he has got in this next race. Last chance for these 2 groups, A and C, to score their qualifying points this weekend. Thumbs up for Mason Brooks. Max Endicott, who's going to start behind on row 2 in 3rd place, also has had a very interesting day. He's had up and down moments. He had a moment where he had a moment off the track earlier on in the 2nd heat of the day. Let's see, hopefully he does not repeat that one. He is on at that 2nd row. He's got Kazra Kamiab alongside. Whistle blows and they get going, and one driver just slowly not getting going. The Jarlis Sayer does originally get going now. You saw there mechanic Reggie Dewey, or Mr. Excitement as he is known in the UK, is giving Kazra a bit of a push off the line there. Make sure it gets going. Here's how they line up then. Qualifying heat A and C. Gustavo da Silva and Mason Brooks go from the front row. Max Endicott and Kazra Kamiab on row 2. Jarlis Sayer and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row 3. Yukov, Yugoslav and Antonio Neto go from row 4. Dan Alaman and Stig de Redemaker on row 5. Benjamin Manak and Bosco Arias go from row number 6.
Row number 7, Zdenek Babicek and Daniel Lorente. Then we have Priam Bruno and Valerio Viapiana. Row number 9, Kanish Rao and Mani Nuvolini. Nilas Malik and Nicolo Perico on row number 10, followed by Angelina Torres and Stan Fago. 22 drivers in this penultimate race of the mini class, opposing Group A versus C. Then we're going to have the next one with the Group B versus D. You got the message. These are the most important race for all the drivers in each of the class. We're heading near the conclusion of what has been a long and fascinating day of racing. 2 minis, 3 seniors to go, and it's now or never for some of the protagonists to secure a result. Jesse Phillips is your current leader. We're going to have Jesse in just the race after. He has 2 points, which means that he has a win and a second place as best result so far. But Sayer is just in second place with 6 points. Maxim Dobreshev is down in P3. Then we have Daniel Lorente, the first of the drivers that we have on track, is all the way down in P4 overall, just 1 point shy. So everything is still to be done to name the drivers who will be starting from pole position for the Superheat A and B of the class.
Yes, indeed. Really good to see that Zdeněk Babacek is back out on circuit after his retirement earlier on in the second heat of the day, where he took quite a heavy knock at the start of the race. Good to see that he's back out on track, not injured, and ready to go racing. Grid has been slowed to a crawling pace here as they go through turn number 14, the penultimate turn on the track. Turn 15 coming up next, the final corner where we have seen runs to the line. It's a short run, though, as they go out of the corner into the tram lines. Is it green flag? Yes, it is. Here we go, down in towards turn 1. Great start for Mason Brooks. Was it too good, though? Because he takes the lead of the race early doors in towards turn 1, 2, and 3, and leads by quite a way. But what a start that was from Brooks. Gustavo da Silva drops into second place and holds on to that one as well. It's a relatively clean start from the entire grid. Everyone breaking away nice and clean as they all try to go through. A little wide there, and Mason Brooks under investigation. I had a feeling, and contact coming through here as drivers scrabble to find their position on track. But everyone getting through, Stig de Rademacher involved in there.
And we had a bit of a tussle for Bosco Arias, the 910 that you saw on screen, actually jumping a little bit on one of his rivals. Bosco Arias, who lost a win, unfortunately, due to a penalty in one of these previous races. So he has a couple of ground to make up. As we just concluded the opening lap with Mason Brooks under investigation, as you said. Beautiful move around the inside by the 927, if I've seen correctly. Gonna have to watch that back. It was in front of one of the fusions. We have in second place Max Andecote, Gustavo da Silva, Jala Sayer, Yukov Lyuboslav, Valerio Viapiana, who has 1 win under his name, and he keeps on going at such a pace. 10 places gained for Viapiana in P6. And I know one little driver who is certainly more than motivated to try to make it 2 in a row after that victory in his previous heat that he inherited after the penalty to Bosco Arias. We're not there yet, but 10 places in the space of 1 lap is quite an impressive rate. As down the inside goes the 923 of Da Silva on the Acot, and he takes Lyuboslav with him by the look of it, up into second and third. So on the Acot's going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, Sayer there in P4 also gets that move done, and actually they move up now past Marcos Gustavo da Silva. So he drops down a couple of positions now and just slots into position, doesn't immediately fight back, which is good, as they need to try and close up to Mason Brooks, who, as you can see there, is still ahead. He's got about a 3-cut length at the moment, but with the slipstream, that will certainly close up. I'm not sure which way the wind's blowing now, but I suspect it will probably still be a headwind down this next straight that they will come to, down in towards turn 14. Watch them all tuck in here, go for the slipstream. You can see, and look at that, look how quickly a cut can close in. And instantly, there you go, 2 to 3 cut lengths have disappeared now, and Mason Brooks is now under pressure for the race lead. Crossing the line they go. Brooks still leads from Yugoslav, Sayer, Da Silva, Endicott, Vinipanya also there, and Brooks instantly now losing the lead, dropping down into third place.
Yeah, another scenario that he had in his head, certainly, with Lyuboslav and Jala Sayer taking first and second. Still early into that race. We're about to conclude lap number 4 out of 7. But it's not about time to get caught up napping, because Brooks is still third in the standings as it stands. Jesse Phillips still very much your leader. Bobrashov is a second, with Sayer making his way up to P4 as it stands. So that means that Brooks and Sayer, the two drivers that we have right now in first and third indeed, are on equal points. That means that third and fourth, they are on the front row of the starting grid for the Superheat tomorrow. But Bob Reshov is the one that we're going to have after in the race coming up, so that could be all the best result they can take. And there's another switch of position with Jala Sayer taking the lead in turn number 2 and 3. And he takes Mason Brooks with him. And down the inside, dives in turn number 5 on the 923. That was beautifully made by Max Anderkot up into P4.
Yeah, nice little run there. He's on a recovery drive here now. Dan Alaman fastest out on circuit though. Alaman, who took a race win earlier on as well, certainly wants to replicate that. You can see him just in the back of shot, and the Spirit Cart just coming through. I think he's around. Where is he? He's P5 now, is Dan Alaman, as he's gained another position there. Brooks though leading from Charles Sayer. Fusion 1-2, and again, this is not what the other teams want to see here right now, because they know, oh dear, two Fusions right next to each other. They're going to go line astern right now and just try to drive away from the rest of the field. Not the case. Yugoslav is there. He's certainly going to go for the move if he gets given an opportunity. Max Endicott, who's come back into it as well in P4, he's certainly not going to let that happen. He's going to push Yugoslav to try and close that gap as much as possible. Only a couple laps left in this race. And again, it is a long old lap. These drivers have got 1,300 meters. It is a long, long lap, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's through 15 different corners, very fast flowing, some of them, a couple of hairpins. So it's not always easy to keep the momentum going in each of the corner from entry to exit. But this particular part of the track, coming down to turn number 14, is one of the preferred spots. And Yugoslav is making his way through, and there's a bit of a touch with Jala Sayer. Did he make that stick? Yes, indeed, just before the corner and the curve of turn number 15. But that might actually cost him the position if Sayer might take advantage of the slipstream to take the inside line. And look at that move! Wow, beautiful from Jala Sayer, who actually had a better exit on the corner here in turn number 3. And he managed to get himself in the lead by the look of it. Yes, indeed, Sayer in front of Yugoslav. Anderkot down in P3. Stanfago putting the fastest lap from further back in the classification. Watch out, it's not over yet. It's not over yet as Sayer and Yugoslav are still explaining each other under the watch of Max Anderkot down in P3. In the later stages of this race, just a couple of corners left. The hairpin first. This is the last opportunity for Yugoslav to take the win into this race. That will be his first. He's gonna get defensive. Sayer, that won't be enough. Yugoslav takes the lead. Could it be the win? It's gonna be a photo finish on the line, side by side. The throttle at maximum, but Yugoslav is taking the win. It's first of the weekend. Fantastic finish for Rukyov Yugoslav from Team Driver Racing Card, winner in front of Jala Sayer and Dan Halaman. What a finish that was.
Yeah. Yukov Yugoslav will be happy with that one, and he will make his way back to Parc Ferme, I suspect, with a big smile on his face. Certainly a fantastic drive. He has had a relatively good day. That's the last race he can do, and certainly to get away with a race win is what you need. Bobajov then with those points still, with the 7 points, he'll be out in the later race. Jalif Sayer, unfortunately, even despite the fact that he finishes in second place, drops to third in the intermediate classifications. It'll all be down to what happens in the next race. But Yukov Yugoslav takes the race win as he makes his way back into Parc Ferme from Jalif Sayer. Dan Alaman, Valero Villapina taking 4th place. Italian driver who currently sits 6th in the intermediate classifications has had another fabulous day. Max Endicott, Mason Brooks finish in 5th and 6th place from Gustavo da Silva finishing in P7. Leonardo Peruzzi from Kinish Grau. Bosco Arias rounding out the top 10. Kinish Grau gaining 8 positions in that race. Arias is 2. Zdeněk Babacek finishes in P11. Much calmer race for the Teps Racing Team driver, finishing in P11, 2 places gained. There on your screen, though, Yugoslav, who'll be very happy with that run and delighted with the result, P1. Celebrates there with Dan Aleman. Here's a look then at some of the replays and the question mark over the query. Mason Brooks under investigation for a potential jump start. And I've got to say, there across the line, it actually looked like he crossed the line first. So, yeah, just by a whisker there for Mason Brooks. So question mark over him. He finished that race in P6. It might go a little further down at the end of that one, which would be a big shame. Rest of the race, though, was pretty clean, apart from this moment here, as up and over nearly there for one of our drivers, just clipping that inside curb. Viapanya, I believe, the driver involved in that one. Certainly an interesting start, though, for the rest of the race. As you see there, down the inside, once again, well, your driver who started on pole, Gustavo da Silva, really having an up and down day over the course of this one, has been at the front, maintaining position, certainly showing he's got the pace, but just at the important parts, he drops down in the order, and again, we see those moments here between those two drivers as well, Jarlath Sayer and Mason Brooks, still going tooth and nail across each other. Certainly a very close battle between the two of them. Brooks would fight back as Yugoslav would fight back as well. He would dive to the inside, clip a little bit of that inside curb, but a side to side between himself and Jarlath Sayer. Sayer would come back though to take the lead. Brooks at this point would then drop down the order as Endicott got through as well, as Valerio Viapanya also making the move. But the checker flag would come out. It would be a close finish. But Yugoslav would take the win by 0.02 of a second from Jarlath Sayer, Dan Aleman and Valerio Viapanya. Max Endicott takes 5th place at the end of that one. One more Mini X30 race to go. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Live from Parc Fermé. Let's start with Dan Aleman. We had the pleasure of having you before 3rd place to finish your day in your last race. You P5 overall. How can you say about your performance all day? Good start to your day and a good finish as well. Another strong result for you.
But on the start, I had that problem. And then I was like 15. And then I come back, and yeah. I think it will be good. So
now, this has been the end of a long day for you, for everybody. I guess a good night of sleep. You ready for tomorrow for the battle? Because race in the morning and a race in the afternoon, the most important.
Yeah, I like driving when it's hot because all drivers are sleepy, but me not.
So basically, how do you cope with pressure? Because long day tomorrow is the biggest and most important day, but you're one of the contenders out there in the category. So everybody is going to be expecting you at the front. How do you cope with that? Yeah. How do you feel? Is it more pressure? Is it do you sleep less good at night, or is it okay for you?
It's okay for me.
Okay, good answer. Thank you very much, Dan Aleman. And you can leave your spot to the driver in 2nd place. We're going to call Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, thank you for joining us from Fusion Motorsport. You made it to a P2, Jarlath. Good to have you. Can you talk us through your race? A good P2 in the end. That sums up what has been a good day for you at the office?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day. Start, it was right. Wasn't what we hoped for. Didn't gain as many positions as we had before. But still all right. And then overtook. And then at the end, just defended a little bit too much, and then just got me on the exit.
From the start to the finish of the day, and considering this is a new track for everybody in this series, what have you learned that you didn't know at the beginning of the day, and that made you stronger, or in a better strategy when it comes to the race?
I mean, it's a lot more grippy than England, so it's a lot more flowing, and it's just harder because you can't like stop it as much, and it's just a lot more flowing. So
All right, fantastic. Thank you for your feedback and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Sala. You can lead your place to the third driver that we're going to have in a row with Yukov Lyuboslav. Yukov, thank you for joining us, the winner of that last qualifying heat. Congratulations. This has been a great race for you. And on the finish, just a tiny gap on the rest of the field. So it was no time for you to get caught napping over there. You had to really hold on to that victory.
In the last lap, I tried to go for the move for the first position. Then Sayer shifted me and I was second. And then in the last corner, he closed and I opened like I was going to stay on the outside. And then he opened with me and I go in the inside and that's how it made me to win the match.
So a beautiful result to end what has been a long day. So I guess you must feel confident for tomorrow because 2 more races to go, the most important ones.
I'm feeling confident. The pace is there, the engine is there, the car is feeling pretty good with the new changes we made. So I hope tomorrow I can make the same results as today.
Good words. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Good luck tomorrow, Yukov Lyuboslav. This will be the end of our interviews for this part. We have 1 more race to go for the minis, and then stay with us because we have the last race for the senior category and the last pole sitters to decide.
And Guillaume down there in Parc Ferme. Good to speak to some of our drivers there. Just to clarify something that I said at the end of the replays on that previous race, the ruling of a jump start is if a driver is ahead when the lights go out, not at the point that they cross the start-finish line. So I did get confirmation by the race control team. Mason Brooks unfortunately did receive a penalty, was a jump start, but not because he passed the start-finish line before anyone else, because of the going in front before the lights went out. That is the ruling that was broken in that previous race, which is very unfortunate. We turn their attention, though, to the next qualifying heat, Group B and D for Mini X30. Jesse Phillips starts this one on pole position. He's got Will Green alongside. There is Phillips, who is currently leading the intermediate classification on points. He only has 2 points to his name. All he has to do is, well, he can finish anywhere in the top 3-4 positions and he's absolutely fine. He can do anything like that. He can win second, third, fourth, I think even fifth, and he can get away with that one. Maxim Bobajov is only second in the point standing, 7 points to his name. So Phillips really on this one just needs to cruise on this race. Starting alongside him, though, Will Green in the 998. He is just in the top 8 of the intermediate points classifications. He has 15 points to his name. For him, he just needs to, well, if he can win this race, it would certainly help him out with not gaining any more points. He is tied with Mason Brooks. I suspect that may change as anything gets added on. But certainly it is a tough race ahead for Will Green. Franciacorta also, who has had a pretty good day as well. Up and downs. He is fired up, ready to go here, is Franciacorta. And I'm sure his mechanic there not happy, giving him a bit of a handache now before the start of that race. Hopefully he's all good. He starts alongside Romeo Melo, the Portuguese driver, who starts alongside, again, another driver who has had, once again, an up and down day. Everyone in that top sort of position. It's been certainly very interesting in the Mini X30 category. They've had close races, they've had fierce races, and some of the races have been dominated. Here we go then, the whistle blows. Mini X30, the final race for the class of the day. It's qualifying heat B and D. Jesse Phillips starts it on pole position. Will Green alongside. Franciacorta and Romeo Melo go from row 2. Zach Zhu and Noah Grenier round out row number 3. Eduardo Godfroy and Archie Lovett, the championship leader, starts this one on row number 4. Maxim Bobajov and Austin Newstead go from row 5. Didier Kieft and David Minchuna round out row number 6.
Row number 7, Ari Williams and Ioannis Kolosov. Then we have Lino Pedraza and Sebastian Riedel, Ludwig Brankitz and Theo Policon, row number 9. Row number 10, Bruno Grilling and Tony Cacciafero. Row number 11, Matis Bagrio and Alexandros Iliopoulos. 22 drivers on the grid. Do we have everybody? Yes, we do. as the wind has been picking up, now 12 km an hour, still flying around our heads here in Franciacorta, with the air temperature rising up to 27 degrees, and I can confirm to you that it's still very hot down in Parc Fermé, but we'll manage up until the end to give you guys as many inside interviews with the latest protagonist of this class and the next, because Jesse Phillips is on track and is likely to be, as it stands with the points, the overall leader of the classification, and Paul Sitter in one of the two superheats. We try to grab a word with Jesse Phillips and the next senior protagonist just after that.
One thing I'm very thankful for, and I'll thank the circuit owner and the staff here at Franciacorta for the lovely little air conditioning unit that is inside this commentary box. It has certainly made the day a little bit more tolerable, because it can get quite warm with all the hot air that we breathe out in these commentary boxes, So, yeah, it certainly is a lovely day out there, though, but would love to be outside working in that sunshine. It looks absolutely fabulous out there. Here we go then, past the red line they go, and we are going to get this race underway in just a moment's time. Rest of the grid pretty separated, only the top 5 in shot there. There's the rest of them as they all try to snake their way into formation. They're going to have to get that sorted out relatively quickly. They're pretty spread out. Round the final corner they go then, into the tram lines. Lights go out. Here they go. Down towards turn 1. Great start from Phillips. All he needs to do now is maintain that position. Is he going to maintain it? Because I thought down the inside, Franciacorta was going to have the move. Bit of contact in the back of it. Several karts involved. The 940 being one of them. That's Lino Pedraza, who has come together with another 2 drivers. They've gone to the back of the grid now. One driver going very slowly there, the 927 going slowly. That's Eduard Godfroyd, not having the full chat out of the corner he would like. Side by side and cutting back across. There's Will Green just trying to find his track position, nearly colliding with other drivers, but the rest of the grid all get through the first few corners unscathed.
And yeah, it was almost for Eduard Godfroy, was pushed a little bit on the side there.
Oh, and there's a cut off, sorry, just off screen. Someone's gone backwards and right to the back of the field. I'll try update who that is. Down the inside, though, change for the lead.
And seem to be missing Archie Lovat, actually, and David Mikunan.
I said that was for the lead. I thought that was for the lead. No, that was actually the battle for 3rd place, because Phillips and Zhu have just disappeared from the rest of the field. Who's dropped down?
We've just lost Archie Lovat.
We have.
What a disaster that is! He's the leader of the mini class, coming to Franciacorta, winner of round 1 and 2. And you can see down in 22nd position, Archie Lovat is nowhere to be seen. What on earth happened there?
Well, I think that was out of turn number 12. It wasn't on your screens, but I was just looking out the window here while you were talking, and I could just see a plume of dust that kicked up and someone being squeezed onto the grass there. So I think that potentially may have happened there, which is a big shame for the championship leader going into the second half of the season here at Franciacorta. But unfortunately, his weekend's not going his way. Hopefully he can recover tomorrow in the superheats and finals. Here we go then, end of lap number 2. We're going to lap 3. Philip still leads, and Zach Zhu, brilliant start for this one. He's in P2, certainly latching onto the back of Phillips here.
There you go. We had him at the microphone earlier. He did a beautiful P5 as one of his strongest results, but look at him go with the Alonso car chassis and harassing Jesse Phillips as he was able to make his way past, climbing through 3 places up into P2, and it's not over yet. He's looking good. So Zach Zhu, the Frenchman, at Jesse Phillips now. All he needs to do is to stay where he is. Maxim Dobrashov, who is down in P3 overall, is on track now. Maxim Dobrashov, where is he actually in the classification? I'm going to find him in a moment. And I can't. He's in P3, my apologies. Yeah, all right. I was looking away.
There.
He's right there indeed. This is the moment when you feel like this has been a long day for everybody, including us. But Maxim Dobrashov is indeed in 3rd place. As let's watch back their replay, shall we? And on the inside, Jesse Phillips protecting his line. And you could see the good start from further back from 1991, Franciacorta.
You could see the big skid mark there that was left. Look at the cut. So it was actually contact with the Falcon there. So I'm thinking that was Ludwig Granqvist, the 960, that was also caught up in that. It was. and one of the fusions, the 939, that was also involved. That was Tony Cacciafero also involved. There is Love It that we miss, and yet as soon as he's on the ground, it's quite rough out there. You can imagine maybe even still possibly just that little bit wet out there as well. There was a lot of rain last night, you know. It's been a hot day though, so I suspect it's probably dry, but still not what you want to see at the start of, especially on the opening lap.
Yeah, maybe some tiny standing part of the track on the opposite, but we've seen that in the past after some heavy rain. There's some configuration in some of the karting tracks all over Europe when you can see standing water in some of the holes by the track. Here it seems to be fairly flat around the circuit, so I don't see any standing water or risk of drivers going off and getting washed up over there. But so it seems to be pretty dry, but still there's a lot of dirt and grass on your tires, and that's we've seen Archie Lovatt he's still with us on track, but dead last unfortunately for the driver for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, and he's going to have a hard time trying to catch up.
Will Green under investigation as well, the driver who started this one on the front row in P2. Certainly is under pressure here because he's currently in P5 now.
And look who's taking the lead.
Oh, yes.
Maxim Dobrashov. And now, not only does he take the lead, closing into the checkered flag, but he's now P2 overall in the classification, which means that if it stays like that, he will get to start on pole position for one of the superheats tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. He was P2 at the start of this race. Nothing's actually changed in terms of points, despite the fact that he's leading the race. Obviously, it's still 0 points because he didn't gain anything. Tony Cacciafero with the fastest lap of the race. And here is a replay of that overtake. Just down in towards turn 14. Nice little bit of a slipstream. Through goes Bobajov. Through goes Phillips. Zhu back down into third place. So good little drive there. Zach Zhu staying with them though. Bobajov and Phillips absolutely line astern. Phillips is the one here that really needs to make sure that he stays in first place, because any points that he loses here could potentially hinder his where he starts for the races tomorrow. At the moment, he's still got the 2 race points now that he's leading this way, and we are on the last lap as well. So if Phillips can maintain this one, he'll be all good. He goes defensive in towards turn number 5. Zach Zhu then dives it down the inside and gets that one done. Gets past both of them. Gets past Bobajov as well. So Zach Zhu, what a overtake that was. 2 in 1. And he's going to hold on to this one. He's not going to allow Bobajov to get that move done into the hairpin like he did last time. He's already learnt that. Bobajov has already shown his cards, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance from Zach Zhu. Is certainly the last names that we had expected coming to the end of this race. End of the day to pick up possibly a win. It's going defensive. Watch out for JC Phillips, and they touch. Watch out not to get together and put that result in the bin. But Zach Zhu stays in the lead. JC Phillips rushed himself into P2, and that will be the end of it. JC Phillips in second place takes pole for Superheat A. And there's a change indeed in the classification. That's an important one, because Maxim Dobrashov on his way potentially to win that one, to get pole. It won't be the case, because it goes from second to P4 overall to Sayer, and Zach Zhu put himself on the front row on the Superheat A of the class tomorrow, thanks to that win and that performance. Wow.
Yes, indeed. Crucially, though, Bobajov, he may drop down to P4, but that also means that he starts on the front row for the B final, or the Superheat B tomorrow as well. So it's not the end of the world then for the top 4 drivers, but Zach Zhu will take the race win in this one for the KBK competition team. The driver from France, a brilliant result for him. First win of the weekend. We've certainly had a fair few winners over the course of this weekend. Certainly, Franciacorta giving us some good racing. So Zhu takes the win from Phillips. Noah Grenier, after gaining 3 positions, finishes in P3 from Maxim Bobajov, who did gain 5 positions. Unfortunately, drops down to P4 in the intermediate classifications, but still a solid day's work for the driver from the UAE for the GGM Motorsport team. Will Green finishes in P5, but he is under investigation, potentially for a start infringement. Franciacorta finishes in P6. Diapolican, after gaining 11 positions, finishes in P7. Same as Tony Cacciafero, who gained 12 positions. He was a driver that was involved in that incident at the start of the race. He got all the way up into P8. Edouard Godefroy then rounds out P9. Austin Newstead finishes in P10, rounding out the top 10. There is Zach Zhu being congratulated there by Guillaume Alvarez, who's already down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume got down there quickly. He's got some legs on him. Harry Williams then finishes in P11 after gaining 2 positions from Maria Mello. Devin Minchuna and Didier Klieft finishing in P14. Lina Pedraza finishes in the top 15, not losing or gaining any positions. There is Zach Zhu and family. There we go, sorted that out. Lovely to see that. Brilliant result for the driver for the KBK competition team from France. Here's a look then at some of the highlights of that race. Initially, good start from that inside row. Phillips, Kördl and Zhu getting away first, second and third. Will Green just jumping into third place. That's where we saw a couple of our drivers just getting involved in that incident at the start. That was Cacciafero, one of them. Grand Chris, the other. And another one as well. Archie Lovett in the latter stages of the race would then come off the track there. It was actually side-by-side contact there with Francois Kördl out of turn number 12. I just think he ran out of track there. This was the moment Bobajov would go for third place as he was trying to get through the field. We thought it was the race lead, but the race leaders were miles down the road. This was the moment Zach Zhu took the lead at one part of the race. Bobajov would then close in and then go for second place. Phillips would drop down and potentially put his starting place for tomorrow under pressure. Bobajov would go for the lead. Phillips would go through as well. That's a slipstream effect in Mini X30 kicking in perfectly there for those two. Zhu being left under pressure and dropping back down into third. Phillips would retake the lead at the about halfway mark. Then on the final lap, this is the fantastic overtake from Zach Zhu in towards turn number 5 and just sends it down the inside. And then going into the final corner, wait for it, here comes Jesse Phillips down the inside to try and retake second place, and successfully does so in the closing rate there. Almost a bit of contact there as well with Zach Zhu as they exit out of the corner. But out of the final corner would come the French driver Zach Zhu, crossing the line to take his first win of the weekend for the KBK competition team. In the treble 9, Zach Zhu takes the win from Jesse Phillips and Noah Grenier. Maxim Bobajov then rounds out the top 4 with Will Green, with a question mark over Will Green. He is under investigation for a start line infringement. We'll have to see what happens down there. Guillaume Alvarez is ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm here for the first time this weekend with Noah Grenier from Eurokarting from Belgium, picking up a beautiful P3 result in this last seat of the mini class. Noah Grenier, well done to you. Bravo, Noah. Ton meilleur résultat du week-end. De quoi terminer sur une belle note cette longue journée de compétition.
Oui, j'ai fait une très belle dernière manche. J'ai eu un peu de chance dans le dernier tour qui se bagarre dans le dernier virage pour que je passe Maxime. Mais sinon, j'ai fait un bon week-end.
Un bon week-end avec encore le plus dur à venir en quelque sorte, puisque tu as la super manche de demain, puis la finale, je l'espère, pour toi. Donc tu te sens en confiance pour ces 2 dernières courses?
Oui, beaucoup. Et pour la Super Heat demain, je compte faire un beau résultat pour bien terminer ce week-end et pour la finale aussi.
Super, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Merci, Noah Grenier. Tu peux y aller, tu peux nous laisser, évidemment, puisque nous avons encore quelques interviews. We have a couple more interviews for you guys. Noah Grenier having a good weekend so far. JC Phillips, all right, thank you for joining us for the last time today. Maybe more tomorrow, we will see. But you made it to P2 in this race. But overall, you're the leader and the pole sitter for the first Super Heat tomorrow. So how do you feel about those fantastic performances?
I feel amazing since this is a very good points for the championship, starting pole for the Super Heat. For that heat, I knew I didn't have to win that heat, so I could just push from the last lap, but I saw a gap in the last corner, so I had to take it. But yeah, it's a very good result today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that. It's going to be brilliant. looking back at the races today, the debrief, of course, you're going to have it in a moment, I guess. But what do you think you can do differently today to even be better, to even maximize everything you've done so far?
Well, I think I made a mistake in the middle hairpin. Let 2 drivers past, which very big mistake from me. So I need to go back to data. Still, I think I can improve in many corners. So I go compare to teammates, and Jake can work on the car, and we can make everything better for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jesse Phillips. Good luck for tomorrow. Thank you. And last but not least, Zach Zhu, ladies and gentlemen, winner of his first qualifying heat of the weekend. Zach, magnifique performance. Vous avez fait une belle 5e place juste avant. Et puis maintenant, incroyable, le retour, la victoire et surtout la 3e place au général. Ça veut dire la première ligne de la grille de départ pour demain. C'est impeccable en fait. Hein?
Tout à fait, j'ai fait une belle manche. J'ai été bien placé dès le départ.
Bien placé dès le départ. Et puis après, il fallait quand même faire le plus dur, c'est-à-dire résister à la concurrence. Et ça s'est très très bien passé pour toi.
Oui, bien sûr. J'ai réussi à prendre le large au dernier tour et ça a été parfait.
Super, magnifique. Merci beaucoup en tout cas d'être venu nous trouver et bonne chance pour demain. Good luck, Zach Zhu is going to be starting from the front row in one of the super heat of the mini class tomorrow. And after a P5, a win for him. What a beautiful result that is. As he was, of course, very happy about the performance so far. Ready to go for tomorrow, as so was Noah Grenier. Building up on the performance and hopefully being able to emulate that tomorrow in the Superheat and in the final. So it's always good and refreshing to see new faces, new names popping up at the forefront of the Mini, and hopefully they can replicate that tomorrow.
Took the words out of my mouth there, Guillaume. There we go, great to see. And that rounds out the Mini X30 for Saturday. We see them back out on track tomorrow. Bright and early for their superheats and finals. We turn our attention now to the final 3 races of the day. Senior X30. And, well, it has certainly been a very interesting day for a lot of our drivers. They've had certainly ups and downs all the way throughout. And at the start of this one, Malo Bollier and Eli Goldstein certainly are 2 of the drivers who have had interesting days. Malo Bollier today has had good results. He's had, well, pretty much good results all the way throughout today. He had a 2nd earlier on. He had a 3rd as well, another 2nd as well. And then coming into this one, what can he do? So he's had 2nd and 3rds yesterday also. Very interesting day for him also. Goldstein, the same in his first race earlier on. Eli Goldstein, I think, dropped down quite a few positions, so we'll have to fight back on that one after a penalty, finishing in P7. 2nd results on this one. Finishing in P2, so a much better run in heat number 2. Heat 3, also not too bad, finishing P5 as the 1-minute board goes up. So Goldstein on this one, certainly wanting to make sure this race is also another good one. Last time that groups E and F are going to have the opportunity to go out in this race. There he is on your screen for the TB Kart Racing team as he primes himself ready to get going. The sun shining, the dark visors most definitely on as the drivers getting themselves sorted out, ready to go for this race. Julian Kamen then starting on the 2nd row just behind. You can see him on the left-hand side of your screen in the yellow liveried kart there for the EGP Racing team in the 2-1-1. From the Netherlands, another driver who has certainly had an up and down day. Gilter, though, leads the intermediate classifications, though. Atkins is 2nd, Clement Outron is 3rd, Ruben Moyer 4th, Sam Shaw 5th from Malo Bollier, Hugo Besson and Louis Johnson-Cool. Next race is coming up. Senior X30, qualifying heats E and F. Here's how they will line up then for groups E and F's final race of the day. Malo Bollier and Eli Goldstein will go from row 1. Julian Kamen and Manuel Zamalinga going from row number 2. Sambalota and Marcus Luzio with Andrea Moretti and Pacom Weisenberger rounding out row 4. Dylan Becker and Riccardo Chirelli go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Dante Vinci and Eloy Gonzalez rounding out the top 6, or rounding out the 6th rows. Peter Stiller and Jules Caranta go from row 7. Luca Dugnier and Enna Frey round out row 8. Finn McLaughlin and Kevin Latinga go from row 9. Flores Costa and Federico Albanese rounding out the top 20
and
on row
Enna
10.
Frey, unfortunately, seems to be having some trouble. It's going to be a late start for the Swiss driver, who's on P16 on the grid. Further back, we have Flores Costa and Federico Albanese on row number 10. Row 11 is Alexander Zancanaro and Luca Rodriguez. Then we have row number 12, Alex De Schepper and Chiming Wang, followed by Ajin Jatic and Alexander Ruta. Row number 14, Benjamin Jones and Hugh Lay. Then we have Christian Canonica and a good start finally for Enna Frey. Further back as well, we have Nolan Dubois by the side of Christian Canonica on row number 15. Row 16, Eduardo de Court and GC Corsia, followed by Abdullah Kamel and Matteo Giaccardi. Then we have Francesco Coppola, P18, 18 row from the grid, P35. Everybody on the grid, everybody on track as well. This is the last qualifying heat for both E and F. 2 more after that. We're getting near the impossible return, actually, because there won't be any after that. For some of the drivers out there in need of a result. As it stands in the classification, Evan Gilter is your leader in front of Atkins, Clément Outram. Those 3 split by just 4 points with 3 races to go. And the first 2 of the classification get each 1 pole position for the superheat of tomorrow. So the Lions are out. The bets are out as well. Everything is wide open. Boyer, Goldstein on the opening row of that grade.
Here we go then into the tram lines, and look at Goldstein trying to get a jump. But green flag has gone out and the race is underway. And well, interesting start, and Malabolier leads the way. Julian Kaman has followed through into second place as well. So everyone with a good start there. Sam Balota in third place. So Balota with a good start to this race as they all try and find their way through. Goldstein's there in fourth place. And you can see him instantly trying to go for the moves there, just staying behind, not going on the attack. Everyone through quite cleanly. And I think there, everyone looks okay to me. Out of turn number 13, down the long straight into the hairpin. Defensive goes Kamin. And instantly under braking there, everyone going for a lunge. Who was that? That looked like Packham Weisenberger going for the dive down the inside at 14.
And Goldstein is furious. You can see him gesturing to Balota and certainly Julian Kaman, because Kaman, by going defensive into that opening lap, was doing no favor at all to the rivals behind. And as you said, as a result, everybody got tucked in together. Balota is going to go for the move, but Kaman is trying to defend. Not quite just yet, as Goldstein goes through as well. So Balota up into P2, Goldstein goes with him. Julian Kamen down in P4. He was opening and then shutting the door on the way of Moretti, Paco Mosenberger, Sconamiglio, Luzio, Girelli, Gonzalez. That's for your top 10, but that's going to be moving certainly very fast. We have 11 laps to go through. The last 11 laps of the weekend on 340 from Pantano, unfortunately having to, this is Alexander Zancanaro, from Drenxing Pantano team indeed, as he was in the P18. Unfortunately, that's going to be race finished before it got started. Back in the lead, Eli Goldstein on the tail of Sam Balota. Those two, I've seen them both competing so many times in Belgium in the IAME Series Benelux, and for the past 4 seasons, would you believe or not, Eli Goldstein always had the upper hand and stealing the Belgian national title to Sam Balota, who's always been there, always fighting at every corner, every race, but having to make do with the title of vice champion. So those two have a long history between them. They used to be part of the same team. Now one is for VDK, the other one for TB Kart. And they find themselves again battling in the European Championship of the IAME X30 classes. But who can have the upper hand this time? Of course, this will go down in the final tomorrow, but they need a good result. And they won't let that go, as we see what happened to Alexander Zancanaro. Oh, big shunt over there for the Pantano Racing Team driver. That's quite unfortunate for him, and a big hit against the hole.
There was another driver involved in that, obviously. One driver who went wide. It would look like a VDK to me, but I'm not sure which one. So, yeah, I can't make a call on that one because there's quite a few back there. You've got Enna Frey. You've also got Matteo Giaccardi, also another VDK that's down there. So possibly one of those, but unsure.
Unsure indeed, but one thing we could say is that Alexander Zancanaro, before he got actually pushed off, was in P18, and in P18 stands in the half rate. So if it's related or not, we cannot be sure. We might need to watch that back in the highlights post-race to be sure. But as a result, that happens. That's part of the business. As in the meantime, here's the move on Eli Goldstein. Sam Balota run inside of turn number 2. Nothing to say about that. It was clean as the Belgian driver from Brussels makes his way back into P2.
And Goldstein, always one to be vocal with the hand gestures, instantly saying there, right, let's go and catch Malo Bollier, because look at the gap, 1.4 seconds. Now, crucially, that gap has come down, but that's not going to help the situation as Marcus Luzio dives down the inside of Balota, gets that move done. It won't affect Goldstein because Goldstein's kept going, but Luzio now has to latch on to the back because they need to close that gap. 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 5. Long way to go to close that gap. And at the moment, through turn number 1, not able to get that one done. Luzio, though, all over that rear bumper of Goldstein. Is he going to go for the move, or is he going to push Goldstein?
Let's see about that. Fun fact about Marcus Luzio, because he used to compete with VDK Racing, and he still has the same suits of the Belgian team, but he's with Premium Karting this time around in Franciacorta. So don't get confused. Same racing suits, but different teams. Battling along for P2 because Eli Goldstein is up for grab, and running inside goes Sconia Miglio, the young Italian, with a white crash helmet, up a place in front of Sam Balota, who lost a bit of momentum since he couldn't get past Eli Goldstein himself. Goldstein getting past in turn number 14 by a flying Marcus Luzio up into P2. And as they keep on battling, you can see Goldstein pushing a little bit Marcus Luzio. Instead of gesturing, he shows Luzio that is right there on his tail, ready to keep pushing up until the end to try to catch up with Mario Boye, because Mario Boye in the meantime has been about controlling the gap. We just went from 1.7 to 1.2, 1.3, and then now 1.1 seconds. So if I were Mario Boye, I wouldn't actually consider this victory as mine just too soon, because those 4 drivers might still be pushing each other. Let's see at the end of this lap if the gap has been eaten just a tiny bit more.
Yes, indeed. Gaps close up as they all concertina under braking. The gap's down to 1.1. They cross the timing beam. How will it go down now? Less than a second. Another 2/10 taken out of them. Luzio is certainly closing that gap, and Goldstein's not going to be mad about that. Goldstein's like, right, okay, actually, no, you're doing well there. I'll leave you to it. Let's close the gap. As soon as you've closed it, then I'll attack. So expect to see that, ladies and gents. I can almost guarantee it. Juheli with the fastest lap of the race now with a 50-second .272. This was
Goldstein and Marcus Luzio actually making his way through in turn number 14. That was the move for P2 between Goldstein and Luzio. And now, you could see the gesture, yeah, indeed, that was what we wanted to catch there from Eli Goldstein. And a different one, actually, because sometimes you gesture with the finger in the air. Now it was about tapping his helmet to say, okay, think about this.
Well, I think he's
driving your head.
He's commuting that to Manuel just behind. Obviously, he's just saying, you know, right thing. Yes, okay, he's gone for the move. That doesn't mean you go for the move, because I'll stick with him and now we'll go. So, you know, good communication, and well, so far it's working. There's been no lunges since that overtake has happened, and well, the gap's down to 0.4 of a second. So it just shows communication is key, even amongst rivals.
Absolutely. Almost looks like the Tour de France when the cyclists between themselves communicate, but they have some of them have radio, and I don't think this is the case in karting. Radio, of course, between the mechanics and all the team members, but not yet between mechanic and driver on track.
I expect they wouldn't be able to hear much anyway. Through the helmet, there'd be a lot of noise in there. But Bollier's certainly done a good job here. It was a good start and a good getaway. But the chasing pack has now closed in. Marcus Luzio is first for an attempt here to try and go for the race lead, and there's only 1.5 laps to go as well, so there is not long left at all as Dante Vinci now sets the fastest lap of the race, 50.197 He is on the move. He is currently in 11th place out there. Not gained or lost any position. Biggest mover, I'd say, was Federico Albanese. 11 positions gained. Kia Lee also 15 positions gained. So nice big movers all the way throughout that one. Out of the final corner we go. Last lap board comes out now. Here we go then. Bollier versus Luzio. Luzio dips to the inside and Goldstein goes to the outside. Switches back, can't quite get the move done. They all stay in the same position. Maglio still there in 4th place. He sweeps now to the outside. Keep an eye because Balota is going to switch to the inside and he moves up into P4. So Balota gets the first overtake in this top 5 group. Here we go, in towards turn number 9 and 10. No line changes here as they all try to find the first clean piece of track to position their kart on. Everyone just holding their line. Bollier still leads. Get ready for the lunge in towards the final corner. Anyone going to do it? Yes, there is one right at the back of the grid, and it's Eloy Gonzalez who gets that dive done. But out of the final corner, Malo Bollier, no competition, takes the win from Marcus Luzio. Eli Goldstein will take 3rd place from Sam Balota across the line. Eloy Gonzalez at the end of that one will take the top 5. But Malo Bollier, what a run. Brilliant result, a win, and he certainly helps his case with where he might start in the superheats tomorrow. He has 13 intermediate classification points. He sits 6th overall. And there are 2 more races to go to decide who is going to start where tomorrow. But Malo Bollier, the French driver for the 2N Racing team, brings it back into Parc Ferme. And Guillaume Alvarez heading down there now to chat to our drivers. But what a result that was. Marcus Luzio, brilliant drive there to close that gap. Over a second that gap was. And Marcus Luzio for Premium Karting certainly did what he needed to do. Goldstein then would take 3rd. Still a good result starting this race on that front row in P2, only losing the 1 position from Sam Balota. Eloy Gonzalez, after gaining 7 positions, he was the one driver who did go for the dive and the inside in the final corner. He finishes just ahead of Manuel Nomeglalo there, finishing in 6th place. Finn McLaughlin and Packham Weisenberger finishes in P7 and 8. McLaughlin, after gaining 10 positions, has certainly done a good job. He does not sit within the top 8 in the intermediate classifications, though. Riccardo Sorelli gaining 1 position, he finishes in P9, and Dante Vinci gaining 1 position, he rounds out the top 10. Federico Albanese finishing in P11, he gains 9 positions during that race. Kia Lee finishing in P12 after gaining 16 positions. The South Korean driver doing a sterling job. Kevin Latinga finishing in 13th place after getting 5 places. Ziming Wang finishing in P14, 10 positions gained. Julian Kamen rounding out the top 15 out on track. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. Again, great start from Malo Bollier, who gets into the lead and, well, from this point, just drives off. Julian Kamen during that race, unfortunately, yeah, not the result he wanted. He dropped back, like I was saying, all the way to P15 earlier on. He's losing 12 positions, not the result he would have wanted. He did gain the lead at one point. Bollier would go back through as that was Sam Balota, sorry, making the move there on Julian Kamen, who would then go through. This was a contact earlier on. We were saying who was the driver. I can't quite see the number there, but it was definitely a VDK, and that was unfortunately the end of the race for Alexandre Zancarino, and unfortunately not what he would have wanted to see. Goldstein then would battle away with Balota, and Gonzalez would close in as well at that point, and Marcus Luzio also involved in this scrap, soon come through as Amalingo also making the moves done in through some of the corners. These were some of the moves further back as Marcus Luzio would then lead the group of 4 karts all the way to the end of the race. The last-ditch attempt there by Elo Gonzalez to gain another position pays off, and he finishes that race in P5 after gaining 7 positions. A solid race by the drivers. The last time that we will see Groups E and F out on the circuit. 2 more races to go. Guillaume Alvarez is down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Marcus Lucio with us, not from VDK, but with Premium Karting for this round. Good to have you back with us, Marcus. You couldn't make it to Mariembourg. We saw you in Spain for the beginning of the season, and yet you finished this day on a high with a top 3 result. So well done to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a hard race. You know, the start was a bit scrappy. I dropped a couple of places, but yeah, the pace was good, and I managed to catch up Bollier at the end. So I couldn't go in because time was a bit short, but yeah, it was a good race overall.
A good race overall to end a long day. How would you sum that up for us in terms of progress and overall performances for you?
Well, the day started quite hard because I had an off, and then I had a couple of nose cones in 2 other races. So yeah, the day's been quite tricky, but it's good to end on a high.
It means a lot of work still for the Super Heat tomorrow and recovery mode for you. You're going to send it?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll try my hardest. So yeah.
We cannot wait to see that on track. Thank you very much indeed, Marcus Lucio, and see you tomorrow. Good luck for the Super Heat. Ladies and gents, picking up with him for the first time this weekend, Ellie Goldstein, the reigning champion of the senior class. Ellie, this has been quite a difficult day for you, finishing with a good result in P3. Every time you're out there battling for the lead, battling for the win. But what have you been missing so far to finish on top?
Yeah, not the result we wanted so far, because we showed great speed during the free practice, everything was set up, everything was perfect. Now we arrive in the race and start to struggle a bit. We try to work as much as possible with the team, and I hope we will find back the good way soon. But yeah, tricky day so far. Finished heat in top 3, some heats out, crashed, or something happens. So yeah, tricky day for me today.
So as you said, the setup is good because we see you guys, we see your pace and everything. So what different can you do tomorrow just to get it all together? Maybe a bit more luck?
Yeah, maybe a bit more luck, sure. But yeah, putting everything together, the setup, me, the engine, the chassis, everything need to be good set for this kind of track that you cannot like escape away alone. So everything needs to be perfect to win this race. I hope we'll be competitive tomorrow as like the same as in training and free practice.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming to us, Ellie Goldstein. See you tomorrow. Good luck. Thank you very much, Ellie from TB Kart. Back to you, Anthony. As you said, 2 more races to go, and we will know the identity of the pole sitters in the senior class.
Thanks, Guillaume. Yes, indeed. Just those 2 more races to go in this one. We turn our attention now to Groups C and D in the Senior X30 category. It has been a very busy day. 24 heats over the course of the day. 22 are completed, 2 more to go. And Clément Outron starts this one on pole position. He is 3rd currently in the intermediate classifications with 7 points. He has Ruben Moya alongside, who is 4th in the intermediate classifications with 9 points. He is joint with Sam Shaw on those points. Sam Shaw, Atkins and Gilter will be out in the next race, so we still are unsure who will be starting where in terms of these finals. Still lots to happen. But certainly this is going to be an interesting one. Ian Ekman starting on the 2nd row of the grid, a little further down as well. Fred Green as well, also having a good one. Hugo Besson, also another driver having an interesting weekend. Here we go then, X30 Senior qualifying heat C and D makes its way onto the track. Let's have a look at who will be starting where. Clément Outron and Ruben Moya will start on the front row. Ian Ekman and Danny Carinini go from row 2. Andrea Pirovano and Marc Lopiccolo round out the top 6 on row number 3. Hugo Besson and Nando Weichselbaumer round out row 4. Fred Green and Pedro Rafael round out row 5. Christian Vagani and Kimi Dosson round out row 6. Luca Benettoni and Dmitry Matveev round out row 7. Leonardo Lagoni and Alex Gerauto round out row 8. Chester Kiefer and Eduardo Dominguez round out row 9. Jill Redmonds and Anna Malaysia top the top 20 on row 10. Francois Delati and Dominica Kunjui round out row 11. Hugo Tritard and Kaninsini round out row 12. Matteo Iacono and Mateus van der Kerkhoff on row 13. Ioannis Dimos and Alessandro Cocosa on row 14. George Avravanis and Miguel Silva top the top 30 on row 15. Alessandro Cocci and Omano Quinteri go from row 16. Emilio Tilani and Fabian Curzon on row 17. Yona Luja and Youssef Bahwawi round out the 36 drivers in this grid. And I've got to say, there's a couple of drivers who have not pinged out of the pit lane. One has just come out. Kimi Dosson has just left the pit lane. Chester Kiefer for the RSD karting team has not come up on my timing screen as leaving the pit lane. Hopefully all is well. Grandstands fill with the mechanics who have just come off the dummy grid there, ready to get going to watch this race, to give all their hand gestures galore that they can. There's quite a few in karting. Out of turn 14 they go. Last two drivers getting into formation. Penultimate race of the day. Clement Outron and Ruben Moya. Who is going to finish where in the points? Green flag goes out and off they go. Down in towards turn 1. Field very spread out at the start of that one, but it gets the green flag. Down in towards turn number 2 and 3. And it's a relatively clean start. I think there's contact between two drivers there, though, who just find the way. And yeah, off the track, it's Victory Lane, the 364 off the track. And that was quite far up. That's Nando Weichselbaumer. Weichselbaumer off the track, and he will have to go from the back of the grid now, essentially. There is Ian Ekmans. Oh, and another one off. Another one.
This is Dimitri Matveev.
Oh,
quite unfortunate. The driver from Czech Republic. Dimitri Matveev, nowhere to be seen. He was in the middle of the pack after what had been an eventful weekend for him. And look at the...
a procession of Vespers has
yes,
just arrived.
Indeed. I was looking for the right words, but a group, a field of Vespas is entering the track. Hopefully they are allowed in, and they're going to start actually wonking on the side of the track to celebrate the winners. Interesting side of it. We need to find out what happened.
I don't think we need Vespa versus Senior X30 out on track.
Or maybe we do have a surprising Vespa race to conclude the day.
Oh,
no one told us anything.
That'll be good. I'd certainly like to jump on one and give it a go. Anyway, back to the racing. Outron leads the way. Besson's still there in second place. Carinini's got himself into third place as well. Good start from him. Ruben Moya down into P4, but he's not out of the frame just yet. He is still in that section. There he is on your screen, dipping in and closing in under braking. Pirovano's had a good run. Andrea Pirovano, he's up into P5 now. He's had a good run. Here's a look at the restart. Very kind of spread out there. Ruben Moya ducking straight into P4, was not able to gain any positions at that one. He did drop back quite considerably into the field. Now we're looking for the contact further back, and there it was. And it was between Dmitry Matveev and the other driver who was quite far up the order. It was Nando Weichselbaumer, wasn't it? So yeah, Weichselbaumer, who's gone off the track there. A heavy damage. Oh yeah, his NASA panel was completely detached, so he would have had to bring it into the pit lane because it'll have got a mechanical flag for that. And then Dmitry Matveev, yeah, you can see, looks completely snapped it. And then Dmitry Matveev obviously retiring due to the damage. Round the outside, that's why Eichmanns has dropped down the order and is currently sitting in P15.
Oh my God.
Not what you want to see at the start of the race.
Yeah, someone is not happy in this field after what happened there. But Eichmanns is nowhere to be seen. That's quite important for the Belgian driver. Let's see if he's going to see it through. But in the meantime, Clément Outron is your leader. And what a level of performance the young Frenchman is being able to put off so far this weekend. Luca Bettoni fastest on track, and Bettoni is currently in P7, climbing 6 places. So there's a good rhythm for Luca Bettoni. And as we come near the conclusion of the day. This is the last race for those two, as around the inside goes a 3:42. This is Luca Bettoni, as I was just mentioning him, getting ahead of Fred Green for P6. Not a good run for the Italian. I do wonder if he chose to maybe put on at the early stage a new set of tires, or maybe half of a new set of tires to maximize his chances. Maybe he's on the verge of being eliminated on his way to the superheat of tomorrow morning, because as a reminder, there's 107 drivers but only 72 places available in the two superheats, and if the Italian is on the verge of the elimination, maybe it was the right time for him to put up new tires, and it translates into a good recovery pace. But that could be that, or most of the strategists would say that the new tires are to be kept, at least most of them, for the superheat if desperate, and especially the final, as long as they can actually use these first tires, this first set from qualifying to the end of the superheat. They will do that, but sometimes gamble on tires is quite difficult to predict.
There's someone coming into the pit lane there. The 226, I think that is Hugo Chittard for the PB Kart team. He has just pulled it into the pit lane. We've had another retirement as well. Emmanuel Quinteri also bringing it into the pit lane, retiring from the race. Certainly a very interesting one for a lot of the drivers. Nando Weichselbaumer is still out on track, despite the fact that that panel was quite clearly completely broken, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was flying in the air, actually, and as you said, it's worth a mechanical flag, and once you got this, you have 3 laps to dive into the pits, but yeah, Weichselbaumer, we might see actually a flag coming up very soon, but we don't see anything yet in terms of race direction, so maybe it wasn't that bad, or I don't know if he was able to put it back in.
Maybe it's okay. Maybe he's hit it back in, and it's just it's secured itself so well that it looks all right.
I'd like to see that, because some of them might try that with the front fairing, but with the nose cone, I've never seen that.
Well, they're not allowed to do that on the racetrack. That's certainly a naughty move. Then
that is, but we've seen that in the past, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
And, one time, or most of the times, unfortunately for them, they were caught in action. So that's something that you don't want to do, certainly. But for a nose cone, that might be possible.
Nice little dive there from Carinini past Moya, moving up into second place. Another driver who's trying to close that gap. I think you could see that Utron was just breaking away. The gap has opened up to about half a second now, and I think Carinini was thinking, right, okay, you're not able to catch him, Moya. It's my turn to have a go now, see if I can close that gap. And Moya has not argued with that fact. He's now locked in behind Carinini, and the two of them now will have another chance to break away. Down the inside, though, Benattoni gets past Pirovano. Pirovano now down into P5 as he now slots back into position. Keep an eye as Hugo Basson is also latched onto the back of that group. Eduardo Dominguez, though, from Spain with the fastest lap of the race, 50.255, doing a good job. Here is a replay of that overtake between Danny Carinini and Ruben Moya. It's down the inside. Ruben Moya just giving that little bit of racing room. Down the inside, check the inside, all clear. Slot in, let's go. And there's the hand gesture. Thank you, let's go.
Such a nice footage. Thank you to the TV direction of the RGMMC group to being able to pick up those tiny moments and to show us back in the streaming.
I've just looked out the commentary box window again. It's not on your live stream. There's a cart that's just gone off at the exit of turn number 12, rejoins at the back of the grid. Big shame for that driver. You can just see it in the background there. Right, well, I think Moya's faith was put in good hands with Carinini going up into second place, because they have closed that gap. Johan Lucius sets the fastest lap of the race, currently in P15 for the MDC Racing team. But we're keeping an eye on the top battle, because, like we're saying, Carinini has closed the gap now, down to 0.2 of a second on Clément Outron. Current point standings, Gilles still leads them from Atkins, Outron, Shaw. Then it's Moya, who's dropped down into P5 now from Bollier, Johnson Cool and Annie Rattel. The top 8, so still all good. Only a couple of laps left to go in this one as we start now lap 10 of 11. 9 laps completed, and down the inside, nice move there from Bettoni, moving up into P3. Moya is struggling here. Tyres have probably been used. He fights back, though, down the inside in towards turn number 5 and gets that position back. Crucially, that's allowing the top 2 to break away. And now everyone behind has started to concertina up. Moya's tyres, I think, are at the end of their life.
Yeah, it's about time for the day to finish for Ruben Moya. As some drivers keep on battling into this penultimate lap. We're getting near the checkered flag as the 342 of Lettoni was being able to get ahead of Green and Pirovano. One last contact, and one of the two TBs actually coming together. Unfortunately, what a disaster. Langoni and Vergani, the two Italians battling for a P10 finish, and they came together in P14 in a hairpin. That's the worst scenario that you can actually have at the end of the day while you're on your way to a good result for both teams, for both drivers in the same team coming together. What a disastrous sort of event.
Rule number 1. Don't hit your teammate, and unfortunately that rule was very clearly broken there. We go on to the final lap, and Utron still leads the way. Carinini has closed the gap. Is only one real overtaking opportunity to get it done, and that would be a humongous dive down the inside here at turn 14. Are we going to see that? No, we're not. Not close enough at all, says Carinini, and he will defend that position, and so will Moya out of the final corner. Clement Utron will take the win for France out for VDK Racing. He will maintain his third place position in the intermediate classifications going into tomorrow, meaning at the moment he would start on pole position for Superheat B going into tomorrow. Danny Carinini finishes in second place from Ruben Moya. Hugo Besson and Luca Bertoni finishes in P8. Fred Green will take 6th. A much better result for him after his retirement earlier on in the day after the contact, or maybe even a breakdown. We're not too sure what happened with his car in his previous race. But he finishes this time in P6. Rafael Prenard finishing in P7 after gaining 3 positions from Eduardo Dominguez. After 10 positions gained, finishes in P8 from Vagani and Eichmanns. Lagoni finishing in P11, Vagani and Longi. Contact between the two of them. Drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. I would certainly like to be a fly on the wall in the TB Kart Racing Team awning. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of the Senior X30 qualifying Heat C and D, the penultimate race of the day. Clement Utron, Carinini, Moya, Besson, Bertoni finishing in the top 5. We go over the top 11 already. Johan Aluja had a good race, 23 positions gained. He finishes in P12, solid drive. We didn't speak much about the MDC racing driver who finished in that position, but a solid weekend he has had, gaining those positions. Ana Malaysia and Mark Piccolo also finishing P13 and 14. Alex Carauto finishing in P15, gaining 1 place. And Andrea Pirovano finishing in P16. George Avravanis running out the top 17, 12 positions gained from Domenico Mangioi finishing in P18. Fabian Strausen finishing in P19. Gilles Ramons running at the top 20 there on your screen. Clement Utron for VDK Racing. Another race win. Solid weekend. 7 points to his name in the intermediate classification. At the moment, he is 3rd overall. Here we go then with the highlights. And again, good start from the inside row. Utron, Eichmanns and Pirovano going 1st, 2nd and 3rd straight off the bat. Ruben dropping in to 4th place at the start of it. Contact at the back of the grid. That's where we lost Michael Baumer. That's where we lost Dimitri Matveev. There, you can see definitely from that footage the NASA panel clearly not attached and broken, but he did continue for that race. He deemed safe enough to go. That's where we lost Eichmanns. He didn't retire from the race, but he certainly lost a fair few positions. He ended that race in P10 after recovering back from 15th place. It's something you don't want to see. Moya diving down the inside, moving back into 4th place. He would go all the way up into 2nd at one point, but I suspect the tyres right at the end of their life as he would fight. Back there was one of the TB Kart drivers, I think Christian Vagani, also there trying to make moves. Later on would have contact with his teammate There is down the inside. Luca Battoni also making moves. Luca certainly having a very good day, getting several good positions. Would then lose them a little bit later on, as then he would get swamped by the two TBKs. There's the contact. And I think just squeezed a little bit too tight there on his teammate. But the checker flag came out, and Clement Autran would take the race win, another race win for VDK at the end of the day. Certainly a very good result. Ruben Moya finishing third. There's Giorgio Pantino there, you can see, lined up, ready, watching the races. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. And Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Another victory for VDK, and the third one for this young man, Clément Autran, one of his best weekends, certainly, for the past few seasons. Clément, fantastic performance, 3 wins, a second and a 5. You're currently in P3 in the overall classification, 1 race to go. If it goes bad for any of the 2 competitors, Calais Atkins or Evan Gilter, you could be one of the 2 pole sitters. So, congratulations, bravo pour cette belle série de performances. Comment tu te sens à l'approche de la finale de la Super Heat de demain?
Je pense que ça va aller car pour l'instant on est 3, mais il reste une manche. Et j'espère partir 2 pour partir premier à la Super Heat B.
We've all known your performance level, your talent. You've won in Belgium, you've done great results here and there for the past few seasons, but this weekend it seems that everything came together. The pace, the confidence, the level in the field. I mean, what happened this weekend? Was it the track? Is it the conditions? Did you heat better? Did you sleep better? C'est quoi la petite formule magique qui a permis de débloquer autant de belles performances?
Je pense nous sommes venus tester ici à Franciacorta et j'ai su trouver les bonnes trajectoires.
Comment est-ce qu'on se sent à la veille donc, de la dernière journée de demain? 2 courses à venir, les plus dures sans doute, mais tu es idéalement placé. Ça rajoute de la pression un petit peu sur les épaules quand même? Ou alors tu essaies de ne pas trop y penser?
Non, j'essaie de pas trop y penser.
Merci beaucoup, Clément. Thank you very much. He says he doesn't want to think too much about the pressure on his shoulders. There might be a little bit coming to tomorrow. Straight into the box, Danny Carinini from Energy Corse. Good to have you, Danny, finishing your day on a high, P2. Does that sum up what has been a good day for you so far in terms of racing?
Yeah, today was not easy. I did a fantastic first heat this morning after I did some mistake on the other 2. The last one was good. We changed something and was fast. And tomorrow we can be on the battle.
Yeah, I was looking at the results. I don't see your name in the top 8 because you had a bit of up and down, still a win in your qualifying heats. But the confidence must be high, and you'll be certainly one of the drivers that we expect to recover from the back of the grid.
Honestly, I don't know who will recover, but sure will be a fight for all the laps because on this track the slipstream is so important, and we will see.
And certainly the fact of competing in Italy, on Omsul, with the fans and the peers watching along, that must, I would like to say pressure, but there's certainly a bit of passion added to your performance. You want to do good, obviously.
Yeah, for me, yeah.
Fantastic, grazie mille. Thank you very much. Danny Carinini from Energy Corse, second in this race. And let's see what the Italian will be able to do tomorrow. As we said, it's going to be a little bit further back on the grids. Let's wait for the last race and see where everybody will start tomorrow for the Super Heats.
Yes, indeed. 1 race to go, and there you can see the 1-minute board just being shown as drivers get themselves prepared for the final race of the day. Evan Gilter and Erkki Katterin will start on the front row for this one. It is qualifying heat A and B, the fastest drivers from qualifying that we had yesterday. What is going to happen in this one? Evan Gilter leads the intermediate classifications at the moment with 3 points. Erkki Katterin currently sitting not within the top 8. Sam Shaw, though, is also in that top 8. He is there in 4th. The same with Calais Atkins, who's starting this one in P8. He's currently 2nd in the intermediate classification. There is a lot of work that has to happen over the course of this race, but it's certainly going to dial down all the way to the end of this one. The whistle blows and the carts fire up. Here we go then for the final race of the day. It's qualifying heat A versus B, making its way out on the circuit. Here is how they will line up. Evan Gilter and Heikki Kalterin go from the front row. Sam Shaw and Louis Johnson-Cool go from row 2. Luca Griggs and Andy Rattel go from row 3 with Daniela Wellint and Calais Atkins running out the 4th row. Daniel Petres and Andrea Mastinis go from row 5. Atafasort and Mika Voss on row 6. Yuta Suzuki and Anna Ferrazzano go from row 7. Gianna Wellens and Matthias Machal go from row 8, from Aaron Garcia and Hugo Brun on row 9. Antonia Pacella and Wesley to go round out the top 20 on row 10. John Tafos and Hugo Heron round out row 11. Otto Pukkanen and Mark Granada round out the top 24 on row 12. Natalia Granada and Emanuele Leodakis go from row 13 with Rima Blanc and Larit Sasha on row 14. Ethan Faramond and Colin Wertenberger go from row 15, rounding out the top 30. Thomas Motta and Celine Canol go from row 16. Andrea Gades and Charles Lambert round out row 17. Victor Kulmala and Eduardo Villa round out the 36-car grid, that final race of the day. It's been ups and downs for all three classes in Senior X30, Junior X30 and Mini X30. There's only one more round to go after this weekend. We head to Genk in Belgium to end the season and to crown our champions. But before then, we have got this race, pre-finals and finals to go tomorrow. It has certainly been exciting. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box, giving you all the commentary throughout the day with Guillaume Alvarez along my side, who has been working tirelessly, running up and down those stairs all the way to the bulging, mate. They're absolutely fabulous.
To be honest, I was trying not to kill myself because there's a lot of stairs to go up and down, and especially yesterday in the rain was so slippery that for a couple of moments I thought that was it.
You thought that was it. This is my moment.
Anything for you guys watching along. My pleasure.
Here we go then. The final race of the day. It's green flag. We are underway racing. I thought it was a false start there. And Gilter with an absolutely fabulous start. Gets a brilliant getaway and dives to the race lead. One cut running a little bit wide, kicking up some dust, but all is good. Diving to the inside. Louis Johnson Cool getting the move done. Sam Shaw already up there into second place. So he's all good. Johnson Cool trying to follow it. The first time the two teammates will be able to run together, I think, throughout the entirety of this weekend. When was the last time we saw seniors A and B? We haven't. So this will be the first time that these two groups have been together. So the first time those two teammates will be able to work together.
And that's going to be the final showdown between a couple of the teammates out there indeed.
Oh dear!
Coming together, one of the VDKs. And this is Arthur Vonzor, unfortunately, together with
Yuta Suzuki.
Yes, indeed. Well done. Quite unfortunate into this lap number 1. As back in the lead, and there's a change with Sam Shaw, with the support of, as you said, Louis Johnson Cole, the two teammates. Let's see what they can do. 2 against 2, with around the inside goes Johnson Cole on Calteren. As Gilter is losing the lead, Calteren is losing P3, and the premium karting drivers really on the charge. They're joined by Marcus Luzio this weekend, let's not forget, doing some great results, the 3 of them in the senior class. But now up in the lead, Sam Shaw, 3rd place for Johnson Cole, and those two haven't had the wins so far. Yep, this is one more occasion to maybe grab the win for premium racing. This time around, the British team. Let's see what they can do, but it's still very early in this race. Evan Gilter on the charge from P2. As it stands, Gilter is in a chair. And as I said that, of course, there's an update in the classification, and Gilter is 2 points shy from Clément Outran, who just won the race before. So as it stands, Gilter and Outran are picking up the pole position for the super hit tomorrow. The one in trouble is Cali Actins. Cali Actins actually is all the way down to P7. He was starting from P8, so a slight recovery, not quite enough for Cali Actins to try to get close to picking up 1 or 2 poles up for grab.
There was the incident that involved Yuta Suzuki and Arthur Fassort, and I think that was just the concertina effect. Too many karts squeezing each other, and unfortunately just went up that back bumper. Nothing either of them could do. Big shame for them. A bit of tyre marks being skidded straight off the track there up at turn 14. I did see a green flag that came out on the start-finish line. Change, though, because we've seen a new change at the front here. Sam Shaw, who leads, and Louis Johnson Cool, who's gone into 2nd place now. Gilter has dropped down into 3rd. Now, Gilter's under pressure here because, well, now he's got 6 points. There's only 1 point separating him and Outran, who's gone up. Atkins has dropped to 4th in the point standings. Shaw has gone up into 3rd. Let's see what it says when they go across the line this time around. Larit Sasha with the fastest lap of the race as well. but this has certainly been an interesting race, and it's premium karting 1-2.
Yeah, impressive showdown in between those two. An impressive run inside of 10-14. Johnson Cole, and you can see there's no trouble at all with that move. They could be actually securing a 1-2. They don't want to push each other too much, but right now they have Evan Gilter pressuring them both. And for Gilter, as we said, he came into this race as the favorite for the pole. And he knows, of course, he's smart enough to know that he doesn't have to push it too much just to take that final win, because that's not what he would need in the end. As you see the move once again, this is the first of Sam Shaw on Gilter, as Calteren further back, trying to protect himself from Johnson Cole before Johnson Cole actually went on to take P2 on the Frenchman.
Gilter has gone back into second place, just in the smaller screen in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen with the live pictures. Action still going on there. There it is, back on the big screen. Gilter in second place now, and this is exactly what he needs, because it's getting a bit closer, and starting on pole for the Superheat A or starting on pole for the Superheat B, and I can tell you which one he preferred to start on pole in, probably the A one. But yeah, so at the moment it is a bit of hot water at the moment, and if they keep battling like this one, if the rest of the group catch up again, we'll be in a lot of hot water here, because if he loses another 3 positions from this one, he will be starting on pole for the B Superheat. So yeah, he certainly won't want that. Atkins now with the fastest lap of the race, who's up into P6 now, is on the charge, and we know Atkins is a driver who can get positions done, who can close gaps. We have seen that throughout the day. He is just in the second group, just behind. Griggs is there as well, countering Atkins, Voss, Protesis as well there in P8. Rattel's there in 9th. Alan Garcia, who's up into the top 10. There they go through your screen. But yeah, certainly a good running throughout them. There they are on your screen. They're countering Atkins and Mika Voss. Atkins to the inside, though, gets past Heikki Kaltonen and moves up into that 5th place spot. Crucially, Luca Griggs is caught up to the back of the trio up in front now as well. We know that Atkins will close the gap, as Eduardo Villas, that's the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in P19, 17 positions gained, so he's having a very good race. But yeah, we know he's going to catch up because we've seen him do it before. Whether or not his tyres are used or if he's switched to the new set, through goes Voss on Kaltonen. Kaltonen now at the back of this train.
Yeah, beautifully made by the Dutchman Mika Voss. I'd like to know, actually, this will be for my math tonight, as watch out for Evan Gilter, is losing second place. Sam Shaw making his way through in the penultimate corner. And Luca Griggs certainly more than willing to do the same, as we are in lap number 8. Now it's getting to be a little bit worrying for Evan Gilter. He's only 1 point shy from Clément Autran. Still within reach from Callie Atkins. In the meantime, Callie Atkins is making his way up to P5, as Gilter has dropped the place, might lose another one to Luca Griggs. And the British driver is gonna be certainly using every trick of the book to try to get past the Frenchman and maybe go for the lead and go for the win, because everything is possible at this point. And Gilter drops another place, lets Luca Griggs through. That means he's going to be on equal points to Clément Autran. He's going to be eating on the head of the Frenchman. Still not so much of a fire in the house, but he needs to protect his position and try to gain that spot back.
Yes, indeed. He is okay still in that position. Yes, he's joined on points, but because he out-qualified Clément Autran, he maintains that first place spot. It's only if that man there can get the job done. Atkins, who tried a ridiculous move around the outside through turns 2 and 3. How on earth we thought that was going to work, I'll never know. It doesn't work, and he stays in that position. But if he can get that move done, Evan Gilter will start in the Superheat B tomorrow. So he's got to be so careful here.
That could be even worse for Evan Gilter if he loses any more position, as there's a switch with Luca Griggs taking P2. Gilter's going to have to fight back because...
Oh, he's done it!
Yes, indeed, Callie Atkins has done it. Callie Atkins in P4 ahead of Evan Gilter.
Oh, look at this around the outside. Heikki Kaltonen, who's trying to gain more positions, nearly got 2 or 3 done at the outside of turn 14. Side by side here across the line. And while Sam Shaw's got the lead, he's got a gap of about half a second here from Griggs, Johnson, Atkins, Gilter, who's now in 5th place. Autran now leads the intermediate classifications with 7 points from Gilter's 8. Gilter is in hot water here, because if he loses any more, he might be starting even further back here.
Kelly Atkins is on the man on the charge. If he gets any more positions, he might actually get close on equal points to Evan Gilter. If he gains 2 positions, he might actually snatch pole position in the Superheat B to Evan Gilter. That could be such a ton of event after the dominating force from the Frenchman who sees all of his performance falling apart. But let's see what's going to happen in the last lap as we're about to enter the last 15 corners, 1,300 meter, to decide who will get the last pole position up for grab. Final lap, Sam Shaw in the lead. Johnson Cole, Griggs, Atkins, Gilter battling along with Mika Voss. We're here with the drivers in P2, 3rd and 4th. A little bit of a nudge from Luca Griggs. So watch out for Kelly Atkins, run inside. He had a bit of momentum, the British driver, and he makes that stick. Kelly Atkins up in P3.
That is exactly what Atkins needs here on this final lap. He will certainly help himself out. He will not help, however, Evan Gilter, who will be absolutely devastated with what's happening in this race so far. Rima Brock with the fastest lap of the race, but eyes are fixated on this one. Sam Shaw's clear, he's a second ahead up the road. Defensive goes Griggs, and round the outside will try Evan Gilter. Checker flag at the ready and is going out to Sam Shaw, but who is going to start where for the Superheats tomorrow? Atkins is joint on points with Gilter, but because he outqualified him, Gilter will keep his pole position for the Superheat B tomorrow. Atkins will start on the front row alongside Clément Outron for the Superheat A. Sam Shaw will start alongside Evan Gilter for the Superheat B tomorrow. What a turn of events. But Sam Shaw, at the end of 11 laps of racing for premium karting, rounds out the day with the win. Louis Johnson-Cool, his teammate, finishes in 2nd place. Premium karting 1-2 from Calais Atkins and Luca Griggs. Evan Gilter at the end of that one finishes in P5 as they return to Parc Fermé for the final time today. Guillaume Alvarez is heading down into Parc Fermé to speak with some of our drivers. There then, on your screen, at the end of the day, the final race of Saturday, qualifying heat A and B for Senior X30. Sam Shaw takes the win from Louis Johnson-Cool, Calais Atkins and Luca Griggs. Evan Gilter and Heikki Kaltunen from Mika Voss and Andy Rattel. Aaron Garcia and Aaron Ferranzano take the next row from Matthias Machaut and Antonio Apicella. Eduardo Villa takes 13th place after gaining 23 positions. What a drive it has been for Eduardo Villa after he did so well in qualifying and he was put all the way to the back of the grid after an infringement in qualifying. He has certainly worked hard throughout this day. Andrea Mastines and Hugo Brun, Otto Pukkanen and Stilios Tres finishing in 17th place. Daniel Wellens and Keanu Wellens finishing 18th and 19th place. Both of them unfortunately losing positions. Leodakis finishing in the top 20 after gaining 6 places. There, your race winner, Sam Shaw, with his dad there, sporting a questionable hat and sunglasses, but justified in the weather conditions that we've got out there. They're celebrating with Louis Johnson-Cool, the 2 teammates there, delighted with the results at the end of the day here, and we'll certainly have a lot to talk about going into tomorrow. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race, and again, good start initially from Gilter, gets the breakaway. Sam Shaw follows in 2nd, would not lose contact at all the way throughout that one. Bit of contact at the end of it, Arthur Fasort and Yuta Suzuka coming together. Yuta Suzuka able to get going again. Arthur Fasort unfortunately retiring from the race, too much damage with the kart. Sam Shaw taking the lead. This is where Gilter now started to get into trouble. Johnson-Cool would then take 2nd place through the turn 11 and 12 hairpin. Johnson-Cool would then go for the race lead. Sam Shaw would not let that continue for much longer as Evan Gilter went back through into 2nd place. The last ditch attempt there for Gilter as Atkins was on the move. Catherine also just dropping down the order into P6. Through goes Mika Voss as well, the Energy Course driver doing very well, the 2:16 after gaining 5 positions, finishing in P7. Had a good opportunity to gain some more positions on that one. Then it all started to close up as through went Luca Griggs into 3rd place. Atkins, you could just see there behind, would then go for the move later on, but before that, Luca Griggs went for 2nd place. Louis Johnson-Cool was under pressure here from a lot of drivers. Evan Gilter trying to look down the inside. Atkins would go through at that point in towards turn 14. Then would then sweep to the outside here to try and get the switch back through turn number 5 and 6. It would work delightfully, and that would allow Luca Griggs and Louis Johnson-Cool to get back up into their positions. Sam Shaw, though, would take the win from Louis Johnson-Cool. Premium Karting 1-2 and a British 1-2-3-4 out on track for the last race of the day here at Franciacorta in northern Italy. A look over the circuit as we head down to Guillaume Alvarez, who's in Parc Ferme. Guillaume, over to you.
The last word of the day and the last man at the interview, and what a performance. Evan Gilter, you made us a bit of a scare out there because we thought for a moment, okay, he's going to be in the lead, it's going to be a piece of cake, and in the end, not so much, but you still managed to keep that pole position, not for the first, but for the second superheat. So, still happy?
Well, it's been an overall great day today. We managed to get a lot of win in the heat. One in P3 and then this one a bit harder, but we were not we're thinking that it will be more difficult than that, but I mean, I'm really happy about the performance of the car, but yeah, we'll see tomorrow, and I'm happy to start from pole position tomorrow in the Profano B, so we'll see.
We'll see what's going to happen. Still a first very good half of the weekend for you, since this is the first time that PB Kart is competing here on track. So this came as a surprise for you to be out there with such a good material?
A surprise, no, because the team has done a lot in the few past months. Some good performance in France than in the international. We won on track at Valencia, the Winter Cup, and then today we show that we are fast, and tomorrow we will be fast too, I'm sure.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Evan Gilter, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Evan Gilter. The last word from one of the pole sitters of tomorrow in the senior class. Clément Autran will get to start Superheat A from pole, and Evan Gilter, Superheat B on pole as well. So this is a double from France. Stay with us because we have one more day of racing. Sunday with the Superheat in each of the classes, and the finals on Sunday afternoon. It has been a fantastic day of racing here in Franciacorta. 24 qualifying heats under the sun. Anthony Jordan and myself, Guillaume Alvarez, we tell to you goodbye and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Let's race!